I'm here. I'm here. Why do I have... Oh. Okay. Sure. Whatever. Whatever. Yeah. That just happened. That just happened. You can tell that I've been away for like 2 weeks. Hi. Hello. I'm sick. Hello. See, I found the wave button. I found the wave button. Hi. Hello. Hello. Oh my god. It's been forever. It's been forever. I don't know how to stream anymore. I go to a whole nother country and I don't know how to stream anymore. That's my life right now. But hi. Hello. How are y'all? Did you miss me? You're sick? Please get rest. I've been doing just that, Blue. I've been doing just that. Literally, as soon as I got back from my trip, all I've been doing has been sleeping. I've just been sleeping and just drinking a whole bunch of Theraflu and tea. It's so much. It's so much. So let me go ahead and prefix this stream with I'm going to sound very lethargic. I'm sorry. And if you don't know what lethargic means, it basically means that I'm going to sound tired. I'm going to sound congested. I'm going to sound like, oh my god, I'm passing away type vibe. So bear with me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But I wanted to share my details about my Japan trip with y'all so soon. I really did. I want to get the pictures out there. I want to show y'all all the things, all my travel journeys. But I promise it's getting better. I'm better with less congestion, I should say. I know it doesn't sound like it, but I have less congestion than how I sounded maybe Monday of this past week. I have to think about it because I'm still in like Japan time zone and my body is still feeling that way to some degree. So like the jet lag is delayed because when I got back, it didn't feel like I had jet lag, but like as soon as like Friday hit and I got off work, I was like, oh no. It was a mistake to take a nap at noontime because I took a nap during noontime and then I felt so drowsy and tired, like it was time to sleep. Because if you don't know time zones between Eastern Standard Time and Japan time, that's a 13-hour difference. That's a 13-hour difference. So noontime here on a Friday would be 1 a.m. in Japan on a Saturday. So that's a 13-hour difference. So yeah. Yep, exactly, Ty. Exactly. So I got the hydration echo. Thank you. Oh, very much delayed impact, Mr. Freeman. But also, it's so good to see you all. Yes, you can bonk me now. You can bonk me again. I will say, not all the channel points have been turned on because I still have to do a lot of configuration between my model, turning on head pats, which again, you can't head pat me right now because I haven't set that up. Literally, after my debut, after streaming for 9 hours, I spent the following day packing for my Japan trip. So if you are wondering, Blaze, why does this still look like when you first debuted? It's because I haven't touched OBS and stream since debut. I have not touched my computer because literally the day after I debuted, I packed, and then the day after that, I had to wake up at bumfuck early in the morning hours just to catch my flight and not have TSA fuck around with my international flight, because if I missed that flight, oh yeah, all hell would have broken loose. All hell would have broken loose. You would have heard from the very angry dragon. A very, very angry dragon. So, yeah. That's it. But anyway, let me go through and say hello to some of the new folks and people who I know in here. Hello, Savvy. Hello, Real Easy A. Hello, Echo. Hello, Ty. Hello, Rona Nightblade. Hello, Bambi. Hello, Lime. Hello, Pyro. Also, I hope you are feeling better because I know you were also on some travels. And I hope your travels went well too, Pyro. Hello, Rami Noir. Welcome in. Ow, why are y'all hitting me? I just got back. I'm sick. Be nice to me. Be nice to me. Hello, Tater Tot. It's good to see you. Welcome in, Jasmine Azure. Glad to see some lovely faces, and also glad to see some people who appreciate my husband, Raihan. If this is your first time here, yes, Raihan is my lore husband. If you missed my debut, yes, you'll know I love Raihan. I love Raihan. That's my baby. That's my husband. That's my husband. I love him. That's why we got so many emotes of him. And even more in the Discord. If you want more Raihan emotes, there's more in the Discord. For free 99. You get them all for free 99. You get to use my husband across Discord. Share and spread the love of his beautiful face. I love him. Hello, Blue. Enjoy the lurk. Also, the VOD will be here, so in case you can't stay the entire time, because I know I'm going to be yapping, you're more than welcome to peep the VOD. It will be there. It will be there, I promise. You don't feel obligated to be like, oh man, I can't make the entirety of the stream, Blaze, or I slept during part of it or missed part of it. The VOD will be here, just like the debut VOD is still up. So it's okay, I get it. I slept half my life away today because of my illness. Hello, Alpha the Chaotix, welcome in. Hello, D-Man, thank you for the warm welcome backs. Hello, Vice, good to see you as well. Also, I hope my alerts are working this time, because I tried. I really did try. Also, hi, Tig, welcome in. Sad to hear about the after travel sickness. It was during travel, to be fair, Ty. During and after travel, ugh. It's just, I feel like it's either a case of bronchitis or it's sinus infection, because like no matter how much Theraflu I take, it's still just like lingering on with me. But like I promise you, the congestion has gone down quite a bit, because I was coughing a lot more earlier this week while I was in Japan and when I got back. So there be that. You're sorry you're sick of me? I'm sorry, step on me. Wait, Tig, did you miss my debut? I'm not gonna shame you if you did. I promise you, I'm not. If you did, I have to go through and show off the model just for you. In case, which by the way, if y'all want me to go through the model again, because I know it's been like 2 weeks since I seen y'all, I can go through the model toggles before we dive into the Japan trip. We can give a brief and quick run through of all the things, so y'all can see all the new things since 2.0 to 3.0 debut. You're 100% okay with chill, comfy podcasts while you work? Yippee! Your jet lag was lagging down. Exactly, Ty. It was so bad. It was so bad. Because, like, and my coworkers even said, like, what are you doing back on a Friday? I'm like, because, one, I would have felt bad taking 2 weeks, but also because of our new overlords sort of, like, rules around, like, PTO. So I was just like, I'll just come back on a Friday. But also it gave me some leeway to like play catch up, actually do some work, and then get some more rest over the weekend. So that way Monday I'm not feeling like even worse shit in terms of just like what the hell is going on. And I have to continuously work afterwards. So there's that. So like I'm at least all caught up now for the most part. So Monday doesn't feel even worse of a Monday. Delayed impact the new Hoyo game. Right. The ear wiggles are adorable. Thank you. They happen when I blink. This also happened on my 2.0 model. Like anytime that I blink, my ears wiggle. I'm doing it on purpose just so y'all can see more ear wiggles. Oh gosh. but I appreciate it. I'm sorry I sound very congested right now. It's really bad. Hello,
Finally,
Tim. Oh,
I
there's
found
Jay.
it. Taco Bell! Taco Bell! Taco Bell! Taco Bell and pizza!
Hi, Jay. Welcome in. Also, pretend you did not see the alert, because I still also need to take those away, sadly. I love them, but I also need to take them away. Just very sadly. So, they are a thing of the past, but maybe they'll come back at a later time. We'll see. I'm still debating it. You saw the Raihan emotes and you're just like, oh, I'm gonna like it here. I love that for you. I love that for you. Listen, that's the same way that, well, I can't really say that for other streamers. Some streamers I can, but that's literally how I felt when I found like there's a streamer with Spyro emotes. And yes, I mean like legitimate like Spyro emotes. I don't watch their content. I'm so sorry. I do not watch their content whatsoever. I feel like a horrible subber, I guess. But because I love Spyro so much, I needed them. I needed them in my life. So, I'm pretty sure some other people are probably like the same with like my emotes and I won't take offense to it. They're just like, man, well, granted, it's me though. It's me though, so. But also, I would not be surprised if people were just like, oh, I want the Raihan emotes. I'm literally just here for the Raihan emotes. Like, go ahead. Go take them, friend. I get it. I get it. You don't have to stay here for me. If you end up liking me, I appreciate it. But like, if you love my husband even more, then please run off with them. Enjoy them. Be free. Spread them to the masses. Let them know the gospel of Raihan, my husband. I love him. I love him so much. Oh. Not you being late. Hi, Jelly. Hi, Napa. Welcome in. Also, again, for those who are just coming in, yes, I'm sick. I'm sorry if I sound lethargic or very, like, down or, like, depressed or whatever. It's literally just because I am battling heavy fatigue. Heavy fatigue. I've tried to fight it off so bad, but, like, Friday and Saturday it has just been going against me. Like, I literally have slept the entire day today before I got on live. That's how tired I am, sadly. But I want to yap about my trip. So I'm awake and going to stay awake until then. And also I'm washing my bed sheets anyway, so like I couldn't go back to sleep even if I wanted to. Because I'd be sleeping on a bare mattress or either on my couch, and I don't want to do either of those. I want to sleep under comfy, cozy sheets, so I'm forcing myself to get up and do things. How are you feeling though, Blaze? You know you said you weren't feeling the best. I am feeling better. I'm just more so tired. Like no more coughing, luckily, or less coughing, I should say. But I sound like a wreck still because I'm very congested in my sinus cavity. So there's that, unfortunately. But I promise you I'm doing the best that I can by getting a lot of fluids in, eating, at least having one meal during the day, even though my appetite has decreased quite often. That's another thing that I have to talk about, because even during my Japan trip, I didn't eat much. But I have plenty of food pics to share. There's something funny about telling people to spread the word about your husband. It's great, yes. Oh, Lord. Also, hi, Ash. Welcome in. Welcome in. But yeah, I am just nursing myself back to health for the most part. You could pull a toddler move and sleep anywhere. Everything is so cute and fluid. You saw the white fit, but you missed the thick. But yes, that's the one thing that I'm happy about, Tig. I told Lovmura, I was like, I want to be thick. I want to be thicker because this is more so closer towards my body type. So, and people always comment on my dragon wagon. So that's the one thing that I wanted, you know, changed for sure. Cause like I needed this. How do I change fits again? Oh god. I told y'all I went away for like 2 weeks and I don't fucking know how to do anything anymore. Oh, and there's Callie. Where's my mouse? Hi, Callie. You came for the Dragon Wagon? Ugh. Which also, speaking of Dragon Wagon, because I know it's probably Lord have mercy, Ash. It's probably mesmerizing y'all as much as it's mesmerizing me. I have a tail now. I have a whole dragon tail, and yes, it's toggleable. So if it gets too much to be too much, I can turn it off. But I like looking at the flame because Lovmura put her whole heart and soul into making this tail move, especially the flame move. And she did a post on Zitter, Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, recently, showcasing the tutorial that she used and how she got it to move this way. So I'm very happy. Also, I don't know if any other artists are in here because I said it during debut and I keep getting DMs about it because so many artists have been in my DMs saying like, hey, congrats about your debut, Blaze. Can I post your shit? I'm like, yes, I've debuted. I don't care when you post it. You are more than welcome to post it now. Please. You're not held to an NDA anymore. It's been 3 years. It's been 3 fucking years for some of them. Please, for the love of God, post the shit. I can't. Oh my god. You love the glittery effort on the clothes too. Thank you. This was also on my 2.0 model as well. Heavily inspired by Lovmura. Like, the glitter effect was definitely heavily inspired by Lovmura because if you've never seen my model mama in her model, she has glitter literally all over her body. And like when I first came across her, she was adding it to her very first like full body model. And I was just like, oh, I kind of want that on mine. Put it on my clothes though. I don't like it on my body. Like that shit is so hard to like get off. But I don't mind it on clothes. That's perfectly fine. Not in real life, but like on like my avatar, it's perfectly fine. Ugh. Take your time, brass. But in any case, I don't know how many people have been through, but here, let me go do a quick run through of like my models. So yeah, we got the room. Hold up, we got the room. We'll go through the overlays. Also, let me make sure there's no like sensitive content on any of my overlays because it's been like a whole fucking week. Oh yeah, I need to update like my Be Right Back and stuff. Okay, we'll give a rundown. Here you go. If you missed the starting soon screen, I'm not gonna, you know, leave it there for you to hear the full song, but that's one of the starting soon screens. I'm still waiting on another one that is supposed to be there, but that is supposed to be the chill starting soon screen. And then we have the Vtuber room, which is the one room that you're seeing right now, which has a daytime and also a nighttime one. I still need to add the one where the moon is not here. There is a version where the moon is not here. But Yeah, I have a daytime and a nighttime one. We're vibing on the daytime one because it literally is like daytime in my time zone. So there be that. And then you got one of the be right back screens. So I can't show the steppies because I don't have my boots on technically. I mean, I could try. It's just, it would put me here. Oh! Where did it put me? And mind you, this is supposed to be animated. It's just not animated right now. And then I have the other be right back screen. I was not expecting. So they just left the blood splatter. They ain't trying to get like a. So like during chill streams, you will have me switch over to this one. So it just depends on what kind of stream that I'm doing. You either get the art showcase or my clips. So there's that. And then here's the just chatting screen, which we'll be doing a little bit. Yep, this is me here. This is me here. Oh, we're not raiding out. Let me take that off. Let me take that off. We're not raiding out yet. But I do have that there, just in case somebody is just like trying to raid me. And I'm just like, no, please don't raid me. I don't want to be here for another 30 minutes talking to like your newcomers. I'm sure they're lovely people, but send them elsewhere. I'm going elsewhere. I'm sending my people elsewhere. Don't come here. I'm reading out. Let me go. Let me go. And then you have the lovely ending soon screen. So yeah, that's pretty much most of the overlays that we have. And then going through the model, I now have like hoodie toggle. So like for my first fit, I can definitely, you know, swap out between those two. And then if I swap over to my other fit, thank you. When I swap over to my other fit, I also got a hoodie toggle here. Yippee! Yippee! And then going back to this fit, where is it? You can take off the hoodie. So now I can vibe in this mode if it's too hot. If it's too hot. And then also, Bald at Midday has come back. Bald at Midday is definitely back. She made an appearance. Hello. And then what else? Oh, we got the game controller. We got Raihan. We got Boba. I can wave. I can draw now with my own tablet. Yippee. And then I can emote with hearts. I can show I'm a little bit nervous or shocked. I can also show that I'm fearful, and there's a shaking effect, which is very funny to me. Don't ask me how the shaking effect works because I still need to ask Lovmura about that. Oh my gosh. I'm a lightning dragon. Previously, casual dragon, but per my lore, I was struck by lightning, and so now, if you see with my other horns and fit, I have lightning cracks in my horns. So let me get up close. Let me get up close so y'all can see. Because this is my bunny fit, but this is my new design. So like before, I didn't have like the gradient horns and then the lightning strikes, which also act as cracks. And then fun fact about the tail, if you can kind of see that, is the zip zaps with the stars around my tail flame. Yeah, that's lightning. That also is lightning, just zipping from one star to the next. So there is that. Actually, how do dragons get the element that they breathe? Excuse me? Excuse me? What do you mean? Can you put the other hair on the other fit? Yes, I can. So like, if I wanted to have this hair and this horns with my casual fit, I can do that. And then the same thing with this. I can mix and match. So that is the great part about that. And it still works with like the hoodie. So yippee! Yippee! So casual fit, bunny fit. Casual fit, bunny fit. Casual fit, bunny fit. Casual fit, bunny fit. I'm sorry, I've gone off the rails. I've completely gone off the rails. Absolutely. They choose their elements like they choose their Pokemon. Like dragons breathe fire, some breathe lightning. I assume that the lightning is from the sky. Yeah, so I have the ability to control fire and lightning. So that's another lore drop that I didn't incorporate in my debut lore. It's just like, I now still can control like flame, but I also have the ability to control lightning because, you know, it's coursing through my veins. That's where we're at right now. Oh. But yeah, and then what else? Oh, we got the excited emote. And then crying. I can actually have tears go down my face. Yeah. And then confusion. Confusion is definitely there. And then angry. When someone makes me mad. Someone makes me very angry. Yes, they do. And then also shocked, which is very funny to me. Because I'm just like, oh my god, what's happening? Oh, and then, oh, I'm not gonna press that one yet. I can also blush, which is very, very adorable. Yep. 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 And then that emote, that emote as well. Yeah. Yep. So there is that. There is indeed that as well. So yeah, that's the model in a nutshell. I didn't even go through like my mouse model, but I'll let y'all play with that one once we get there. If you want to toggle it, I think I do have that redemption set up. I think I do, hopefully. If not, I'm going to fight 1,000,001 people, namely Twitch, because they betrayed me. Because I tried my best to set that up before stream with the quickness. But in any case, yeah. So we're gonna yap about Japan. I'm sorry I spent like the past like 40 minutes talking about my model. But I know some people missed debut and some people are new and don't know who I am. But hi, if you don't know me, I am blazettemidnight, your casual Dragon Queen VTuber here on Twitch. I typically play a lot of like pretty much variety of games. So like everything under the moon and sun, between like JRPGs, adventure, casual, comfy, cozy game, narrative games. They're my favorite because I also do some voice acting on the side. I'm not a professional voice actor, but I would love to be one at one point in time. I really would. But I do like bringing life to characters with my voice when I'm not sick and like, you know, going through my own bouts of my body betraying me. But I do not play horror. I'm sorry, I'm a coward. It's not my favorite. Only like exceptions to those rules is like DBD, and like certain indie games that I'm just like, oh, this is ha 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 hee hoo hoo funny, and you know, not so terrifying to the point where it's just like, yeah, I'm turning this off because I'm having a horrible time. I don't do sport games. I'm sorry. Don't ask me to play NBA 2K 52-100. It's not happening on the stream. Shooters are also my least favorite too. I'm not good at shooting. I know people will be like, but Blaze, you got a headshot in Fortnite. Yeah, I did. That was like one time in the multiple times that I tried to play Fortnite. I fucking suck at Fortnite. But I do love Splatoon. Splatoon is also an exception to that rule, where it's just like, I will play shooters like Splatoon, but if you ask me to play Apex or Valorant or any of those other like shooter games, like including like Overwatch and what's that other one, Marvel Rivals, don't ask me. Don't ask me, please, because it's not happening. Baron. Listen, the amount of like NBA 2K games, like I have like streamer friends who I know are obsessed with those games, and I love that's their obsession. But yeah, no, I can never play those games. I can only watch and perceive and just see them trash talk, you know, their friends and everything else whenever they play those games. But yeah, no, it's not happening over here. It's not. Also, I don't do MOBAs. I don't understand them. I've tried so many times to try and understand a MOBA. It's not happening. It's not happening. But typically, it's going to be a chaotic time over here or a chill time, just depending on what I'm playing and what I'm doing. And because I'm sick, it's more so probably going to be chill vibes. But I may say some actually, I will say some out-of-pocket things. Let me not lie. Let me not lie, because there's a lot that happened in Japan that was wild, but also good. It was chill, wild, and a really great time. But I am going to prefix this with folks who, you know, blatantly ignore the rules that I have in my panels and elsewhere where you can read to see what kind of like vibes and what sort of stream you're diving yourself into. This is an 18+ stream. Yes, I will make, you know, lewd jokes every now and then. I may say something a bit like crude, but it's not going to be like explicit to the point where it's like, ew, nasty Blaze. It's nothing like that. Like Twitch TOS breaking type shit. It's not going to be to that degree. It's going to be the extent of like the face that I just showed you on my model. It's going to be like that. But if that is not your cup of tea, that is perfectly fine. I understand not everybody is comfortable with like 18+ topics, but just understand this is catered towards like an audience who should be adults. They should be adults. If you are a minor, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. You are not welcome here. You are not welcome here. This is not a family-friendly stream. Tell your child to turn this off. Do not be in here. I will ban you. I will have one of my mods ban you. Get the fuck out. Do not come in here. Only time that you expect like family-friendly streams is when I'm doing charity for like Team Sega, because I do that on occasion when I participate, or like doing stuff for like Gamers Outreach where we're raising funds for the kids, or on Twitch front page. Those are the only exceptions to the rule. Outside of that, it's typically adult topics here. So do not come in here thinking, oh yes, I can show my kids this. No, you cannot. No, you may not. Please don't bring them here. They're not welcome here. Nice tell. Oh, thank you, Amanda. Thank you so much. Also, thank you for the 43 months. I appreciate it. Did my alert go off? I don't even know. I genuinely don't even know, because like I haven't been paying attention. But any case, yeah. So you went to Japan and didn't take me and wanted to see hot shirtless men? I don't think we saw hot shirtless men in Japan. As much as that would have been nice, we did not see hot shirtless men in Japan. I can say that for sure. Yeah. It would have been nice though. Would have been a very nice dream. Like if I came across Risley, I'm not coming back to the US. just know. If I found Raihan or Risley in Japan, I would not come back to the US. My friends would just have to be like, yep, all right, well, Blaze is living here for forever, I guess. So, yeah. It's like, why is she coming home? She found Raihan and Risley. She's not coming back. She gave up, you know, all her assets to, you know, her friends and family. So she's not coming back to the States. Just understand she's staying in Japan at that point in time. And you may see me on stream. You may, but that means I have to like ship all my stream equipment to Japan if that was the case. So you saw shirtless something? Please, Blue. Also, hi Selena. Welcome in. Welcome in. How be you? And thank you. I'm sick. I'm sick. I apologize if I sound congested and ill, but yeah, that's the case. That's what I'm dealing with right now. But we're about to dive into Japan shenanigans. Yippee. So let me see if I can get some good beats going. I'm gonna have that. I'm gonna have that playing. Yeah. Yeah, that'll be good. Let me see. But tell me what y'all did while I was away. I know y'all missed me. And if not, then you suck. You suck, I guess. It's like I go out, possibly got y'all some, like, you know, souvenirs, and you're just like, we didn't miss you, Blaze. Like, bump you. We didn't care for you, you know, being gone. It's like, well, bump you too. I didn't miss you either. I did not miss you either. There, we're even. Ugh. Did you eat any cool snacks or drinks in Japan? We will get into that. Japanigans? Help. Please. Ugh. You stepped down from your position and went back to the other building at work, but it's fine because you can focus on work better. Nice. I mean, sad that you stepped down, but like at the same time, if it was voluntary and, you know, it's a better situation for you, absolute congrats, and happy that you were able to take care of yourself that way. So, oh, speaking of Pokopia, I did play a bit of it while I was on the plane. I didn't play a lot of it because 14 fucking hour flight is a lot. I'm not gonna lie. It is a lot, and that's how long it takes from going from like the East Coast all the way to Japan. It's so long. It was a direct flight too. Like there's no layover or anything. It was literally 14 freaking hours on a plane. But in any case, let me start by sharing what happened after debut. So like I said, the day after debut, I panicked with like just making sure I had everything packed. Because, you know, if you aren't following the news, and if you're familiar with Hartsville, Atlanta, Georgia, and all the stories that you heard about people dealing with TSA and missing their flights, specifically in domestic, not really so much in international from what I could tell. But yeah, we weren't playing those games. Me and my friends were not playing those games. So, we unfortunately had to get up at bumfuck hours, preferably, like, typically at, like, 3, 4 in the morning, just to get all the way to Hartsville, at least 4 hours before our flight took off. And we made it. We got through TSA pretty quickly, I'm not gonna lie. But it would have been nice to know so that way we could sleep in more, because trying to get up at 4 a.m. and then wait at an airport for like 4 fucking hours just to board your flight was a lot, especially when you're tired. And then on top of that, have to sit on a plane for 14 hours. Yeah, it was a lot. But in any case, let me show you what they had for us when we got to our flight. So come here. Come here, let me take you to our main screen. Let me take you there right now. Oh. Yeah, I guess this song is nice. It's fine. It's whatever. I'm thinking about it. I'm just like, oh, do I want to have the song on? Yeah, it's cool. If it gets to be too annoying, I'll change it to something else. But we did. All right. You know what? We're going to lo-fi. I'm already annoyed. Lo-fi it is. But in any case, So we did get meals while on our flight, and we had like several choices between like I think it was like chicken meatballs, which is this is what I had, and it was fucking delicious. Lemon pasta and like some other dish that I don't think any of my other friends got. But the lemon pasta, I think they said it was okay for the most part. But this chicken meatballs, like I looked up the reviews for this on Delta, and they were just like, yeah, it's like the best thing ever. I'm like, oh, okay. And it actually was. It actually did hit. Like, I'm like, oh, I'm so glad I got these chicken meatballs, because it was, oh, so yummy. I mean, it wasn't like the best thing that I had on my trip, but like, if I had to choose like airplane food, this was the thing to get. So you had that, chickpea salad, a lemon bar, and then some sort of like sweet bread, and then nasty ass wine, as you can see, like right above my horns. Like, don't ever get the wine on a flight. It's dry and bitter as hell. I've had good wine that tasted like toilet water that had been sitting out in the sun for like decades. It was gross. It was quite gross. I'm sure Amanda can agree. I'm sure Amanda can agree, because I think Amanda tried cutting it with like several things and was like, nope, it still was bad. It was not great. So don't. Yep. Yuck. It was indeed that. So yeah, wasn't the greatest thing on the flight, but they did give us like some pizza twists, so that was yummy. That actually did taste like if you were to fold up like a pizza slice and bite into it. This was yummy. Now, this was the first pizza twist that we had. The first. So just bear that in mind. This was the first thing that we had. This was actually yummy though. So it didn't seem like it had much, but it still hit for like, 14 hours. And then I think for 14 hours, like I said, I tried playing Pokopia for a bit, and I got not super far. I'm still like in the very beginning stages, because like I just don't do well with like gaming on flights. It doesn't do much to distract me from being on a very long flight. So I ended up just watching like pretty much episodes or season 1 and season 3. I don't know why they skipped season 2, but I watched season 1 and season 3 of Abbott Elementary, even though I've already seen all of those episodes. I use that as like a good sort of like, this can distract me enough and also give me somewhat of a, timer to know when the 14 hours is up, and also help me lull to sleep, because like I can't, like, this was such a long flight. And then like when we got close to Japan, this was our breakfast. This shit was dry as hell. This shit was dry as hell. This Mediterranean breakfast calzone was dry as hell. Also, ignore the fact that I have like 3 yogurts on my desk. It was literally because like I was holding them for like other people. But the Chobani yogurt hit. I was happy about the strawberry yogurt. I know, Amanda. I know. Yeah, it was dry as hell. What's wild though is like they gave us the pizza twist that we had in the former photo in the same box. Like it came in the same box. I don't have that photo in here because I didn't upload it. But yeah, no. Same fucking box. This was dry as shit. It literally just did not hit. It just tasted like bread. You could barely taste the egg and cheese, which is what made it so sad. It was so fucking sad. And I think we had fruit in the little styrofoam cup holder thing right there. Also, the little plastic bag that's like above like the breakfast, that's just where our wooden silverware was. And yes, you heard right, wooden silverware. Little do they know worse. Yep, it certainly does. It certainly does. And then when we got to our hotel, so this is our hotel room, but to get there was a journey. It was, listen, it was a fucking journey to get to this hotel. It was a fucking journey to get to this hotel. So basically, first off, when we landed after going on like a 14-hour flight, what ended up happening was I saw that I had like 1,001 texts from my mom. And mind you, I told Mama Midnight that we're gonna be on a 14-hour flight. I told her this. She was panicked by like 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I'm just like, that's not enough time for us to get there. That's not enough time for us to get there. You do realize that's not enough time for us to get there. It still has not been like 14 hours, Mama Midnight. I'm okay. She was panicked. She was panicked. So like the first thing that I had to do was like text her and be like, hey, we just landed. And she's like, oh my God. I'm glad. You have to understand, I'm her only child, so of course she's going to be like panicked as shit about me. But like, yeah, Mama Midnight was just like, yeah, where were you? Like, we were still on the plane. I had no way of reaching you until we landed. So in any case, that was the first thing. And then we had to go through Japan's, you know, version of TSA, which was, I guess I did not fill out all the forms that I needed to in order to enter the country. So I had to go through that. Thanks, Amanda. To make sure that, you know, I'm not coming there for like illegal stuff and other things. Cause, you know, they have you sign document and paperwork and all that shit. And then on top of that, they capture your face. So like when you enter the country, they take your face and your fingerprint. They have your DNA in their system, basically. They have a visual of who you are in the system as soon as you enter that country. They're like, listen, you come here and break any kind of laws or any kind of shit like that, yeah, we got you. we got your ass. Yep, they won't give it back until you leave. They will not. They said, you stand in front of this camera, let us look at you, and then also give me your fingerprint. Let me get your prints. So that way, if you end up being a criminal, we got you on file. You cannot leave the country, and we'll also tell the US on you about like all your crimes. You can't do that. You cannot do that. So all of us had to go through that process. And then on top of that, after you fill out the paperwork and they take like your photo, they give you a letter, and it's a designated letter that tells you like what line you're supposed to hop in to, again, give your face one more time. So that way they can say, okay, you can enter the country. So most of us got through it. But then two people who shall remain nameless, because one, I'm not doxing my friends anyway, but two people did not remember their letter, and they had to fill out the paperwork because you could do it digitally online. But the other one was like, you had to like go there and like fill out the forms right there. And I was about to fill out the forms if I couldn't get it on like digitally, which would have taken longer. But like at the same time, I was just like, I just want to get through this. I just want to enter the country. I'm not going to commit any crimes. Like, don't look at me. I'm not here to like cause chaos and shenanigans in a foreign country. In the US, by all means. But in a foreign country, absolutely not. That's not what I'm here for. So luckily, we got through it after spending roughly about like, I want to say like maybe an hour, if not 45 minutes at the airport. So we got through that. That was the first part. We got through probably one of the hardest parts of entering the country. The second part was the fun thing that most people who have been to Japan warned me about, which was the train stations. The train stations. So, yeah, that was fun. That was fun figuring out the train stations, because we had to figure that out just to get to our hotel. Yes, indeed. So, first off, if you ever go to Japan, just understand you're gonna rely very heavily on what is called an IC card. And what an IC card is what you use to enter and exit train stations there. Luckily, because I'm a filthy Apple user, because that's what I'm using to track my model right now, you can just add like a Suica or like a Pasmo card to your Apple Wallet and just use that to scan to get through like the train stations. But if you do not have that and you have some other phone, unfortunately, you you don't have the technology to do that, which sucks. But you get a physical card that you can purchase and reload money to, like a Dave and Buster's card. It's like a Dave and Buster's cards. They're like one of those other, like, you know, gaming facility cards, like Round 1, something like that. And you use that to really reload money onto just to get through the train stations. So a lot of my friends had to do that. I just had Suica and I just reloaded on my phone just to try and like get through, because I was just like, I'm not dealing with the chaoticness of this train station. I want this to be easy peasy and get through this shit as quick as possible. But yeah, once we got through that headache of trying to figure out what to add onto the card and get through, yes, like a Metro card in NYC. I've never been to New York. I'm sorry. I'm a filthy, you know, non-New Yorker visitor. One day though, probably relatively soon, I will visit there. But yes, it's like a Metro card for that. Or like, I've never taken MARTA, but like it probably be like the equivalent here, where it's just like, no, I take that back. I have taken MARTA. I lie. I lie. I've definitely taken MARTA. It's just been like years, but it'd be the equivalent of just like getting a Metro card to like take the train stations like here, or bus stations here. So you keep that on you at all times, because that is going to be the key thing that you're going to be using to navigate around. So also, hi, Ayoku, welcome in. Chicago area has Ventra cards. Nice. Grab the snack, Amanda. Take your time. We will be here for a while. But yeah, so we got our cards, and then we had to figure out what actual exit we had to take, like which train station would lead us to our hotel. And so that also took a lot, because remember, we're having to rely on Japanese maps, like, and also like Google Maps, because that's another thing. Google Maps is your best friend. Google Maps is your best friend. Say it with me now. Google Maps is your best friend. That is your best friend. If you go to Japan, you make sure you have Google Maps on your phone. That is going to be your best friend with getting around to different areas in Japan. So, especially if you're not, you know, familiar with like the different characters and stuff like that, and where to take, because that is what we heavily relied on. Just to make sure that we got onto the right train, didn't get overcharged out the ass, when it came to like going from one station to the next, because it's not just one train that you ride. There's like multiple that you have to take just to get from one place to the next. So there is that. Yeah. And it also tells you, like, you know, what stops, what numbers, how long it will take, and then also the amount of yen that you'll need to have on hand for your Suica card or your Pasmo card or whatever IC card that you choose to have to use those. If you're talking about the Shinkansen, I did not TIFF, but my friend did. That is an expensive one. I had no reason to take the Shinkansen, but my friend did, which we will also get into that. Thanks for the tip. Is you're far from fluent in Japan, so that's gonna be fun. Yeah, these are things that I wish that people told me before I went, because like a lot of it I learned from my friends, but also like my coworkers, because like a lot of my coworkers have gone to Japan, and one of them was very excited to learn that I was going to Japan, because they were just like, oh, you gotta go here, you gotta do that, and then you also have to like do this other thing. So I was just like, okay, I got a little knowledge as to what to like prepare for, but that was one of the things. The other fucking thing, once we figured out the train stations, which I wish somebody told me, but at the same time I would not have the time to prep mentally and physically for when it came to this trip is the amount of fucking walking you're going to do in that country. Unless you are a rich bitch, you're going to be walking literally everywhere, taking the trains everywhere. There's so much walking and trains, and the worst of it is the stairs. The worst of it is the stairs. At certain train stations, stairs are going to be your number one enemy, especially when it goes up 3+ flights. It's different if it's just one, but 3+ flights of stairs is pure fucking pain on so many levels in so many areas in that country. I kid you not. It's so much. And it did not help when we arrived. It was raining. It was raining. So not only did we have to take the train, but we had to walk to our hotel soaking wet in the rain with our luggage to our hotel. So, yeah. And mind you, again, we had to take stairs. We took stairs with our luggage. We took stairs with our luggage because we didn't know where the escalators and elevators were. So we were just like, oh God, a flight of stairs. Oh no. Guess we'll just have to, like, you know, carry our heavy ass luggage. And I felt bad for the folks who had like two, because I'm just like, yeah, I'm just rocking the one, and like, because I had like my backpack, like my mini backpack that I used as like a purse to like get around. And then I also had my Twitch creator bag, because the Twitch creator clubs gave a lot of the founding members or the advisors Twitch bags. So that was the first time I used that bag and made perfect use of it. And then my roller luggage, which again, lugging that shit up and down stairs was not on my bingo card, but I had to get used to it because I wanted to get to the fucking hotel as quick as possible, especially in the rain. So you can see how I probably started to get sick, because day fucking one landing in the country, it's already raining. We're already spending a lot of time outside in the rain, in the cold, trying to walk to our hotel. So there was that. There was that. So we finally get to our hotel after crossing multiple things. And then also, we were told that our hotel was somewhat in a sketchy part of Japan. And by sketchy, I mean the person who went to Japan the last time with the person, one of our friends who recommended the hotel, was just like, yeah, you're gonna pass hookers on the street. And I'm just like, it's surely not that bad, right? It's surely not that bad. No, it's surely that bad, because anytime you come across like the evening hours, you're gonna see them hookers on the street. So, yeah. Yeah, that was fun. That was fun, especially when some of my friends got approached by them, the male ones anyway, which we'll also get into, because they definitely came after them when they tried to go for like breakfast in the wee hours, and they were just like, yeah. That was not on their bingo card, so yeah. But it is what it is. So, but we get to our hotel. The folks at the desk were very nice. They even offered us drinks, like free drinks that you could take when you first get there, as well as a drink ticket to get when you leave, or like sometime, you know, during your trip. So it was valid for the like duration that we were going to spend at the hotel, pretty much. So as much as I wanted a drink, I was just like, I'm over it. I just want to go to my room and lay on my bed and like just crash out, which is why we have this picture on screen right now. You're so happy to able to go to Japan. Was a vacation for a business. It was for vacation, Bat Mouse. Oh yeah, so I guess I should say this. So we've been planning for Japan for a while. We've been planning for Japan. So like those who are new here, like my friends and I take trips like pretty much every so often, not every year. Absolutely not. We're not rich. We are not rich. But I do have like a friend or two friends who are a couple who they travel a lot, and I mean a lot. Like they go on a lot of trips without us to like various places. Japan was one of those things that they already been to, so like we were already with them. They already were familiar with like the country and like certain routes and stuff like that. And then another friend of ours who was also joined us on the trip went with their partner to Japan not too long ago, which is why we knew, like, luckily had a good hotel to sort of like pick from, as well as like get around relatively easily, because they've been to the country before and we're just like, oh yeah, you can just do this, that, and the other. And we were just kind of like, a lot of us were just kind of like learning to get our way around. At least I was anyway. But very nice overall. But yeah, we've been planning this trip, I think, like since like last year sometime. So we already had like most of the stuff, like dates and everything else. And I actually like nudged them on the date because I wanted to go a certain week, which was the week that I went, which was right after my birthday. And not really for my birthday trip, but also it was like, it would be the perfect birthday present for me to a degree, but also for like the other folks that we went with, because like literally every black woman that went on this trip, myself included, all had birthdays roughly about like a week apart. So like my homegirl had her birthday the week before mine. My birthday was on my debut. And then the couple's wife's birthday was the following like week after that. So it's just like, yeah. All the black women's birthday. This is our birthday trip. We get to go to Japan for our birthdays. So yeah. It was great. It was great. But yeah, I nudged them on the date to move it up to the week that we went instead of like peak cherry blossom time, because I know a lot of people went during that time, but there was a reason. There's a reason, and we'll get into that later. We will get into that later. But yeah, I was very happy because that this was our next trip, because we already went to Canada, Maui, and then my friends went to Germany and Switzerland. I couldn't go because I had lost my job at the time, so like I had no funds to sort of like fund that trip. But since I'm employed once more, I could go to the Japan trip. So that was the one trip that I was not going to miss. Even if I lost my job, I was going to find some way of like getting finances to get to Japan, because that's the one thing on my bucket list that I was just like, I have to go to this country. I have to. I just want to see the culture. I just want to see the people. I just want to taste the food, because I see so much about it. And I'm just like, I want to experience the things. But one day I'll get to the UK again. One day. You think what you would do is you would have liked to have a bag filled with all the clothes you're going to wear. So however long you have a lick on your back, whatever you bring, mostly just empty suitcase so you can have enough stuff. Yeah, and so Jasmine, that's exactly what my homegirl was thinking of. So she got a, she invested in a, one of those like vacuum seal bag things. So basically she took her clothes and everything else. There she is. And just vacuum sealed it. Just so that way she had enough space to not have to invest in another like suitcase to pack things. And it worked out. It worked out really well. For me, I was just like, nah, I'm bringing back a suitcase. I'm not paying to bring one, but I will pay extra to bring one home. Best believe. I was already prepared. I was just like, no, I'm buying a suitcase here. I'm buying a suitcase here specifically for souvenirs. They're coming home with me. They're coming home with me. Only reason you was able to bring the plush back. Yep. And best believe, if, and I'm kind of glad I didn't impulse buy, but if I impulse bought, I was gonna find a way to bring that gigantic chikorita I came across home, which we'll also get into. Yes, I came across a gigantic chikorita plush. I wanted it. I wanted the baby. I wanted, didn't impulse, but listen, Listen, I wanted that baby so bad. I wanted that baby so bad. I wanted it so bad. But I had to literally talk myself out of it. It's just like, am I gonna really use this plush? Where's this plush gonna be in my home? How much use will I get in this plush? So yeah, no, I was just like, no. I can't get this. I can't get this. I have to compromise. Which I did compromise, because I did bring Chikorita home. It's just not the big Chikorita. So you're stronger than me. You would have caved and dropped like $300. I'm not gonna even talk about how much money I dropped in Japan. I'm not gonna even discuss that. Between the train rides and souvenirs, I'm not gonna even discuss that. We cannot talk about this. I'm not exposing myself. I refuse. I refuse. But yeah, this is our hotel once we got here. As you can see, yeah, there's not much space. There's not much space between the bed and the wall and the TV and stuff. So, yeah, prepare for that. Prepare for that. Just understand a lot of space gets taken away in a lot of the rooms, because like we looked at several hotels and several rooms, and yeah, this was that. Funny enough, that's bigger than that's bigger than the room you had. Press putting people's luggage on blast. Listen, my luggage is also going to be on blast too. My luggage is also going to be on blast, because there it is. Oh, hold up, let me move. But you can see we were in the rain, because that's my bag. That's my bag right there. You see that? You see that bag? You see all that mildew, that wetness? Yeah, that's how soaked we were. That's how fucking soaked we were. It was wet outside. It was wet. It was wet. Now my shawl, now they're gonna think you're old. I promise you, Amanda is not old. Amanda is not old. Also, this is the shower. I failed to take a picture of like the bathroom. I forgot to do that. But I will go back and show you what you see. What you see? You know, that's my bed right there. That's my bed right there, and that's to the shower. So where you see my friend, you see where my friend is? You see how you can clearly see pretty much what they're wearing and everything else? Yeah, that's the shower. That's a window directly into the shower. That's a window directly into the shower. So when I say that, you know, our hotel was pretty much kind of in the sketchy part, I also mean like I really do feel like it was a love adjacent hotel. It wasn't a love hotel, but it was a love adjacent hotel. Because funny story, when my friend who you know, booked the room for us, yeah, they looked and they were just like, oh, you and this other guy, which was one of my male friends, are rooming together when he was booking his. And I was like, no, I'm rooming with her. And they gave me a look that's just like, y'all are rooming together? Which, by the way, if you did not know, there are certain love hotels where they don't really allow like same-sex people in the same room. They don't support that. It's not everywhere, but there are a lot of places like that. And I learned that from y'all did not hear this from me. You did not hear this from me. But I do watch Sea Dog VA. No, I don't. And some of the stuff that I've seen him and Chris when they tried their love hotel things, yeah, they got turned away. So when I saw that, I was like, oh, okay, I understand. So even though this wasn't the love hotel that we were staying in, it kind of felt that way, because I felt like they thought that we might have been a couple, and I'm just like, no, it's literally just my friend. Like, we ain't doing nothing intimate like that. That's not what we're here for. We're literally here for vacation. That's it. So yeah, so that was that. But yeah, you could see everything in there. So yeah, for the most part, my friend just kind of just said, yeah, I'm just showering in the dark. Which I don't blame her, because I'm like, yeah, yep, you can see everything in there. You can see everything in there. Privacy was an afterthought. Yes, it was. It was either this or like some of the hotels where they had literally a shower curtain and nothing else. No door, no nothing. It was just like a curtain that just kind of like covered your ass. So you had either full dedicated room with, you know, teaser window like this, or just basically room with curtain. So that was that. That was that. But in any case, that was our room. That was our room. Moving on to the streets. Oh shit. See, I knew I forgot something. I gotta pull up my little document, because I literally went through and made like a whole itinerary so that way I wouldn't forget like things to talk about and where we were. Hold up. Nope, that's not the right one, Blaze. That's not the right one. This is the right one. There you go. There you go. But yeah, we got all moved in pretty quickly. Some of us got our drinks, and then afterwards we headed to Akihabara. So that was our first stop. And mind you, we had a full itinerary.
Pizza, but you stay hot and ready. And to that I say thank you.
Hi, Dio. Welcome in. And also thank you for the warm welcome back. So I appreciate it. Your hotel room had a bathroom door with a window like that, but it was a bit more See, you lucked out, Brass. You lucked out. Ours was not frosted. It's the fact that, mind you, I will say I did have blue hair while I was in Japan, which I got a lot of praise for by some of the locals, because they were just like, oh, I like your blue hair, this, that, and the other. And there's some stories that I gotta tell about that as well, because I'll put it this way, if y'all were here when I talked about my trip from Maui, I had another Maui incident. With my blue hair. So yeah. all the bathrooms were chef kiss. So I will say I am now team bidet. I am now team bidet. Did they start? Yes, I had two older people. Like, so in Maui, I had an older gentleman. And Amanda was there. She witnessed it. Where I was just minding my business, sipping on one of my cocktail drinks. And an older man came by and was just like, oh, I just love your hair. And he immediately started putting his hands in my hair. And I'm just like, I'm manifesting all the control in the world to not take this man and flip him over the table and yeet him to the sea because your hands are in my fucking hair. One thing that you do not do to a black girl's hair is touch their fucking hair. Say it with me now. Do not touch a black girl's hair. Do not touch a black girl's hair. Do never touch a black girl's hair. We are not a dog. We are not a pet. We are not a fucking hamster. Do not touch a black girl's hair. You never put your hands in a sister's hair. Exactly what Bento just said. That happened to me in Maui. And the same fucking thing happened to me in Japan while I was waiting for food, and an older woman, bless her fucking soul, touched the ends of my passion twist and was just like, I love your blue hair. I'm like, ma'am, I'm about to knock your teeth out your face. But I'm in another country and I cannot afford to go to jail and not go back to US soil. So please move along. Please move along. Please move along. I'm trying not to bring out the horns in the dragon. Please move along. So, yeah, do not touch a black girl's hair. Do not touch a black girl's hair. Do not do that. That is the quickest way you can, like, make them very volatile and enraged on so many levels. So, yeah. Also, the fact that they gave you a look because they thought you might be a woman with a kind of screams. Uh-huh. Yep, exactly, Jasmine. Exactly. I don't know, Batmouse. I don't know. I'm just like, please leave my hair alone. Please leave my hair alone. Just don't touch me. Don't touch me at all. Like, I'm kind of glad, like, I wasn't, like, granted, I installed Passion Twist in my natural hair. I did it for Maui and I did it for this trip. So, it was, like, you know, the fake crochet hair. But at the same time, if it was my natural hair, I would have been even more mad. More fucking mad. Like, just, oh God, get your greasy hands out my fucking hair, out my roots. Don't touch me. Do not touch me. You didn't even hear either story. You knew it was going, yep. Now, I did have some people, like, again, there are people that I've come across where all they did was just compliment my hair and they never touch my hair. And I'm just like, thank you. Respectful, but it's always the older generation. It's always the older generation that they just want to touch my fucking hair. And I'm like, get your hands out my hair. Young people, I normally don't have that issue with. But older people, it's just like, they just want to play in my hair. And I'm just like, oh, I want to chop off your hands. Oh. But yeah, in any case, we went to Akihabara. So we spent most of our time pretty much just like walking the streets and checking out like the game station that was here. So like places where you could like play like Dance Dance Revolution, the little cube tapping game, Mario Kart, all that stuff. I didn't really take too many photos of that because I've been to like areas in the US that's kind of like that, and also conventions where they have like a dedicated like gaming area. So I'm like, this is nothing new. But these are just some of the sites from like Akihabara. It was very nice. And then also my store, which we'll talk about. I'm not gonna point out which store it is, but well, actually no, you can see my mouse. But this store where I buy all my things. But we did go to a maid cafe. We could not take pictures in there. You were there, so that's another thing that I want y'all to be very aware of in Japan. Certain areas, you are not allowed to take photos. The maid cafe was one of those. Yes, you either have to ask or either pay attention to the signs, because they'll have signs that say like have like a slash through the camera, and you can't take photos. Oh, I took some photos too, Amanda. I took some, not of the people, but I did definitely take some photos in there, which you'll see. But because we could take pictures of like the food and stuff like that. That was fine. But this was like the omu rice and the color changing drink that I got there. Very nice, lovely folks. It was my first time being in a maid cafe. And it was just basically maybe kind of how you think, where it's just like a lot of women in like maid uniforms. Very sweet, very high energy, very like pew pew kawaii. And I mean that literally with a high pitched voice and everything. I mean just like that. Because they had us like do like the heart guns and everything else in there, and just kind of like very hyper interactive. And you could take pictures, like photos with the maids. You had to pay for that, but you did have to, you know, you could interact with the maids that way. So see, when you go there, you want to go to a butler cafe, you want to go to, listen, I want to go to the butler cafe, and one that I really wish my friends would let me go to. But we didn't have time, most likely, and two, I'm pretty sure my friends would judge me heavily. I wanted to go to the Muscle Girls Cafe that Zaina Bear went to, because when I saw that, I was like, oh, I want to go there. I want to go there. I want to pick a night where we could go there. But between the murder on my feet and then also the time that we had spent going to like several other places in Japan, we just simply did not have time. But yes, I want to go to the Muscle Girl Cafe so bad. So future plans to go there at a later date. But yeah. I would have loved to go there. You love to try the food in Japan, but you would hate all the walking in the steps. Oh, Jasmine, yes. Jasmine, yes! Yes. That is literally the mentality that me and Amanda had. There was a lot of stairs, there was a lot of standing, there was a lot of walking. There's a lot of pain on my feet that I'm still recovering from, because my heel is still throbbing. I'm not even joking. My heel is still throbbing. I've been in the US since Wednesday. My heel is still throbbing from all the walking and stair climbing that we did, and standing around and waiting, which again, we will get to, because there were some places that I literally have deemed hell on earth because of how much standing and walking around I did. So, yes. 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 Yo, the Butler cafes have tail cup. Yes. So real easy. So real. I hope so too, because I would love that.
Let's give him a little taste
Oh,
of the
who's that? It's Crow. I saw you earlier. Hi, Crow. You did not see that intro, but hi, Crow. And yes, Blaze's Bizarre Japan Nerd Adventure. Were you not wearing comfortable shoes, Blaze? No, I were. I had 2 pairs. So the thing is, I had 2 pairs of running and walking shoes with me. I had Hoka's that I purchased right before the trip, which I already had been walking in and had no issues with. And then I also had another pair of hiking sneakers that I bought like years ago when I did a lot of hiking on Stone Mountain. And yes, I did a lot of hiking up Stone Mountain. Never had issues with those shoes. They're the most comfortable shoes that I've ever had whenever I did a lot of hiking. In Japan, that's a different fucking story. When you've been on your feet from basically 5 a.m. in the morning all the way to like 8 p.m. at night. I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking. Over 12 hours of walking and climbing stairs and standing, and maybe as a treat, getting a seat, getting to sit. So yeah, what was your total step count after the trip? Oh, it was a lot. I'll put it this way. I was averaging 15 to 20K a day. 15K to 20K a day. I think my highest step count was 22,000, and then the amount of flights that I climbed stairwise was 18. Amanda did more than me. Amanda did more, and I'm so fucking proud of her. Cause Amanda did so much more. Yeah. And I spoke to another friend who went to Japan relatively recently, and they averaged about the same time. So I was just like, okay, so this is the norm. Great. Good to know. I'm not proud of myself. Listen, you were a trooper, Amanda. You were a trooper because you and one of our other friends hit those numbers. 22 was, I think, my highest, but I couldn't tell you what happened on Tuesday because my watch was in my bag and I wasn't wearing it on my wrist. So I might have done more steps between us traveling from the airport to our hotel and doing some stuff in Akihabara. So yeah, no. The 18 flights of stairs killed me. Like the day that I did 18 flights of stairs fucking murdered my feet and my mentality and my physical self. Like I just hated life. I wanted no one to speak to me. I wanted to rest. I wanted nothing to happen because I was just like, I'm over this. I'm over this shit. This is a lot. This is a lot just to go places. If you're allowed to take it at your own pace, you'll be fine. Yes, exactly. Yeah. The thing about this is like, also, some of y'all may know I'm short. So understand, I'm having to match average people's walk speed as well as tall people's walk speed. Because we do have one tall person, which funnily enough, acted as our guide. Because anytime one of us got lost from the group, we either just look for his head or his umbrella. He was literally the one person in our group that was just tall enough to where if we got fucking lost, all we had to look for was the tall nigger. That's all we had to do. That's literally all we had to do is just look for him and just be like, there he is. There's the group. At least he didn't need to wear a hat with a flag on it. So here's the thing. His umbrella was so unique that even in the sea of umbrellas on the days that it rained, we could always pinpoint where he was because his umbrella was blue. It had like top hat wearing individuals, like a very polished, like, good day, madam, you know, facial icons on his umbrella. So it was just like, oh, well, I see our friend's umbrella right there. There he is. And then on top of that, even more so, he was the only person from our friend group that got captured at a particular event that I'll get into in the later portion of my yapathon. On social media. Because I'm just like, oh, I'm so glad I wasn't captured on socials. I'm so glad I dodged that bullet because I didn't need people seeing me at that event. But they got captured there. Oh, which by the way, Amanda, he asked me for that link. he asked me for that link earlier today. I was just like, yep. Share it with the friends. Share it with the world. I'm just like, yeah, you got put on blast, my guy. And I think it was on an idols page too. So it was even more funny. So it's just like, not only did the place that typically promotes the event, but one of the idols photos captured you. So good job, my guy. Good job. Yes, that event, Savvy. I'm just like, yep. Good job. Reminds you of your BMT days when we had to do formations and one guy who was 7 feet tall always told you where you need to go. Yeah, see? All you gotta do is just look for the most obvious person. You might as well get ahead of it. Yep. But yeah, this was the May Cafe. The food was good. This was omu rice with chicken nuggets, and my god, the veggies were delicious. I know y'all are probably listening to me and just being like, Blaze, why do you like veggies? Well, first off, I used to be vegan for quite some time. And then secondly, I love veggies in general, with the exception of a few. So when I bit into like most of those were just like, delicious. Because I think like the white thing that you see here, that's potato salad. But that tomato was juicy as shit. It was so good. You don't actually know what event you're referring to, but you're nodding your head. Yeah, I will explain. I will explain much later, Ayoku. I'll explain much later, because a lot of the folks who I talked to about my Japan trip, I'm very glad not a single person that I spoke to was just like, hey, Blaze, are you gonna go too? And I'm just like, good. I'm glad you don't know of this event. I'm glad you didn't ask me about this event, including my coworkers. Because I refuse to tell my coworkers. I refuse to. Even though they were asking me about like other things, I'm just like, no. Y'all are cool and all, but no. No, my alerts aren't working. Wait, did I turn it off? I probably turned it off. Damn it. I did it again. I'm a failure. Matron, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in, Raiders. Hi, if you don't know me, I'm Blaze at Midnight, your casual giant queen VTuber here on Twitch. And we are talking about my trip to Japan. I did a trip to Japan immediately after my debut.
You need to leave.
I know, Ty. Thank you. Tell me to leave again. I'll go home. I'm sorry I wasted y'all's time. Bye, everybody. Good luck. I'm back, bitch. Oh my gosh.
Motivated.
Lord have mercy. Did you get to see now closed Sega World in Akihabara when you were there? I don't think so, Dio. I don't think so. I can't. Yeah, I don't think we did. I do not think we did. We did pass by a Sega store, but I don't think we went to Sega World in Akihabara. Or at least it wasn't on the roster. But we did go to several other places in Akihabara. So, but welcome in. How are you, Matron? It's been a long time, yes. It's been a long time. I'm so glad to see you, friend. I'm so glad to see you. I saw one of your notifications come across my phone earlier today in Discord, and I was just like, oh my god, it's been forever since I spoke to Matron. I hope they're doing well. So And I really do mean that. Like, I really hope you are doing well. So it's always good to see you, friend. But thank you. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. But as always, those coming in from the raid, if you're tired, hungry, need to take care of some other things, please feel free to do so. Your mental and physical health comes first. Do some stream aftercare. I'm not going to play the raid video because I'm already sick. I'm already not feeling all that well. You will hear me cough on occasion because I'm still trying to get the rest of this nasty congestion and gunk out my system. And also, I don't want this to turn into another 9-hour stream of me yapping like debut day. I'm still mad that it took me 9 fucking hours to get through all of debut. Because I could not shut up. And I had to pack for Japan. Like, I had already planned on being like, okay, after I do like 6 hours, I'm gonna, spend the rest of my day like eating dinner and packing. And that did not happen. I crashed and spent most of my packing that Sunday, which I was in a panic and a rush because I was like, please do not let me forget anything. Ugh. It was like 2 months of catching up. Yep, it really was. Busy with the kiddos as always. Take care. You're gonna get some food. Yes, enjoy the food. And thank you for sharing your community with me. I really do appreciate it. Debut was a nice marathon stream. It really was. And I hope it lasted y'all for my time being away because I know it had been a minute. But I'm coming back to regular streams. I will say that. I am announcing that I am coming back to where y'all get to see more of me.
I don't want peace. I want problems, always.
Salem, you've been here. You have been here. And if not, then I'm sorry, I'm Delulu. I'm still sick. So I'm just gonna say that you've been here since the beginning. So there's that. But you didn't miss much outside of us walking in the rain, dealing with train station shenanigans, and then me talking about how our hotel was on a street with hookers. Yes, we were in the area where there were hookers on the streets and hostess club folks, like, same sort of shit that you see in Yakuza. Yeah, that was literally us. And I'm not gonna lie, there were some areas that I was looking around in Japan and I was just like, oh, I recognize that area. I've seen that in Yakuza. I've seen that in Yakuza or Persona 5. And what's even funny is like when my coworkers were asking me like how my Japan trip was and I shared like some photos with them, they were just like, man, it feels like you're describing like Persona and Yakuza right now. I'm like, tell me you're a nerd without telling me you're a nerd. I work with a whole bunch of nerds, just FYI. I work with a whole bunch of like gaming anime nerds, so they know all the references when it comes to like anime and gaming and like music and other stuff. They are just like, we're from the same generational era, so like they know of like Naruto and all that stuff. So yes, the Night Walkers. You definitely just woke up from that because your body rebelled. It's okay, mine did too, Salem. I literally woke up at like 7 today, I think. And then I passed out for an hour, and then I woke up again, and then I passed out for longer, and I basically slept all the way till like 2 p.m. No lie. No lie, because I don't know if it's my body fighting off my illness in combination with jet lag, like delayed jet lag. So, because like usually around like this time would be the time that I would be asleep or just getting up. Because right now it's 6 a.m. in Japan. Yeah, I'm going to be doing that for a while. I did the same thing when I came back from Maui where it's just like, I'm just doing the calculations in my head as to what time zone it would be. And right now it's Sunday in Japan. Sunday at 5 a.m. 6 a.m. Sorry, 6 a.m. So. Oh. That's right. Yeah, that's right. We love Majima in this house, which, by the way, I did get some Majima merch. That should not surprise you. Should not surprise you. I did get Majima merch. I needed it. But in any case, after spending some time in Akihabara, I did get tired because, again, we just got to the hotel. We just unpacked our luggage. We just, endured a 14-hour flight. We did not sleep. So I was exhausted. My friends wanted to continue to go out and just basically do other fuck shit in Akihabara. I'm just like, I want to go back to bed and sleep. I'm tired. I'm an old lady. I'm an ancient dragon. Let me sleep. So yes, I did get kombini food. I did get the infamous egg salad. So yes, I wanted to try both of these because I will say I follow a lot of Japan Eat, and if you don't know who Japan Eat is, he does a lot of like shorts on like different not only convenience store food, but like hole in the wall places or like local spots in Japan, typically like in Tokyo, Japan, or Kobe, Japan, or like Osaka. Like he goes like all over like Japan to just try different foods, and like on occasion he'll try like, you know, the popular thing that everyone's just like, oh my god, you gotta go to like this really hot spot in Japan, and da 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 da. And he'll break like, you know, the thing of just like, oh, is this the place that you should really go to, or if it's just like something that's just like average and just overhyped up. So I appreciate a lot of his reviews, and I live through him because, like, you know, I don't live in Japan, but I do live through a lot of the food that he does. You saw a Japanese take on the US diner and looked pretty cool. But yeah, you got a short from that guy today. I watch his shit, like, I watch his shit religiously. Like, they fall on my timeline on a daily basis. So I look forward to his drops, like, around the time that I'm about to go to bed. So I'm just like, oh, what's today's Japan Eat short today? Let me see. And he's either talking about like some sort of like convenience store food or some like local hotspot with like delicious ramen or something. So yeah. You can never sleep on them long hauls, but also 14 hours are pretty good for a Japan flight. Yes. What is now this name? What is this name? What is this name? How dare? What is this name? What is this name? You know what? I'm doing it just for the culture. I'm doing it. Sorry.
I'm charging my impact right now.
Soon, I'll be at my full power to unleash my Genshin impact. You know, like a Genshin impact. Hi, Astro. Yes, perfect gift for you. Perfect gift for you. Speaking of which, I was so disappointed. So, spoiler alert, I was very sad I did not see a crumb of Tartaglia or Risley in Japan. I was so sad I did not see a crumb of Tartaglia and Risley in Japan. I was so fucking sad. I'm like, I need them. Like, give me an excuse to buy Genshin merch. They did not give me an excuse. I saw Lumine and I saw like some of the other lovely ladies from like Hoyoverse, but I did not see Tartaglia and Risley, and I was just like, I feel scammed. Any Raihan much? I did not see much Raihan. I will be honest, I did not. But I also had Raihan merch on me, to be fair, so I was just like, I'm not missing out, because I did have my plush. I did have my baby. With me on my trip. Yes, I did. Amanda stumbled across him when she should have minded her business. But yeah, I did have my actual legitimate like 4K plush of Raihan with me on the trip. So yeah. Also, hi Kai, welcome in and thank you. I appreciate it. I don't know why my sub alerts are not going off. Did I turn them off? Do I still have those turned off? I don't know what's going on, man. I just got back to stream. Let me see.
Hey, listen!
Is it because you wanted to do everything at once the last time? What's that? Oh, maybe. You know what? That probably is why. Hang on. Yep, that's why. Okay. There we go. They're on now. I forgot. I never turned them back on and mix it up. That's why. I never turned them back on and mix it up. I did turn on the ones for Twitch, which... Not Twitch. Yeah, Twitch. So the raid one should work. And the stuff that I have and mix it up should work now. So... I just forgot, because again, I literally left for Japan after my debut. It was like, debut, pack, and then fly out to Japan. And don't tell a soul until I'm ready to come back, basically. So, I did not have time to, like, fix all the scuff after debut. I literally was just like, I need to just make sure I'm on this fucking flight to Japan. I need to make it here. So, that was it. Just how much money have you wasted on gacha games in your life? Ooh, that's a good question. I don't know in my whole life, but I can tell you how much that I probably spent within a month on gacha games, which would probably be like maybe 300. I don't usually go anywhere over that, but I do know some peers who are very much invested in gacha have spent up to 800, and I'm just like, I can't justify that. I cannot justify that. And I know some people are probably like wondering like, Blaze, but 300 is a lot. It's like, yeah, it is. But I also don't go above that limit. I do not. But $800 when I heard that shit, and mind you, I understand they get paid about the same amount as me. I'm just like, that's a lot on pixelated characters in a month. That's a lot. that's a lot. I don't want to spend that much on pixelated characters. Like, it's hard for me to justify that. It really is. It really is. And like I said, I do not blame y'all if y'all are judging me harshly about like 300, spending 300 in a month, but like 800 is just like, no, that I would rather spend that money on a PC. I would rather spend that money on like a new PC or like one of those like server boxes. Like, I am not spending that much on like pixelated characters. That's just too much. Because at some point you just have to say, yeah, no, this is not working. And I've done that a lot with Twisted Wonderland when I was playing that obsessively. Luckily, I've broken that curse, but Twisted Wonderland had one of the worst fucking odds relatively recently for me when I was trying to go for one character. One special character. So, it is what it is. You think the only gacha you played is Pokemon Masters? Pokemon Masters is relatively nice because I got Raihan on like one of my last free pools. And I was just like, oh, thank you. Thank you for giving me my husband. That's all I wanted in life. I just wanted a way to say hi to him. Every time I open the app, just be like, hi, Raihan! Hello! I love you! You think the most you spent on in his month is 500? And I can find that like even justifiable too, Ty. Anywhere beyond that is just like, all right, now you're pushing into really not giving a damn about sustainability and livability. Like, it's just, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Usually drop online games whenever you need to start paying because you're a cheap ass, but you spent an embarrassing amount of GTA Online on the... Listen, but GTA Online is like very goated. I'm not super into like GTA Online, but it's the way that so many people love that game and have like the best time of their lives in there. Hi, Prinny! Hello! Mwah! Hello, Prinny! Hello! I'm back. I'm back. Thank you. Also, I got sick. I think that is the trend now. Like, anytime anybody goes to Japan, you're just gonna get sick. My friends stayed healthy, but I was the one. I was the only one that managed to get sick. Which fucking sucked. But it was because that fucking weather, it was literally like a fucking light switch where it was like, it rained one day and then it didn't. And then it rained again, then it didn't. And then it rained again, and then it didn't. And then it got fucking cold, and then it got hot. And it's just like, will you please make up your fucking mind in terms of what kind of weather you want it to be in Japan today? And yes, you're right, Amanda. I need to take more vitamins. You told you Japan was basically like Seattle. Yes, it really fucking is. It really is, Prinny. Like, I'm just like, I just want one day where you just keep the weather consistent and not have it change and fluctuate so heavily to the point where it knocks my body out and kills my sinuses. Like, I was already fighting the pollen, and then you just said, no, fuck you and your sinuses. We're gonna go for your chest now. No! I wanna breathe! I wanna breathe. You felt like he was home, but in Japan, Georgia be like that too some days. Especially during like certain seasons where it's just like you expect cold weather and then all of a sudden it's hot and then it's cold again. And then it's hot and then it's cold again. It's just like, fuck you, Georgia. This is why I don't leave my home, because you can't make up your fucking mind in terms of what you want the weather to be. Like, I left the house wearing a sweater. And for whatever reason, you decided to go from 60 degrees to 90. Why? What was the reason? What were you trying to gain here? Are you trying to kill me? Please help me understand. It was 40 degrees last night. See, this is what I mean. Like, what the fuck? And now it's like 82. Like, what the fuck? Please just make up your mind. Make up your mind. Stop playing with me. You're killing my body. You're killing my body. You're killing my sinuses. Like, I can only tolerate so much. Stop it. You only got sick because of that dude on the... Oh, no. You had sick people on the plane, too. Man, the amount of folks who were coughing on our plane ride, Prinny, both to and from Japan, it's just like, all right, we're just guaranteed to get sick. I even had my mask. Like, when we flew in, I had my mask on the entire fucking time. Even walking in the fucking rain to our hotel. And I still get sick. I'm just like, I hate it here. I hate it here. Like, I knew I was gonna get sick as soon as I saw it raining. And us spending as much time as we did in the fucking rain. I'm just like, I'm so tired of you. I'm so tired of you, Mother Nature. I'm fighting you. Oh, it was so annoying. So very annoying. You learned your lesson when you tried to roll for Tartaglia. You will never spend money on a gacha. He says this when he tried to spend money on Bernie's. He's a liar. Oh my gosh. We must not let these companies to exploit us. We melanated siblings must stand together in solidarity against gambling. I'm with you there. I'm trying to break free of my habits with Genshin. Well, I kind of already did because I don't really play it all that much anymore. But I have to because I wanna see my scrungly orange-haired tangerine man. I need him. I need him for my health. So Florida weather, yes, Vice, because Florida is also that way. The South is just ass. It's just an ass region in the U.S. You're thankful you don't have spring allergies. You are so lucky, Prinny. So lucky. Oh man, it was so much. Still love Japan, but man, it murdered my sinuses. Ugh. Not killing your grass. Drew has a lot of peach orchards, which is really cool. You'd love to visit a peach orchard. I would love to visit one too. I don't think I've ever been here, and I'm a Georgia girly. I was born and raised here, but yeah, no. I need to go to one just so I can say I've been to one in my own state, because I know we are the peach state. I've had plenty of peaches here, like Georgia peaches here, but I've never been to an orchard. Thanks for not spreading those germs to mute, though. You're welcome, Amanda. You're welcome. You're so welcome. Is it okay to live in Georgia but hate peaches? Yes. It actually is. I will not condemn you for that because I know plenty of people who live in Georgia who hate peaches. Now, if you put sugar in your grits, I fucking hate you. If you live in Georgia and you put sugar in your grits, I fucking hate you. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with it? You were not raised that way. How dare you fucking put sugar in your fucking grits? You're the worse than the folks who like chitlins. You're worse than the folks who like chitlins. How dare you put sugar in your fucking grits? What the fuck is wrong with you? You're a sick individual. You're sick. Or put sugar in. You heard of war crime? I know plenty of people who do that and they live in Georgia and they're raised in the South and I'm just like, why? Why? That is in the North. Sugar and yes, Prinny. So Amanda, she took the Shinkansen and one of her ekibens had sugar in the eggs. Amanda was not happy. Amanda was not happy. Amanda was not happy. Amanda was not happy. Oh God. Yeah. Mind you, I was not there and I didn't get the chance to take the Shinkansen, but Amanda can tell you all her experience of the Shinkansen. He was about to flip that Shinkansen upside down. I don't blame you, because I would too. I'd be like, oh, my southern soul, what did you do? What did you do? Fix it right now. Your brain is killing you. Your flavor palette is screaming out in pain. We would have seen you on the news. Oh gosh, listen, I would find the bail money to bail Amanda out. It's okay. I would literally just like, and you know what? I would have like the perfect opportunity. I'd just be like, you know what? I'll just step outside my hotel. I'll step outside my hotel and just earn the money that way. Again, you know where our hotel is located. So I will just step outside the hotel and just work the streets and then find the money to bail Amanda out. Oh God. You bet child push. No, don't say that, Echo. Do not say that. It's the way that I love that Seribot does that. I love that Seribot does that. That's amazing. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Prinny. See, there goes the alerts. There they go. Yo, Prinny, thank you for the 22-month sub. I appreciate it. You had to get rid of those ads. I don't blame you. Ty! Although you see, I fixed the Twitch alerts. I fixed them. No, it's all good. I understand, Ty. Pop did amazing things with that beat. Which, by the way, if y'all did not know, that beat is a Genshin remix. It's the Leeway Battle theme remixed. So, done by the wonderful Pop No Tarts. Done by the wonderful Pop No Tarts. But thank you for the 5 gifted subs to... Ooh, child, I missed the names. Xenox, God of Oblivion and Renew. Evelyn Foe. Wonderlight VT. Oh, and Nia Nightshade. Nice. I appreciate it. Have a good stream and time zone blaze it. Thank you, Adeptus. Enjoy the rest of your day. And thank you for dropping by. Late response, but you may or may not have spring allergies, but you have a hard time digesting a lot of food. You have a condition where your body can't really digest beef. And you guess who has an iron deficiency? No, Pretty! No. Also, ironically, I didn't eat as much as I imagined during my Japan trip. My body just did not tell me I was hungry a lot. And I think that was just because like we were on the move so much and I was focused, and this typically is what happens with me in general. I'm just sorry. I don't know what to tell you. But a lot of the times when I'm focused or hyper focused or like moving a lot, typically my body just does not tell me that like, hey, you need to eat, versus being sort of sedentary and like I'm working, all of a sudden my stomach's like, oh, hey, you should probably put something on your stomach. You should probably do that. But climbing all them fucking stairs and everything else, I'm just like, nah, I don't need to eat. I can be fine. I don't need to eat. How'd your legs and feet feel at the end of each night? Pain, Prinny. Pain. There are some days in here that I will discuss where there was literally a day, and I can't remember if it was the 18 flight day or like the other day. Because I did go up like 18 flights of stairs one day. Don't ask me how I did that, but we did. And one of those days, my feet hurt so fucking bad to the point where I cried. My feet just literally died so bad to the point where I cried. And I was just like, yeah, I'm gonna be on this bed for a while. Because this is pure hell. This is pure fucking hell. I hate this. Great workout, but it was pure fucking hell. Oh my god. Your feet still haven't recovered completely. Listen, I was just telling chat earlier, Prinny, like my heel is still throbbing. My heel is still throbbing because there was a lot of points during our trip where all we did was just stand in one place. And it was typically because we were waiting for a line, like waiting in line or waiting for like an event to kick off before we did the thing. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of that. And that killed my feet, which is why it's just like, I tried my best to keep moving to prevent some of that. But even when I was moving, sometimes my arches were in fucking sheer hell. And it was just like, I hate it here. I hate it here. I will say I'm pretty sure I lost a lot of weight because there were times where I was running the street and I had to pull up my pants. I had to pull up my pants because I'm like, I'm not trying to show my entire dragon wagon on the streets of Tokyo, please. This is not what I'm trying to do. This is not what I'm trying to do. But a lot of my pants no longer fit and I'm just like, oh, okay. So this is what happened. This is what happened. I've literally climbed enough stairs and flights and walked everywhere to the point where it's just like, all right, well, these clothes don't fit me no more. All right, cool. Thanks. Thanks. You don't go on vacation to work out, honestly. Like, we were trying to, like, make the lights to certain things because you know how it is when it comes to, like, the crosswalks and other stuff. It's just, oh, it was so much. It was so much. You just thankful our hotel room had a big soaking tub and provided us with oh, that is so nice. See, I didn't get a chance to soak until I got home because I have like a whole garden tub in my bedroom. We just had the shower, which, oh, by the way, so Prenny, this was our room. This was our room. Cause we went to the Boxy and this was our room. This was our room. This was our hotel room. This was our hotel room. And then even more so, like I was showing chat, it wasn't a love hotel, but it felt like a love hotel adjacent because of this piece where you could literally see into the shower. You could literally see into the shower. You could see everything. You could see everything. As you can see, this is my friend. This is Amanda, literally standing behind in the shower. So, yes. You have a video of mine. You can send it on Discord. Yes. Yes. I will take a peek of that. Also, hi, ooh la la. Yeah, so anytime we took a shower, yeah, there was this. And that's what happened, like, the first night. Like, Amanda could see, because, mind you, I had blue hair. I had blue hair, so you could literally see me lift my blue hair when I was taking a shower. And this is why Amanda took dark showers. Like, she took showers in the dark. And I don't blame her, because this was literally right by my bed. And I'm just like, listen, I know we besties, but not like this. Not like this. Oh my God. This is why I was just like, yeah, this is definitely giving like love hotel adjacent vibes. It's not a love hotel, but it definitely feels like it's a love hotel. So, you heard the crack of dawn. Now introducing the Midnight Crescent, please. Oh my gosh. But yeah, we did hit up the convenience store. I love the egg salad. I hated this one with the chicken and the teriyaki sauce. And Japan Eat warned me. Japan Eat warned me because he tried this one. And I was just like, it can't be that bad. And I bit into this shit and I was just like, it tastes like fucking disgusting egg salad with frozen ass chicken. What the hell is this garbage? What is this? It was just a travesty. I was so upset. I was so upset at this chicken one because I was like, this is gonna hit. I love teriyaki chicken. This one just made me sad. Did you get the 7-Eleven pancake? I missed those, but I did get a 7-Eleven curry bun. I did get that, and I'm still daydreaming about that fucking curry bun. Because we have a place called Sweet Hut here in Georgia, and they do curry buns. 7-Eleven beats out Sweet Hut so fucking bad. I'm never going to be able to have a curry bun at Sweet Hut and not think, oh man, this is just bland and boring. They've ruined Sweet Hut's curry buns for me. They've ruined Sweet Hut's curry buns for me. Because I'm going to continuously think about that 7-Eleven curry bun that was just so delicious. The morning that I had it, I was just like, oh my God. How can I tongue this hole even harder than I am right now? I just want to tongue this curry bun harder than I'm doing right now. Because it's so delicious. It's so fucking delicious. I'm so sad. You also got to try yes. So I finally did also try the different chickens, the different convenience store chickens. Which, by the way, the clip command is down right now. I'm making you manually clip things. I'm making you manually clip things. I'll turn it on maybe next stream, but I'm making y'all manually clip things. But yeah, when I had that curry bun, I was just like, oh God. But yeah, I did try the Battle of the Chickens because that was another thing that I learned from Japan Eats, where it's just like, I think Japan Eat favors Fami chicken over Lawson's, if I remember correctly. And so I was just like, okay, so I'm gonna try Lawson's one day, I'm gonna try Fami chicken one day, and then I also tried 7-Eleven one day. And honestly, I could vibe with like Fami chicken or Lawson's. Both were really good for me. 7-Eleven was okay, but I think the chicken that I had at 7-Eleven, half of it was a bit fatty to me, but the other one was just like, yes, this is delicious. But yeah, I really love Fami chicken. It's like the best according to most reviews. I could go for both. Fami Chicky was really good, and Lawson's was, You don't think you got to try Lawson's? Lawson's was good. That was like the first chicken that I had. And that was, the day that we went to, the Ghibli Museum. Because I missed breakfast. So I was just like, I'm just going to get an egg sandwich and a Lawson's chicken. And that slapped so hard. But it could have been just because I was hungry. And like, I just needed breakfast for the day. But, oh, how was the Ghibli Museum? You're so sad you missed out on tickets. It was great. It was so great. I wish I could take pictures on the inside, but they ban you from taking pictures on the inside, which, again, we will get to because I got photos around the outer portions of it. But the inside, like, I highly recommend if you ever get the chance to do it again, Prinny, definitely go for those tickets because I know it's fucking hard to get those tickets because like between the 6 of us, only one of us got a number low enough to snag those tickets. Every single one of us, I think we had like maybe in the 70s or 80k plus in the queue. So it was kind of a fight for our fucking lives. And like the one person who was ironically the birthday girl, they got like, I think it was like 5,000 in the queue. Yeah, 100,000 was really fun. Was it like 5,000, Amanda? Do you remember? Because I remember she got like a really low number. And I was like, How the fuck? And then she also joined the queue like after we did. She joined the queue after we did. So how she got that number is a fucking amazing. Cause I'm just like, what the hell, man? You have like the best luck. You have the best luck, and we have like the worst, shittiest luck. We were fighting for our lives with the Poke Cafe tickets because we were battling bots for like, wow, that's wild. You had to be on that site since like 1 a.m. That's wild, Prinny. It was 8K or something, under 10. Yeah, I remember it was like under 10K, so I was just like, what the fuck? How you get under 10K? All of us are like in the 50,000s and up. We're in the 50,000 up. It really did. You can go to the museum for sure. It's been a dream of yours for years. I highly recommend it. You cannot take pictures there, but I highly recommend it because it is something to experience. Very nice. They had like a lot of things that mimicked animation. You could see like the sort of like different drawing boards that like some of the animators use. You could also get to see like a theater there, like see like one of their different little shorts there. Yeah, the floors were hard as fuck. You could climb this spiral like staircase that led to like the ceiling up to like where the gigantic like statue that you see on the outskirts of the museum is, and take photos up there, because like they had no problem with you taking photos on the outside. You just could not take photos on the inside, which I'm just like, I get it, but it's like at the same time it's just like, man, I just want to show my friends because this is really cool. This is really cool. But it was very nice indeed. You bought new shoes before Japan just to ensure. We did too. Like a lot of our friends invested in like Hokas, including me. And I also brought like some of my other hiking shoes, which my other hiking shoes did better than the Hokas, to be fair. I wore those more often than my Hokas, but that was just because I was used to hiking in them from like previous times that I hiked in them. And they were comfortable. It's just they still just standing on my fucking feet for so fucking long murdered my fucking arches. They murdered them. They were done for. And mind you, I had walked my neighborhood and like parks and stuff like that beforehand, and I never had my feet hurt like that. That one is just like, oh my god, I'm dying. You bought your Nikes and New Balances? Yep, New Balances are really good. New Balances are really, really good. You want a pair of Hokas one day? Yeah. I tried to get it for around my birthday because they give you a bit of a discount. But fun story, which I know Amanda saw my frustration with that. When I tried to, it didn't register my birthday when I tried to register it on the site. And so I left them a very agitated message in their system.
You have company.
Because they basically said like, oh yeah, your birth date is invalid. I'm just like, you hoes, give me my fucking birthday so I can get these goddamn shoes early on. Oh, it was, yeah, it was something. But I still ended up getting Hokas. I still ended up getting them as a backup pair. Thank you for the 10-month sub, Munchkin. I appreciate it. And also, hello, friend. Welcome in. Yeah, I am so sorry for your spine, Amanda, because I know you were going through it. You also have 30 days to return them for any reason. That's what I may do. I may do that for like the Hokas, because that was another thing that I noticed. With the Hokas that I got, I think I need a wider version, because they weren't bothering my feet until I started, and I think it was also partly due to like my feet swelling a bit, because that did happen on occasion. So it made wearing those even worse than before. So I'm probably gonna get like some wider shoes if I choose to get another pair of Hokas, or like return those and trade them for like a wider pair. So you bought 3 and returned 2. Nice. Oh, one. Okay, I was about to say, it's like, I thought you just did one, but you did two. Okay. It's just the one. Gotcha. Also, being on your feet all day in Japan, they swell. Yeah, Yep. It did not do me any justice. Like, they were swelling every freaking day because we literally had, like I said, an itinerary where we did things daily from, like, crack o' dawn all the way to, like, practically midnight. All the way to practically midnight, there was just something for us to do. So it was a rare occasion that we actually sat in our hotel room and just vibed. It was a very rare occasion because we were just going from one place to the next, to the next, to the next, the entirety of the day. So Bondi's 9s had a lot of cushion, but for some reason hurt your spine worse than the ones with less cushion. Interesting. I will keep that in mind and also make a note of that to see if I can look into those. We stopped around 7 or 8 p.m., but we had one day we were so exhausted we didn't even do dinner. That was me. That was me. I tapped the fuck out usually around like 7 or 8 p.m. Meanwhile, the rest of my friends just like, hey, let's go do dinner. Hey, let's go to Tokyo Tower. Hey, let's do this. Hey, let's go to Akihabara. I'm just like, you fucking nerds! Will y'all please just fucking chill out for one fucking day so we can just like relax on vacation? Why are y'all still going all the way to fucking midnight? Why are y'all still going to fucking midnight? Do you not sleep? And then like some of those days we had to get up at like 5 in the morning. 5 in the fucking morning. That's what I mean. Like, some of those folks did not sleep at all. And I'm just like, how? And mind you, I knew what I was getting myself into because I've been on trips with these folks before in Canada and Maui. And in Maui, when we landed, this will always stay in my mind. We got to Maui at around like maybe like 8 p.m. and didn't check into our hotel until like 11 p.m. Mind you, the first thing on our itinerary was to be on top of a volcano to see sunrise. Guess how much sleep we had? We checked in at 11, slept from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. and was back in the car with the person who put together the itinerary, driving up Death Mountains just to see the sunrise on a volcano. These are the folks that I travel with. These are the folks that I travel with. And he had nothing but an energy drink. And I'm just like, you're crazy, man. You're crazy. I came on vacation to rest. And you have us driving up Death Mountains. And by Death Mountains, I mean, if you made one wrong false move or one fast turn around a curve, you would be tumbling down a mountain with no railing into basically your grave. I was terrified, Prinny. It was dark as shit, and the higher that we got, I finally looked out the window and I was just like, that's the street below, isn't it? That's a cliffside, isn't it? We could die if we just like, you know, get in an accident or have somebody ram us off this road. And it's in the morning and we're all vibing on 1 hour of sleep. Okay. All right, sure, whatever. You're not crazy enough to Tokyo drift on a mountain cliffside. And see, that's the other thing, because Amanda can tell you this person drives very fast. So, oh, never again. I'm just gonna be like, all right, friends, go take photos. I'm sleeping in. I'm not doing this shit. I am not doing this shit. Absolutely not. Not you're hungry again. I want ramen. I want curry. I still am thinking about Koko Ichibanya. Which, yes, I did go to Koko Ichibanya. I did go there. Oh, if I lived in LA, I swear to God, I'd be there every fucking day. Every fucking day, man. Beef bowls was the other thing that I wish that I tried there. I didn't get a chance to try that, but that was another thing that was like a food item that was like on my, you should try this when you're in Japan. Just didn't have the time, and also didn't have the appetite between getting sick and also just because we were moving from one place to the next. So it's basically a road you take to go snow skating in the mountains near LA. No guardrails. It can be I could never, Brass. I could never. Sukiyaki was in point. You got it at the restaurant near a festival. Oh, really? You're gonna have to show me this place. Oh, that I see. Damn, I should have joined you then, Amanda. I should have joined you. Sad day. Sad day. I will live through your photos though. It's fine. You need like a month love vacation for that. Same, Prinny. Same. Although if I take a month off of work, that means I have to put in long-term stepping away from my job. And I don't want to do that because our overlords are just people. They're people. They're people. Ugh. But this was the train. This was the train ride. So like I think this was like day 1 of our first day of going out after spending all the way till midnight. I think we woke up and like went out around like 9-ish, I want to say. But yeah, we were on the trains. So if you've never seen like the inside of like, you know, a Japanese train, they have like the little handles up top for like, you know, when people are standing, which by the way, these trains get so fucking crowded, especially during rush hour. Like to the point where it's just like, if you thought if there was no room, no space for someone else to fit on a train, oh no, they're gonna find a way. They're gonna find a way. Yes, orgy train pics, yes. I did not take any. I didn't take many, Amanda, because I didn't want people to think I was weird. But yes, there were times where it's just like, it really did feel like a whole orgy on this train because of how many people were on the train and packed there. And just dead quiet and just hanging onto the train and just getting from one place to the next. Because it's just like, again, I don't blame them. When you have some place to be and you have to get to work on time, yeah, you ain't missing no train ride. You hopping on and fitting in where you can. That's it. Including in the airport, man. When we tried to go back to the airport, going home, like we had that experience again. Multiple times. Multiple times when we were here. But yeah, that was just us on the train. And this was the day that we headed to Meiji Jingu, which you'll see. But these are just like photos that we took like in the streets. Saw the Wendy's first kitchen, and some other stuff. And there's Fammy Chicky! This wasn't the day that I tried Fammy Chicky. This was just like when we just were walking by. Because I didn't have time to just be like, hey guys! Wait, let me go in here and buy Fammy Chicky. I'm pretty sure they would have stopped, but like we were on a time schedule. So yes, the shrine. So this is the shrine. And yeah, that's me. Yeah, that's me. That's me and my friends. That's me and my friends at the shrine. So yeah. Yeah, it was such a long walk, Prinny. Such a long walk. And mind you, I'm still mad at my friends. Because when we went through here and did the shrine things and we were trying to get to the next area, we came back to the entrance only to realize, oh yeah, the next place that we're supposed to go through is through the shrine. I'm like, so all them fucking steps that I just took, all them thousands of steps that I just took through this shrine, I'm gonna have to double again and take them back through the fucking shrine just so to get to the next area. Yeah, I was mad. Yes, I was mad. Yes, of those bonus steps. Because I was just like, I want to strangle these folks right now. I really do. The walk back was a nightmare. Yeah, it was, Pretty. Yes, it was. But this is when you first walk in. And you can see a lot of people are taking photos of the scenery as we were walking through. And then looking back, that's what you see when you see like the entrance of the shrine and the little lantern. So very nice. There is light on the other side, though. There was, because I made y'all stop at a cafe just so I could rest my feet, because I was just like, nah, fam. I was fine until I was not. And I was just like, nah, I need someplace to sit. Because again, this is where we get into, so notice one thing in this shrine. You see how there's no seating? You see how there's no benches? You see how there's nothing that you can sit on? Yeah, expect that. Expect that. Remember how I said, like, yeah, we were literally on our feet most of the time? Yeah, this is what I mean. There's no benches. Whereas in the US, you typically would see like benches, like, you know, maybe every once in a while towards the entrance. Yeah, there's no benches. There's no benches. There's none. There's lovely scenery and places to, like, you know, walk on. So unless you wanted to sit on the ground and sometimes get yelled at, because some places you could not sit because there were some, let me see. Okay, you can't see it in this photo, but there were some stones in front of that shrine, and there were some people that were sitting on there. And some of the officers around, where if they saw you sitting on one of those things, they were just like, nope, get up. You need to go somewhere else. You can't sit there. I'm just like, oh my God. Oh my God. What the hell, man? What the hell? If you want benches, you go to the park and that's it, or sit on the, yep, exactly, Prinny. Exactly what Prinny just said. Basically the only time that you would get relief for your feet is on the subway if there was a chair open, if there was a seat open, because again, look at this subway. Look at this subway. You see how we're all sitting on seats, luckily, this time, but you see how there's people that are standing. So imagine during the orgy train ride, there are no seats. So guess what? You're on your feet. You're on your feet and trying not to fall over while the train is in motion. So yeah, that's what you do. That's what you do when you're in this country. There is no seating. There is none. Or in a restaurant, yes, exactly. Or in a restaurant where you're actually paying to sit down and eat. Those were the only places where you could literally just sit down somewhere and rest your feet. So if you have knee problems, feet problems, or an elderly person that you want to, like, you know, take care and show scenery, just understand there is no seating. I would never take Mama Midnight here. I would never take Mama Midnight here. I would love for her to see Japan, but I would never take Mama Midnight here because I literally have to be like, I'm going to have to find an excuse to put you in a wheelchair. I'm literally just going to have to, like, put you in a wheelchair because this is the only way that I could get you around. So that way you're not in, like, seething pain with, you know, her leg issues. So yeah, just understand that. Understand that. And then on top of that, when it comes to accessibility, it's not the friendliest. There are escalators and there are elevators in certain areas, but just please be aware, if you go here and you have certain mobility issues and disabilities, not the friendliest place to go to. Great place to visit and see, but not the friendliest place to go to. So just bear that in mind. Unless it's floor sitting restaurant, then yeah, exactly, Amanda. They said this is why everyone in Japan is smaller than some. Yeah, no, that's literally why you understand with the quickness. After going here and after enduring a lot of the culture of just like walking to a lot of places, you see why a lot of them have basically a very similar body type. And it's because you are burning a lot of them calories by just walking and climbing stairs and getting to places with a quickness everywhere. Literally. You brought your 3 knee braces and kept forgetting to put them on. Work-related incident from 3 years ago. Meant to, Yep. It's wild, Prinny. It's wild. That's why it's just like, I want other people to visit this country and see the sights, but it's just like, again, unfortunately, if you do have issues with mobility, especially in your legs, it's not the friendliest place to go to. All that has taught you is that you need to recondition yourself for walking before you go. Yeah, at least I would recommend, Ty, if you can hit 15K steps a day and be fine with walking those 15 steps a day, like daily, and just standing around and just get in the practice and habit of that, you should be fine. 20 might be pushing it, But still, if you want to, like, go for 20 the next time. But yeah, there's a lot of walking and stuff. And a lot of my friends are just like, oh yeah, I have no issues with standing up. It's the skinny motherfuckers in our group. It's the skinny, tall, don't really eat all that much, but also eat a lot motherfuckers in our group. Then I'm just like, yeah, of course you have no issues. You're built like a lot of the folks here. Of course you have no issues. You have 0 curves to your body. 0. Oh, God. Your job has you walking around for 10 hours, 4 days a week. Yeah. Yeah. So then you're good, Ty. You're absolutely good. You would be really good to go here. Your in-laws made it work by doing tour group. They could rest on the tour bus at least. See, that's what I would recommend. Like, if you can hop on a bus and rest your feet there, then you probably don't have to endure so much. Which we did run into a bus tour group while we were there. That's another story that we'll get into later on. But yeah. We did, minimum we did was 15K steps a day, and that's judging by your boyfriend's watch. You take 1.5 of those to 2 steps for every step. So he takes, so likely he did like 20 to Yep. And I had to double time because again, I'm short and I had to keep up with, you know, regular height people a lot of the times. So that was that. Exactly, Ayuku. Exactly. Yep, us short people with tall motherfuckers. Yeah. But yeah, this was the shrine. This was like the area. It was very nice. I should have got one of these hoodies. Those hoodies are nice. But they had like plenty of like nice little sceneries. There's and also I learned that you're not supposed to walk through the center of this unless you're a god. I do not consider myself a god, so you walk off center through these gates. But yeah. And we did do like the purification thing. To where it's just like you purify your hands, you sip the water, and then you go into the shrine and then like pray there. We did do that, which is very nice. Very interesting to learn about too. You realize you were tiny, Blaze? Shh, shut up. I'm tall. I'm tall. I'm lying. I'm not tiny. I'm tall. You saw locals walk through them, but they bowed before walking through them. Ah, interesting. Okay. I will keep that in mind as well. And then here is the shrine. Here we go. Also, there may be a video that is like out of sorts of like the photos that I took here. Don't ask me why. It just kind of happened. But yeah, they had like plenty of like very interesting stuff. Oh, and we also did get the Omamoris. So I'm not telling which one I got. I'm not sharing which one I got, but a lot of my friends, some of my friends did get the one for like, I think a job, which I cannot blame them because that's one that I would also get. Amanda. Oh my God. Tokyo was crazy because it's like so busy and quiet overall. It really is. It really is. The shrine's quiet. They're always seem so peaceful. Yes. And they do make sure like the tourists don't get out of hand, which I also appreciate because, you know, sometimes people go up there and like the shrine areas, they do ban like, you know, no photography there because again, it's like a religious practice. You're not supposed to make that like, you know, a whole like tourist spectacle type of thing. You're supposed to pay your respects and then just keep it moving. So like they do make sure that you follow that sort of like decorum and order, which again I appreciate because, you know, you know how tourists are. You know how tourists are. I witnessed that shit when I went to Maui, where they had signs all over the place that says, "Hey, do not go over here in this land. Respect the land." And people literally step on the land just because they're just like, "I need to put this on Instagram and all this other stuff." And I'm like, can you just like take 1 second out of your day to like actually pay attention to the signs and like respect another country or respect another, you know, place's lands? Like, please don't do that. Please don't do that. You saw tourists in Hong Kong take pics at the shrine and tip. Yep. Yep. And so I usually respect those like rules that are set in place, cause absolutely not, absolutely not. But yeah, it's like a fortune charm. So like the ones that you could get up here were like one to like protect your family, ask for another job, ask for a partner, ask for like it's like different like fortunes that you want like sort of like different like protections for. So you could go up there, pay for one, and just keep that with you. So it's like it's just like a little luck bag. That's all it is. So all of us got one. I was going to get one for one of my friends, but I also didn't want to be greedy and make it seem like, oh yeah, I'm getting one for like 2 for myself. It's like, no, I was just trying to get one for a friend who couldn't make this trip, but it's okay. I got other souvenirs for them. And also giving them good juju and good fortune for other things. And I prayed at the shrine too for some good fortune to come their way. So you wish you could stay, but you gotta get set up for stuff here, so you catch you later and let's just... Yes! Absolutely, feel free. Come bother me in my DMs, Prinny, because I want to learn. I want to talk to you about your Japan trip and share some stuff about Japan stuff later. Yeah. But thank you for dropping by, lovely. I appreciate it. Like, that's how they know they're bad guests in other people's house. Mm-hmm. Absolutely, Astro. It is so annoying. As a New Yorker and Islander, I hate tourists. Absolutely. I hate, to be fair, granted, I understand we get plenty of like celebrities and like tourists in Atlanta, but I hate tourists in Atlanta, especially Florida people. I'm sorry. Any like, if you're a Floridian and you come to Georgia and you can't drive for shit, I hate you. I hate you so much. And I get it that like some of the rules and regulations that are in Florida are different than Georgia, but I'm just like, you're honestly one of the hated like folks in our state. But not nearly as much as like the other like tourists who are just like, let's move to Atlanta. That's where like all the celebrity lives, and like I want to be there. And I'm just like, we're full. Go away. Go somewhere else. Don't come here no more. We're full. Stop coming here. Find someplace else to live. I'm tired of you hoes. Go away. So I get the tourist hate, which is why I try my best to be very respectful in Japan, which, learning some of the basics in terms of just like greeting them and saying thank you, gomen whenever you're like, you're sorry about certain things. So like, yeah, because people keep moving here. That's why. Like, we got enough traffic on the road and y'all keep moving here for some fucking reason. I'm just like, can you go somewhere else? There's plenty of other places to live. You don't have to come here. What are you doing here? Why do you live here? Go elsewhere, please. Be free. But this was the cafe that we stopped at, which they had like a nice little sakura blossom type of promo that was going on. This was really sweet. This was sweeter than I could handle personally. I feel like other people in chat would probably enjoy this sort of like sweet cafe milkshake, frappuccino, whatever you want to call it, dessert, but it was too sweet for me. But I still finished it because I was just like, I'm not gonna leave like remnants here. It wasn't like American overly sweet, but it was like sweeter than I expected for like Japanese food, or pastries or like drinks. So, because usually they're a little bit lighter in terms of sugar, but this was enough. But it gave me an excuse to rest my feet after we backtracked in the freaking shrine. So yeah, this is where we stopped because I was just like, yeah, we're gonna stop here. My feet hurt. I'm not walking another step until we come here, eat for a bit, and then like go somewhere else. So this place is called the Terrace. Yeah, Morino Terrace. It's like right outside of like where the Meiji Jingu was. It's literally right outside like the other area of the shrine, like the other path that we should have taken to the shrine. So you can't miss it because it's like right there on the right. So we stopped by here, got some drinks and some food, and just kept it moving. So this is the exit that we came for. I think the cafe is probably to the right. Yeah, I think it's over here. And then we went to Hell Street. Then we went to Hell Street. There's a reason I call this Hell Street. Because if you thought there was no seating beforehand outside of that cafe that we went to. Yeah, this place has 0 seating. 0. None. Unless you're literally in one of the establishments where there is built-in seating, like a dog cafe, or one of the 1 to 2 out of the 50 stalls and food establishments on Takashita Street. Like, I love this place, mind you. It's a great place for tourists to come and eat and buy things. Like, I'm pretty sure they made like a whole bunch of bank, which by the way, it was raining when we went to the shrine as well as here. But yeah, there's no seating. There's no seating. It's a whole strip where you just walk and walk and walk and walk and walk. And unless you're going into, like I said, one of those places where you can play with like animals, or one of the two businesses out of the 50 different vendors on this street that had seating, you are not sitting down. You are not sitting down. You are standing the entire time. And also, you cannot stand in front of businesses because we also got yelled at. So there's no loitering in front of businesses as well, including like if you're eating like something from that business. They're going to be like, yeah, shoot, you need to go walk somewhere and eat that. You cannot sit around here. So yeah, this is Hell Street. This is Hell Street. Love this place because there's got a lot of stuff that you can buy from, but my God, there's no seating. There is none. You know, Macon, Georgia has been getting more new folks according to your parents. You didn't live in Atlanta when you was living there. Yeah, it's just they move into all sorts of like overly populated areas in Georgia. And I need them to stop, man. I need them to stop. Lack of seating is them subtly telling the tourists, don't stay long. Yeah, exactly. It really is that code. Like, and I get that because like, I kind of get the feeling like they don't want loiterers. And I understand that's probably why Japan has a lack of benches outside of like, you know, parks and certain museums. Because there were museums that had like seating inside. But outside of that, there's like barely any kind of like benches that you can just like sit on and chill. Barely. Even at bus stops, even at train stops, there was no, well, there were a couple of seats like at train stations, depending on what station that you were in, but it was only like, you know, 8 seats. So depending on if it was like, you know, free and open for you to sit on. Yeah. But usually most people who stop at a train station, because they usually come by like really quickly, like every 3 minutes, every 5 minutes or so on, you didn't have much time to sit, so it was kind of pointless just to sit there. But yeah, there was barely any place to sit in a lot of areas. But here's where you could get some kimonos. Here was like one of the gachapon places, so like you could waste all your money at like one of the capsule lab places. I did not try them because I know how these are. I hate gachas. I really do hate gachas. I usually don't participate in these unless they have something that I just really want. And these were just like little knickknacks. It's just like, okay, well, you know, if I want to, I can. More things on the street, in Takashita Street. There's a Sanrio Cafe. I did not go in there. I'm not the biggest Sanrio fan. The only Sanrio character that I really just enjoy is Agretsuko or Retsuko. And that's just because, like, Retzi and I relate on so many levels, especially when it comes to, like, corporate America and just wanting to rage out. So, would you ever get a kimono or yukata? I would love to if they weren't so expensive. They are very expensive, from my understanding. And that's just from some of the kimonos and yukatas, like, really nice ones that I've seen at Japan Fest, as well as while I was in Japan, where I'm just like, this would be nice, but I'm not willing to spend this kind of money. And I don't know why this place was called Strawberry Fetish, but it seemed like it's a place where you could get like a lot of strawberry stuff. A lot of strawberries, and I like strawberries. I wouldn't call it a fetish, but you could get some strawberry stuff here. I had to capture that. Don't ask me why. And then I wanted to try this because, again, I watch a lot of Japan eat. And I remember he tried one of these, and I was just like, is this overhyped or is it actually, like, good? It was actually good. It was actually good. Because this is, like, one, like, touristy type spot that they have in, like, Japan that you can go to. Is, like, getting, like, the infamous 10 yen bread with, like, cheese in the middle. So we did stop by there. And I did get the rainbow one because I wanted colors. I wanted colors. It's very tasty, and it does look very rainbow. I could not do the cheese pool because, again, I was in the middle of the street. I wasn't holding, like, a camera. Like, I wasn't going to put Amanda through the whole, like, hey, can you hold this camera and record me doing a cheese pool so I can film this for content? Yeah, no. I'm not doing that. I'm not trying to be a nuisance. I just like, oh, yeah, I just want to try this. So... they're not crepes. They're just, they're like pancake bread. So what they do is, like, they take, like, you know, bread batter and then just put, like, you know, colored cheese or, like, regular cheese in the middle. And then, like, put it in, like, one of those, like, you know, pancake flippers, waffle makers, and, like, flip it. So it ends up like this. So it's kind of like pancake bread cheese. Yeah. Like a pancakey, pancake bread with cheese in the middle. That's what it closely resembles. So, very delicious. Highly recommend trying it. And, you know, obviously their cheese is different than American cheese. So it was very yummy. Very yummy. I was happy. I was happy. And it was a nice little snack to have after being on Hell Street and standing and walking for most of that time. Even though I wanted to sit down. But we could not stay long here. Because, again, one of the shop owners that was either next to the establishment or nearby... not only shooed away, like, this group of, like, locals. They look like they were probably, like, in their teens or, like, young adults that were, like, hanging out behind, like, their establishment, just talking. She shooed them away and then told us to, like, you know, go hang out somewhere else. And all we were doing was just, like, standing a little bit, like, off to the side of, like, one of their banners. So that's what I mean. It's just like, you can't really, like, just stay long. You have to, like, kind of keep it moving on Takashita Street, even if your feet hurt. And it's just like, oh my God, I just want to get off the street. But we did go into the Japanese anime art gallery for a bit, which is very nice because we got to see, like, actual, like, you know, art pieces that the manga artists, like, drew and saw them framed. All these things are expensive. You can see that with a quickness because this one's like 48,000 yen. This one's like 96,000 yen. So, like, if you really wanted, you know, Luffy or like Naruto or like one of these pieces, yeah, go have fun going broke. Have fun going broke and just spending, like, you know, $100 on, like, some of these frames. Which, you know, if you love your anime that much, by all means, feel free. But I just wanted to look at them. I just simply wanted to look at them because I'm like, I'm not bringing this home because I'll be mad if, like, this glass cracks in the suitcase and be like, God damn it, I just wasted like $100 on Naruto. And I couldn't even keep it intact. So yeah, it would be a lot. But they had a lot of nice artwork in here from the manga artists of, like, different series. So, and of course I had to get Kenshin in there, even though the manga artist is garbage. And yeah, this one's like 1,980,000 yen for Spirited Away. For Spirited Away. That's how much this is. That's how much this is. And you can see this here. There you go. You can look at that price. Look at that price right there in that corner. You look at that. Yeah, if you like some Spirited Away that much, by all means, spend that cash, spend that money. Spend that money. And then, how much is this one? Oh God, it's just about the same for One Piece. It looks like I think 1 million, either 8 or 400,000 for this piece. So does not surprise me considering who drew it and also that it's framed. So yeah, you need to watch Spirited Away again. Yes, I do too. I do too. Feel like you gotta spend money on shipping to get that sent back safer. Oh, absolutely. There's an Attack on Titan one, a little bit cheaper, but still, they had some very lovely artwork and photos in this piece. And they also had like a lot of like the stills and like sketches from from different series too. So, very nice artwork. And I took a lot of photos, as you could see, of this place. So if y'all get the chance, by all means do so. This was also another area in Takashita Street where you got to see like samurai gear, kimonos, and other things. We didn't really go inside, but you could see like the different sort of like gear that they had, just like chilling on the outside. And then there's the Capcom Capsule Land store, same place where it's just like if you wanted to waste your money, spend your money on the gacha capsules, by all means you could do so. And then we went to Happy Pancake after burning my fucking heels and arches for like 2 hours, it felt like, in Takashita Street. We finally went to Happy Pancake and sat down and had some delicious, fluffy, infamous, you know, souffle looking pancakes. Very delicious. Not a big fan of the Japanese souffle pancakes. I wanted to try them, but by the time that we got to this place, I wasn't hungry. I was still thriving off of that coffee place or cafe that we stopped at. So I didn't really get much. I just got a boba, while my friends had like the pancakes. And most of it is just eggs anyway. It's not like, it just kind of has like an airy sense to it. So, but yeah, this is my boba, my sad little boba that I had, and some water, because I was just like, I just want an excuse to like rest my feet. I don't really want the pancakes. But that's what they had. It looked really good. It looked really, really good from what I could tell. Like I said, they took a lot. Oh, and you could also see in the kitchen like how they make them, which I'm sure plenty of y'all have seen how they're made, but it's just literally like a dollop of batter and just making sure to like kind of keep their airiness when you flip them over, which is really nice. How light are they compared to American pancakes? Because every pancake you ate here, you feel like a boat archer. They're very airy. Again, I didn't have them, but from the friends who did eat them, they were describing them as just like, yeah, they're very airy. And like I said, a majority of it is egg. It's not bread. It's more egg than bread in the pancakes. But yeah, you could see like their full menu and what they have. So highly recommend checking them out if you haven't, because I think this is also a relatively like well-known place for like tourists to go to if they wanted to try like souffle shaped pancakes. So we stayed there for about an hour, and then we hit the train stations again. So there you go, you get to see a bit of the train station, which like I said, you see the scanners for the IC card where you have to scan your card in order to go through the train stations. And then it still was raining. Still was very much raining. But we hit Shibuya Parko, which if you don't know Shibuya Parko, this is all in like Shibuya area. You can see the Louis Vuitton building over there. Yeah, that's nerd headquarters. Shibuya Parko is basically the nerd headquarters. Like, if you wanted to find every store from like various game franchises, companies, yeah, this is it. Because there's the Capcom store, there's the Nintendo Tokyo store. As you can see, I took plenty of pictures of like the different statues that they had there. Obviously Mario, Splatoon, because I love me some Splatoon, Animal Crossing, Link. Oh, I'm sorry, that's Zelda. I'm waiting for somebody to call me out on my bullshit. I'm waiting for somebody to call me out on my bullshit. Pokemon Center. They have Marina and Pearl. They did not. They did not. They probably had like plushes and stuff like that, but they didn't have statues of them from what I could see. They had Mewtwo. They had more Pokemon stuff. Oh, here's the bins with the large ass Pokemon. And the baby that I wanted to take home so bad. I wanted to take home this baby so bad. I love Chikorita. I love Chikorita. Like, as soon as I saw this thing, I wanted to take her home. And just to give you an idea of, like, what the height difference was, like, yeah, this is probably about almost as big as my abdomen. This is probably about as big as my abdomen. That's how big Chikorita was. Literally a whole big baby that I wanted to carry home. And my friends were just like, where are you going to put her? Where are you going to put her? Where are you going to put Chikorita? How are you going to get that back to the States? That is a large ass thing, Blaze. I was like, I know, but I want them. I want them so bad. You would have folded and dropped like 500 on her. Ugh. It's the way I wanted to, but I was just like, no, no, no. I literally had to convince myself off the cliff, and I had to leave the baby behind. It's okay, because I got another Chikorita. I did get a Chikorita plush. I did find one. It just wasn't at the Pokemon Center, sadly. So, it's okay. But then there's the Pokemon Design Lab, where you can see like all the little different decor. And then I think this was like behind the little Mewtwo tank. So you could see like the different stats for the different Pokemon behind them. So very cool there. And then you also got like the One Piece store. And then there's the outside of Nintendo store with my ex. Yeah, my ex. If you did not know, I used to be with Bowser. Yeah, sadly. Yep. Yep, my ex and his son. Yeah. Yeah, Bowser Jr. Yep. Yep. And then there's the Jump store. And there you go. Where you see Luffy's having the best time of his life. Your ex and his kid, yes. And more One Piece artwork. Yippee! More One Piece artwork. Yippee! And JJK artwork. Yippee! You know, I had to get the JJK in there. I had to. And then you could also see my friend standing next to the height difference for the One Piece thing. So you could see how tall each of the how tall each of the characters from One Piece were. So X and X Jr. Do you at least still love the little buddy Bowser Jr.? He's alright, I guess. And also, of course, in the Capcom store, I had to take photos of, you know, Ace Attorney. They had a lot of great Ace Attorney stuff, and I did get something off this shelf. You mind your business. I'll show you later. I'll show you later. But, yeah, I had to get some Ace Attorney merch because I'm a whole Ace Attorney fan. And then here's the Sega store with one of the attendants holding a big old Sonic plushie. Very adorable. I didn't really get a chance to like go in here and like browse as much as I did because we were, like I said, moving really fast. But I did pass by this and I was like, oh, I should have gone in. I should have gone in because I knew some folks who would love some stuff from Sega store. And then there's JoJo's World. And then there's JoJo's World. And then there's JoJo's World. Did they have any Mega Man merch over there? I don't think they had too much Mega Man, surprisingly. Vice. I saw Street Fighter and like Ace Attorney, like a lot of like the more modern day games, like relatively recently released games and merch over there. But not too much of like older stuff. And not saying that Mega Man is old, but it's just like not too much of it as much as I would love to see. But there's JoJo's. There's JoJo's. They had a whole screen playing through like some of the episodes for the JoJo's World. And you got to see like some of the figurines and like some of the merch that they carried in there too. So, Mega Man is buried still in justice. And then they had some more screens playing up top that you could look at manga. And then you got to see Iggy's cafe. So if you're an Iggy fan, you could eat at his cafe. And you could also see a little shrine dedicated to him. It's Iggy Boy. It's Iggy Boy. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. That is not my dog. That is not my dog. Absolutely not. If anything, that's my wife's dog, because she literally does have a dog named after Iggy. That she does have an Iggy Boy dog. And the same species, same breed as him. So if anything, that is him. Yeah, this is Iggy from JoJo's. It's a dog from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. You feel like you really need to watch JoJo? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. I was hesitant at first. I recommend watching it with friends. It'll definitely go by quicker. The dog does not talk, but the dog does some very wild, outlandish things. Very wild and outlandish things. It's literally meets the quota, meets the standard of the Bizarre and JoJo's Bizarre Adventures. It literally meets to that. But Iggy is best boy. He's best boy because he's so Iggy. He's so Iggy coded. Legit your favorite character from part 3. Polnoff is right behind him. See, I got beef with Pol. I got beef with Pol. I'm pretty sure Salem and a couple of others in here will agree. So it's all right though. It's all right. It's all right. We'll talk about it later. We'll talk about it later. And then there's the Capcom store. So, again, didn't do too much shopping in here because I was also trying to save my little coins and see what else they had around Japan. But yeah. Oh, and then we also came across like this gachapon with like the different controller pieces from Nintendo. So, yes, you're seeing right. If you... Well, you can already see like which era these are from, but they had one for the Nintendo 64, one for GameCube, and then one for the SNES. Both, I think the Famicom, was it Famicom? Is what that called? One of them I think is like the Japanese version of like the SNES, and then the other one is like more so Americanized version, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they had the GameCube one. So I won the C-Stick. I did put my coins in, and I got the C-Stick for that one. I did not want the C-Stick. I did not want the C-Stick. I did not want the C-Stick. I'm just like, no! I didn't want this one. I want the one for the N64. And so, like, a person came up behind me after I went for the C-Stick one, and they got the N64 one with the A, B, and the C buttons. And I'm like, you fucker! I wanted that one! And they were just like, oh, it's so cool! I'm so glad I got the N64 one. I'm just like, you fucker, I hate you. I hate you so much. I hate you so much. I wanted the one for my childhood. I wanted it. I really wanted to fight that person. I was just like, I have to walk away. I have to walk away. I cannot throw hands with this person. I cannot throw hands with this person. But like at the same time, I'm just like, you got the thing that I wanted, which was the thing that I favored the most out of this, which is the N64. So, of course, I couldn't let that go sitting. And I put in another coin to try and pull for another one of these. And luckily, I redeemed myself on the second pull, and I got the N64 one. I got the N64 one with the A, B button and the C button. So I was like, yes! I redeemed myself so I could get my childhood controller. Oh my god. Like, y'all have no idea. I played so much N64 as a child. So much. I didn't have a SNES, so I didn't have too much of a close tie to it. I would have loved like getting one of the SNES ones too, but I just was like, no, I need the N64 one. I need the N64 ones. You don't know which you'd even want. I would have been happy with the N64 one, the GameCube buttons one, not the C-Stick. I didn't want the C-Stick. And And then one of the SNES ones, like whether it be the purple ones or the ones with like the blue, yellow, red, and green. So I would have been happy with either of those. But the stick ones, I was just like, you just hate me. You just fucking hate me. And then there's another close-up picture of like a better picture of like the Sega store. And just folks just chilling out there. And then I think the last place that we stopped by near to, we didn't really go into it, but there's the Doraemon store. There was another one that was like next door to it. I think was like the Disney store, or it had a lot of like Mickey memorabilia. I'm not the biggest Disney fan, no lie. So like I didn't really care all that much. I didn't care all that much, but they did have like a Disney store kind of like next to this that my friends all went to. But this was also another area where I was trying to sit down because I saw some people sitting down in a little cove next to the store. And as soon as I sat down, one of the folks from the mall were just like, nope, y'all gotta stand up. I'm like, no, like my feet, they're dying on this hard floor. But yeah. So we went to Shibuya Parko, and then afterwards, a lot of my friends wanted to get photos at Shibuya Crossing. So this is us like walking in Shibuya and heading towards the Shibuya Crossing, which we didn't get to. Oh, wait. There it is. Till here. So this is it. I know it's not like, you know, what you imagine, but this was like literally the area where we got to see it, and we just kind of like took our photo and kept it moving. There were some buildings that you could go into and take like sort of a top-down photo of, but because it was raining and my feet hurt, I wasn't about to be like, oh yeah, let's go into this building, take this elevator several flights up just so I can go up to a window and take a, you know, top-down photo of Shibuya Crossing. I need this. I was just like, no, just give me a quick pic of Shibuya Crossing and just keep it moving. My feet hurt. I want to go home. I want to go home. But this is the shrine. Like I said, the videos are kind of out of order. That was the shrine that we went to earlier in the day. Oh, I realize y'all can't hear it. But yeah, you can see how big that place is. And then that's Takashita Street. So like I said, it was raining. And then this was like on the way to like one of the lines that we were trying to get to in the one of the stations. Why isn't it playing? Why isn't it playing? Play the video. Play the video. Play the video. I wanna show them. I wanna show them this. I wanna show them this. See, Google's gonna be mean and not play the video. Why is it doing this? Why is it doing this? Play the damn video. Oh my god. Oh my god. Any case, it had like a nice little video, just kind of like how to be mindful in the train station in manga form. So it is what it is. And this was just me just recording in like the Nintendo store. So nothing too much to miss there. I don't know why the videos are playing, and I'm not gonna try and fight with my browser or data for all that shit. So and I think this is the day that we went to Studio Ghibli. So like the day before, I definitely hit like 20k steps. So between the shrine, Takashita and Shibuya, I hit 20,000 steps that day. So yeah, I just basically took my pick, dip, went to the hotel, and just had my feet die on the mattress. But we woke up early as fuck again the following day, and this was the day that I think it was Thursday. But this was the day that we had to go to the Ghibli Museum. So we were just waiting at the bus stop, which this was one of the stores that was like close to the bus stop. And here's the museum on the outside. That's the museum. There's a little statue on the back up top on the ceiling. So you could actually get up to the top of it by taking like a spiral staircase that they have in the museum. It leads to like a little nice, little garden. I don't have photos of that because I refused to take that spiral staircase. It was very narrow and very claustrophobic and very high. And I was just like, yeah, no. My feet hurt and I don't feel like going up this spiral staircase for all this nonsense. But it's right next to Inokashira Park. So if you just want to, drop by and take photos on the outside, because that's pretty much all you can do when you get tickets to the museum, is just take photos on the outside and just have the memories of like what it's like on the inside. But there's the gate. This is where people were lined up. And there were only like 2 people that were just like waiting in front of the gate by the time that we got there, because I think it was like 9 in the morning at that time. And they didn't bring in folks until like roughly about 10 in the morning. And so when we finally got in, you could see like, the doors on down this like little steep slope as you walk past the museum on the outside. And then this is on the other side, where after you've gone through the museum and you come out, you can go to like a gift shop, a cafe, and see all these other things. But you see how crowded it is. But yeah, they had like a lot of like interesting things in the museum, such as excuse me, one sec. I was dying for a bit. But yeah, they had a lot of different showcases where you could kind of see like the film being played on the reel and see the actual frame by frame segments. And they also had like a sort of like I don't know what you'd call it. It was kind of like a little really fast merry-go-round type like spinny thing, where when there was light shown on it, you would just see it go really fast in a circle. But as soon as the lights went out and it just kind of did like a little flash by flash by flash by flash moment, it looked like an actual, like, you were watching an animation just in 4K. I don't know how to describe it, but it's just like, you have to go there to see it. But it was like, you were literally watching like if the animation was directly in front of you, playing in real time, and you could like reach out and touch it. You couldn't actually touch it because it was like behind like a glass, but it felt that way when we were looking at it. And they just had like different rooms that you could see like different areas that like the folks who worked on like Ghibli films and Ghibli like animations pretty much worked in, and then like see different other you also got like a little keepsake too for one, to get access to the theater, which they just showed like a little quick short from like the Ghibli franchise, and then the other it acted as like a little kind of like, how do I describe it? I don't know how many people had like one of those things where you could put like those really old school 90s like circular films where it had like transparent screens on the outskirts of it. I don't know what you call those. I used to have one as a kid. But you look at them through like a visor, and you could see like the different like scenes from like a movie and just like flip the switch. We got those for like different like Ghibli films. So like I think I got one from Spirited Away. One of my friends got one from like Howl's Moving Castle. Another one, I think they got like the waves moving from Ponyo. So you could keep those, and I can take a picture of that later on just to show what I'm talking about. But you could literally look at them through like a little device that they had in the Ghibli Museum. So if you get the opportunity and the luck falls in your favor to where the queue doesn't put you in like the 100,000s for trying to get tickets to this place, highly recommend it because it is an experience. And they do have seating in certain areas, but not a lot of it. But yeah, there's the cafe. There's more of the cafe. And then here's the park. And then cherry blossoms in Inoshira Park. So we walked the park, and we also took a lot of photos of the cherry blossoms. I'm not going to show you the ones of my friends, but you do get another jump scare of me. It's another jump scare of me taking pictures with the cherry blossoms. So there be that. And more cherry blossoms. And then where did we go? Where did we go after this? Oh, this was when we were starting to head towards the Tokyo Polytechnic University Animation Museum. So it's another animation museum that we decided to go to, which was this place. So you got to see different screens from like Gundam and Shin-Chan and Full Metal Alchemist and Inuyasha and like various animes you just see all up in here. So they have most of the stuff closed down, sadly, but we did go in and like see a lot of like photos and like upcoming animes on like the big screen and stuff like that. And then I took a picture of this because I was just like, oh, this is the place that Tartaglia would go to if he wanted to find Lumine from Genshin. I know, poor joke. I'm sorry. I needed that in my system. I had to take a photo of this. And then this is just some more sights that we just saw as we like just walking through the day. And then we got ramen at, I think it was Tokyo Station, if I'm not mistaken. So I just got like some pork ramen with like green onions, eggs, and then I don't know what the two like stick things are. I will say they were hard in texture, but the ramen was pretty good. I wouldn't say it's like my favorite ramen because I've had better in the US sadly at this place, no disrespect, but it was something to like just put food on our stomachs for the day. And then this is just again inside of Tokyo Station. Just some screens there. Oh, and then this is the next day. This is Mount Fuji Day. So this was when we actually rode for 2 hours and woke up at the crack of dawn. And by crack of dawn, I mean we all had to be downstairs in the hotel around 5 in the morning. So I had to get my ass up at like 4:30, throw on clothes, and then be downstairs by 5 just so we wouldn't miss our train at like 5:15, and then make it all the way over here by like 8. Because the thing about Mount Fuji is if you plan on going, you have to kind of go early most of the time. Otherwise, you'll get a set of natural fog that covers the mountain and you won't be able to see it as easily. So we had to get up at the crack of dawn just to make it over here to see it. Yeah, you remember the long train hike there? Luckily we had time to sit down. So like, of course, when we went, there weren't too many people on the trains. So we were just like, oh, thank God, we can sit down. We can sit down and not stand the entire time and kill our feet. So, yeah. You did great making it there. Yeah, honestly, this was the easy part. And as you can see, there's like the town. And you can see a crumb of Mount Fuji right here. It's a crumb. Just a crumb right there. It's right there. It's saying hi right there. It is saying hi right there. Because I think this photo was taken like roughly around like 8. Around that time. And this is just some more of the town outskirts. And so this is basically the area that you go to get the best sight of Mount Fuji, which is Churito Pagoda. So this is where we were at, and it was just kind of showing you like a sort of like guide of like where you can go and where you can how to get to like the mountain to get like the best pics. So, and yes, this is a Thomas the Tank Engine, rainbow colored Thomas and Friends. I had to get a photo of that because I thought it was really cool. And then you could also see like pictures of the area on the sidewalk, so like they're a little bit faded, but you did get to see like bits and pieces of like Japan on the sidewalk leading to Mount Fuji. And there's Mount Fuji! There it is! There it is! We did get a second chance to see it on the train ride to Kyoto. Nice! Nice. Yeah, this is us still not really close up to towards the top to get like the best sight of Mount Fuji, but you can see it from there. But we are headed in that direction. We got to pass like street food vendors, and then the death stairs. That's just one set. There was at least 3. There was at least 3 of these stairs. At least. There could have been more, but there was at least 3 of these stairs, and they went higher the higher you went. So that was set 1 of the death stairs. And then a closer picture of Mount Fuji. And then more pictures of Mount Fuji. And then one of the statues at top of like one of the stairs. And so this is, I think, maybe the second flight of stairs that we took to get to like the top of the area to take like pics of Mount Fuji. Again, you can kind of see it between the trees. And then these are photos that my friends took when they reached the top, because I was not making it up there. And you can kind of see why behind this. So this is where me and my friend hung out, because behind here, you see how it's kind of going up an incline? Yeah, that was the base. And a truck came around this corner and tried to hit this incline. They were struggling. They were struggling just to go up the incline. So you can obviously imagine how hard it probably was for people to climb not only that first incline, but the several other inclines that kind of came after that. And yeah, it was a very steep slope that trucks even drove on. And I'm just like, how? Why? Why are we doing this? But yeah, this is Death Slope. Just to get a good picture of Mount Fuji. Like, they climbed that slope to get this shot. They climbed that slope and more just to get this shot. So, yeah. Just understand, if you go to see Mount Fuji, you're gonna have to climb several stairs and several steep-ass fuck slopes. So, and there's a picture of all of us. The friendos. Yippee, it's all of us. Yay. Yay, it's me and my friend. And then more Mount Fuji. Yep. And then more street vendor food. So, I think we got like some fries at one of them. It was like, it seemed like yams or something like that. And they had ice cream. We did get some meat skewers, which were delicious. De-fucking-licious. Like, I got the chicken and Wagyu one. Some of my friends got like the grilled eel. I'm not the biggest fan of eel. I probably would have been okay, but it's just like I didn't want to waste my money on it and be like, yuck, because I've tried eel multiple times. I'm not the biggest fan of it. I just cannot get past the texture and taste. But I did get the chicken in the Wagyu one here. This was the best Wagyu meat skewer that I've ever had in my entire life. And mind you, I know most of it is just fat, but this was the best fucking fat on a stick that just tasted so fucking heavily. It was so good. It was so fucking good. Like, I would go back and eat it again and clog up my arteries. That's how much I wanted it. Yes, the street meat. We got some good street meat. So, And then they also had like grilled corn and like other like sweets that you could get, like churros and like chocolate covered strawberries. So a lot of good food out there. And they had like a little vending machine, stuff that you could buy like souvenirs at. And then we did get some ice cream. I got some ice cream. I got like vanilla and caramel with some bananas, and that was so yummy. Even the cone itself was very, very yummy. I know it just looks like I'm holding paper, but it did have a waffle cone. Yeah, no, their street food is yum yum. And then the other thing is too, so like, again, when it comes to like Japan and like their meat and produce, like, I trust their shit 10 times more than American meat. I trust it because they do not play when it comes to, you know, their produce and how it's maintained and how it's manufactured. Because, yeah, it's like some of the best stuff that you can eat, both raw and cooked. It really is. It truly and really is, which is why I was just like, yeah, I don't mind this. If they offered me on this on like American Soul, I'd be like, I'm kind of skeptical of this. I would not eat this much fat on a stick on American Soul. In Japan, absolutely. 10 times over. Absolutely. Oh, and then also, you know, I had to carry, you know, my hubby and Bree on my backpack. So you get to see. I told y'all. I took them on my trip. And I also took one of my keychains. I put my keychain on my Twitch bag. So that's where I placed that one. And then you also have Shimoyoshida Station. So this was like the station that we actually ended up at for Mount Fuji. And then after we did Mount Fuji, we came back to the hotel and then got some what are these called? Katsudan. Katsu. We got pork katsu. So, which was very yummy. Very yummy because my friend wanted some. So, we just went up to like a mall that had this. This was like some interesting sesame tea that we had while up there, which was kind of helpful because like I did start feeling a little bit sick around this time. So it was good that I had like some really hot tea on hand. But yeah, this had like more of a sesame flavor instead of like, you know, green tea or like your typical like expected tea flavors from a restaurant like this. And then here's our meal when it was delivered to us. Hello, Clouded Assassin. Thank you for the 18 months. I appreciate it. Do they have jasmine or chamomile? I didn't see what kind of tea that they had, but I think that just kind of like came with it. Because again, a lot of their stuff is like in Japanese, so you had to kind of like translate it. So I could not tell you. I just went mostly based on like pictures. And I think that was just one of the things that just sort of like came with that. But here's the dish. It came with like a miso based soup with some radishes on the side, and then the pork katsu rice with egg and cheese on top. So it was very yummy. Very yummy. And then on top of that, there's a close-up picture of that. The soup had like what seemed like scallops or like mussels in it. So it gave like an extra like bit of flavor to it. I didn't eat the shells, like, well, obviously not the shells or like the inner portions of it, but I did like drink the rest of the soup. But I did find it like very interesting. Like they added this to add like extra flavor towards like the soup that we had. So you're not supposed to eat the shells, but you could eat the inner portions of the shells because you see how it's like got a meaty texture on the inside of it. So I opted not to because I ain't doing extra work just to get food. So, and I was already like filled off of like this because like I was already getting full just trying to finish this. It was a lot of food. A lot of food. I know it may not look like it, but it was a lot of food, at least for me. And then we went to the drugstore because I was starting to feel sick, and I picked up the equivalent of Claritin at this drugstore. So that's what that was. And they had a JoJo promo going on out here. I don't know why a drugstore had JoJo's as their promo, but you know what? I'm not going to question it because it seems very on brand considering what JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is. And then we did some more walking and shopping and doing things. And I think this is when we started heading back to Akihabara because I wanted to go to one of the figurine stores. And there's some cool vending machines that we passed. Like Kotobukiya! Like Kotobukiya! Because I did add it as like one of the stop like places that I wanted to like visit on our like itinerary. And since like our friends were already like doing some shopping on the side for like, you know, purses and other stuff, I was just like, well, I'm just gonna go to Akihabara and like see if I can go into the figurine store and lose my wallet. Just happen to lose my wallet. Of course you want to live long like Dio. Absolutely, who wouldn't? You're in Japan? I was, right after my debut. Right after my debut. So like I came, debuted, and then flew to Japan for a week and a half. Just about. It was basically a week and a half. 9 days in total that I spent in Japan. It was great. Fantastic. It was my first time going to Japan. We went to Tokyo, the Tokyo area. One of my friends did briefly go to Osaka, but that was because they were looking for knives, which again, we'll get to the day where that happened. But most of us really just kind of stayed in the Tokyo area in Japan because, you know, there's different regions obviously there, and you can't really do all of them within like the time that we were staying there, but we did get to view a lot of like Tokyo while we were there. But yeah, we went to Kotobukiya, and then my other store that I spend most of my money online for, which is Ami Ami. Ami! And yes, I did buy 2 figures here. I got the doggo from ZZZ, you know, the Wolfman, the Wolfman, you know, the white fluffy Wolfman, you know him, you know him, you know him. I did get him, and then I also got Majima. I had to get a Nindo Majima. I needed Nindo Majima. I saw Nindo Majima, and I got Nindo Majima. Yeah, Nindo Majima is in my possession, thanks to this store. Thank you. Thank you, Ami Ami. Thank you, Ami Ami. Yes, indeed. Ami Ami is gonna have your wallet again very soon once you get back from your con trip in May. Godspeed, Pyro. I'm trying my best to stay the fuck away from this store because, like, again, if you could see what my stream room looks like, it's literally nothing but Nindos and Nindos and Nindos and Figmas and statues and Nindos on my fucking shelves behind me. Literally, so many Nindos. And it's all because I shop on Ami Ami so fucking much. Oh, God. They have some cute black characters there. I mean, they do have, like, you know, figures from, like, various, like, series. Because you can also get, like, because I also have a, do I have that? Actually, don't know. But you can also get, like, characters like, Korra from the, last Avatar Last Airbender. And then, like, some others. Like, obviously, like, if you keep up with, like, Good Smile Company, because they're the ones who make, like, Nindos and Figmas, they have quite a few characters from, like, different franchises that are well-known and popular. Popular enough. I need them to put out, like, some more Genshin ones. All they have are the gods and the travelers, and I'm just like, I want one of Wriothesley, and I want one of Tartaglia. Is that so much to ask? Is that too much to ask? Because, you know, the way that Genshin promotes Tartaglia, you would think by now Good Smile would produce a Tartaglia Nindoroid. You would think it, but no. They spend most of their time producing their babies in Honkai Star Rail and ZZZ, and I'm just like, just give me some Genshin ones that aren't the gods. I like the Archons, they're cool and all, but how about you give me some Diluc? How about you give me Kaya? How about you give me fucking Tartaglia? How about you give me Risley? How about you give me Alhaitham? Like, there's so many good husbandos and waifus from the Genshin series that are also equally good from Honkai Star Rail and ZZZ. Like, come on now. Give me those figures. I want them. They actually had Korra there. Yeah, they have Korra there. If you've never been to Ami Ami, I'm gonna enable quite a few people. Like, you can literally find like every character under the moon and sun on their site, because that's just Ami Ami in general. Like, it's one of the places that I always recommend people shop for if they ever get into figurine collecting, because you're not getting the legitimate ones off of Amazon. I say that because I have a Sebastian Michaelis one that I got off of Amazon, and it's fuckity fake. It's fuckity fake as hell because it breaks so fucking easily. It breaks so fucking easily. Like, the day that I fucking got it and I tried to configure him, his hands and everything else broke. I still have that fucking figure in my drawer just to warn people about, like, how to tell the difference between a fake Nindo figurine and a real one. Understand, I've been collecting figures for like over 10 years. That's how bad down the rabbit hole I am. So, spend all their time making babies. What? Oh, listen. I need Good Smile Company to pump out more babies. I need Good Smile Company to pump out more babies. Yes, indeed. I need that. I need them to do that. I need my babies. I need them. Also, thank you for the hydrate and stretch reminder. Do you have a quote system? I do. Wait, is my quote system here? I don't think I turned it off for debut. Oh, yeah. Oh, of course. Of course. I should have known. Listen! Listen! They asked once. They asked once if I had a quote system. You didn't have to trigger all the other ones. What's wrong with y'all? Oh, good God. I was hoping to expose other people of the community and not me. I was hoping that quote system would expose other people of the community and not me. That would be just really great if it just did not expose me. That would be so good. You'd be the one yapping the most. I know, but still. But still. Listen. Oh. I don't even remember saying that. That's the saddest part about that. I don't even remember saying that during Kirby Air Riders. I do not remember that in the slightest. I must have been really mad. I must have been really mad just to say that. Oh, God. It's time for you to go. No, you come back second. You come back. Listen, I can't play certain games with other people. City trial experience right there. You're right. You're so right, Pyro. You're so right. Because I've definitely had some crash out moments with City Trial. Oh, gosh. Any case, yeah, my obsession is figurines. But I have broken loose from that since buying a house. Buying a house will break you from all your habitual spending because you have to be really good just so the bank don't flag you for being like, hey, we see you spent like $1,000 on this other shit. Can you afford this house that we're giving you? So, yeah. I had to be really good, and that broke the curse of me pre-ordering figures left and right. So, now I do it very, very rarely on occasion, and if I really love the character enough. And I needed Lycon and Majima, so I brought them here. Oh, and that's the other thing. So, when it comes to shopping in Japan, if you go over a certain threshold, yen-wise, you can get it for tax-free if you have your passport. So, when I bought my 2 figurines at Ami Ami, it totaled to, like, over, I think, like, 5,000 yen is, like, the threshold. So they were just like, hey, you know, do you have your passport? Because you can get this for tax-free. It's like, yeah, I do. And so I showed them my passport, got a discount on like the figurines, and was able to, you know, pack them up and bring them home to me instead of paying like, you know, $20 out the ass to have Amy ship it overseas. So yes, Pyra, yes. So if you go to Japan, by all means, please keep your passport on you, because there's a lot of stores that will do tax-free for a lot of the merchandise that you purchase once it goes over a certain threshold. And I think I encountered that like maybe like twice where I brought out my passport to get tax-free for it. And a couple of my friends did it as well, because like when we went to the Sky Tree, because we did go there as well, they spent over 5,000 yen and definitely brought out their passport to get a bit of a discount. Oh, that's right! That's right! I got a JoJo figure! I got my son! I forgot about that. I'm gonna have to take a picture of that and put it in the Discord. One of my friends found my son because they knew that I was looking for Joseph Joestar. That's one of my favorite JoJos. Just FYI. If you did not know who my son is, that's who I'm referring to when it comes to JJBA. I love Joseph Joestar. He sold me when he pulled out the Tommy gun in part 2, like frame 1. That's technically not a spoiler. You literally see that, like, literally the first fucking episode, just out of nowhere blasting folks, and I was just like, oh, I love you. We're friends forever. We're friends forever. That's my son. So when we went to JoJo's World, going back a little bit, so like I said, there was a JoJo store in Shibuya Parko, but they had every JoJo, every fucking JoJo under the moon and sun except for Joseph. And I was just like, what the fuck is this shit? What the fuck is this shit? Why do you have every JoJo except for Joseph? I understand he had his hoe moment, but like at the same time, what is this disrespect on my son? Why do you have literally every JoJo? Like, you have Jonathan, you got Josuke, you got Jotaro, you got Jolene. Like, how you have every JoJo? Every JoJo! Except for mine, my son. I wanted Joseph. And so luckily, I think my friends, when they came to Akihabara, before I managed to get to Amy, they ran across a Joseph figurine. And I was like, oh my god, I would love to have that. And they told me the price of it, and they got it for tax-free for that reason, because I was just like, yeah, go ahead and get that one for me. But yeah, I have a JoJo figure now. I'm very happy, because I think that's like one of the first JoJo figures that I have. So that also came home to me. Was it older? No, older Joseph wasn't even there either. The young one or the old one, Dio. It was so strange. I was like, out of all the JoJos to not have, you just said no, we'd give no fucks for Joseph. No fucks. You even have Giorno. Like, how do you have every JoJo except for Joseph? Like, what the hell? What did he do? What did he do? But yes, Lycoon, I got him as a figure. I was very happy. Very happy. And then we stopped by a cafe. I think my friend got some sushi. I went there to rest because after walking... Oh, by the way. So Amy has like 7 floors, if I'm not mistaken. And the higher you go, the more the clothes come off. I learned that. Yes, you heard right. Literally, it starts off as PG and then it goes to like some X-rated. It goes to something X-rated in this store, so be wary of that, especially if you bring family members in there, where it's just like, okay, well, we're gonna, not go up to the highest floor unless you want to see Cooter and Booba and everything else in your face. So, yeah. Note to self, avoid the high floors, yeah. Because my friends warned me, because they came into Amy unknowingly knowing that this was a store that I wanted to go to. And they were just like, yeah, the higher you go, the more the clothes come off. I'm like, oh, I see. And you definitely saw that on the very top floor. And I'm like, oh, yep, we can go back down now. We can go back down now. I'm done here. There's nothing up here that I need. There's nothing up here that I need. Unless Risley is shirtless and has no pants, there's nothing up here that I need. I'm good. We can go right back down. Also, hi Medusa, welcome in. Looking at the signs on the door and spotting Nadia, Secret of Blue Water. Jijo, Joseph, and Jotaro most part. Right, Dio! You would think, because, like, they had plenty of Jotaro. Plenty of Jotaro. I saw Jotaro left and right. But Joseph, nope. Jojo World said, no, we don't got no Joseph here. Who is he? Who is Joseph? Don't know him. Also, welcome back from Japan. Thank you. I got sick, unfortunately, but I'm alive. I'm alive. Did you see Hatsune Miku? I did. I ironically saw Hatsune Miku at a samurai and ninja museum. Yeah, you heard right. I saw Hatsune Miku at a samurai and ninja museum. Oh gosh. Which we'll get into, because that was also one of the places that we went to. So yeah. Yeah. Love that for her. So after the figurine trip, I went back to the hotel and rested my feet, because again, we've been out since Krakow done looking at Mount Fuji, and then we went to get drugs for my allergies, which I thought was the thing that I needed and not like cold medicine. And then we went to go get figurines in Akihabara, and then I went home. I think I went back to the Kobini and got some more food for myself, and then just passed out for the night, while my friends, with the exception of my roommate Amanda, went to Tokyo Tower. So this is Tokyo Tower. Like I said, just because y'all already saw my friends from an earlier photo, but I didn't want to like just share their photos randomly when they're not mine. So, but this is one of the photos that they took when they went to Tokyo Tower, which is very nice at night, and you get to see like all of, Tokyo from there. So very pretty sights. And they also stood, like, again, it's not shown here, but they did stand in a very like nice spot inside the tower that had like the words Tokyo Tower lit up on the floor underneath them. So very pretty. But also, hi Miley, welcome in. How be you? How's your day? I'm yapping about my ventures in Japan, and I realize this is going to go over 4 hours, but it's okay. This always tends to happen whenever I yap, I've noticed, where it's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna be yapping for like 6 hours. I've already like just said, you know what, I'm going to do the same thing that I did on debut, where I just like continuously talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and not shut up until we get to the end. Being jealous you went to Japan, also yap away, yes. Listen, it was my first time going to Japan. And it's like, I see why so many people are eager to go back, because I'm already missing the food. I was told that I would miss the food. And that's the one thing that I miss the most. I do not miss walking literally every fucking where and breaking my heels and my arches, climbing 52,000 steps. 52,000 fucking steps, and riding long ass trains to God knows wherever while standing. But I do miss the food. Even if I didn't eat all that much, I do fucking miss the food there. So, you want to go so bad? Listen, Miley, I did like 15K roughly a day on average. On average, there was like 2, at least technically 3, where I did 20K steps. Because it was just so much. It was so much. And then there was one day where I climbed 18 flights of stairs in a day. 18 flights of stairs in a day. On average, I climbed maybe 10. Maybe 10. It was roughly about 9 to 10 flights of stairs a day. And there was one day where I almost hit fucking 20 flights of stairs. And I still don't know how I survived that day, because my feet were dead by the end of it. But this is the train station. So I think this is Saturday, I believe. And so this was another day where it fucking rained again. As you can see, it fucking rained. But we went to go to Sensoji, which is like the place with the giant red lantern in the middle, and you can like touch it. I think it's like for luck or something, if I'm not mistaken. My friends tried to take pictures under it, but of course, you know, it's crowded and a lot of people tried to take photos underneath it, and I'm just like, I can't be bothered to wait and like find a clearing to have like one photo with this thing, so I'm just gonna take photos of the scenic things. But yeah, these are just nice little up close photos, and again, it's another area where tourists can go and like shop, because like here's the little long hallway that you can go down and like see the different sites and see if like, oh, I want to purchase this and bring it home and all that stuff. So very nice. But also you had to play like bumper umbrellas with how many umbrellas were out and about. So like people had to like raise their umbrellas if you were like too short, and then like short people had to like duck underneath so like not to hit other people's umbrellas. It was a mess. It's always a mess whenever it rains, because you're literally fighting for your life with your umbrellas when walking in crowds like this. So of course this is what we came to. But we went down here, and then also this is where I got my extra luggage. And so I think it was like down this little like ceiling covered area through that area where you could get to like a luggage place. And so I passed it and I was just like, oh, I can like go ahead and like get my luggage like right now, because I already know I'm buying souvenirs enough to fill another luggage, because I'm not going to put it all on one. I'm not going to put it all in one. There ain't no fucking way am I putting it all in one. And so I went there, and while I was there, there was a lady that my friends had to point out, because I was talking to like one of the clerks in the store, and my friends was just like, hey, Blaze, that girl likes your hair. And I turned around, I was like, oh, thank you, because she was looking at my blue hair, which y'all saw in an earlier photo. So that's what I mean. It's just like a lot of the locals really loved my hair. And I'm just like, yay. I'm glad y'all like my blue hair, because it's like the one thing that I like to do whenever I travel is install like blue color in my hair. Mainly just because I just that's the color I vibe in. I vibe and just have a fucking good time. So I went in there, purchased a suitcase, and I asked them if they could hold it for me, because my friends were just like, so understand, if you get this luggage now, know that we're going to a park later, and this other place later, and this other place later, and you're gonna have to carry this luggage with you that entire time that we're going to all these places. And I was thinking to myself, I was like, shit, you're right. I probably shouldn't purchase this right now. But they were just like, yeah, we can hold it for you. And so I had to write down my name, and the store clerk wrote down his name as well. And I think it was like a signature or something else that I had to write on a piece of paper like twice. And so he split the paper in half to where he kept one copy and then I kept the other copy. So that way when I came back to the store, all I had to do was show them that paper and they'd know who I was and give me my suitcase. So that's what I did. A lot of people speak English. Sorry if someone asked that already. So yeah, a lot of store clerks in like restaurants that we went to, they did get English for the most part. But in case they ran across like, you know, something that we were like asking of them, either they would pull out Google Translate on their phone or we would. And we would speak into the mic and basically have Google Translate write it out for us and just show them the text so that way we could understand one another. So that was how we sort of like broke a lot of like the language barrier issues that we may have come across. But for the most part, a lot of like the vendors in places like this and some other places knew like basic words from like English. It was broken English to a degree. And it's the same for like us with like Japan, because like a lot of the times whenever, like I said, I greeted them or thanked them, I was like, arigato gozaimasu, watashi imasen, and then like gomon, and then like sumimasen, just to like, you know, excuse myself, sorry, thank you very much, all that stuff. So like I tried my best to kind of like make sure that I understood like basic terminology so that way I could like speak to them and they could understand my appreciation when it came to like, you know, buying and purchasing things from them or like asking for things. So yeah, But yeah, we saw a lot of different venues that we did not go in. We just kind of like walked past and just saw like the different like structures and sites. Oh, one of my friends did, I don't think I have a picture of that here, did go into a vendor where he got a hairpin actually installed in his man bun, which it was very cool. It was very cute. I think it was like a sword or something, but he didn't keep it in there, which made me very sad because I'm like, why didn't you keep it in? I wanted to see you walk around with the hairpin in your bun. So, because they did a really good job of installing it, but I think he just was like trying to be, was indecisive and also just trying to like purchase it, just like carry it for like future state. Because I think, and it may be in this, I don't think I posted a photo because I think I try not to. I love my friends, but also I want their consent whenever posting like a lot of their faces and stuff that I show you guys content wise. So, which is why I showed the one group photo, so you can at least see me and my friends from that perspective. But I don't want just them without their consent and knowledge of like knowing that I'm showing you their pictures. So, and then there's like more food, and we found a Kobe beef place, which I don't understand why Spider-Man is posed this way. But he was just kind of like, you know, having a good time in front of the window. Don't ask me why, but he just really was there. And then eventually the owner actually came out and brought him outside the window. Brought him outside the window to where he looked like this. So now we understand why Spider-Man had his whole crotch against the window at first. And then they just said, yeah, we're just gonna make him fly like this. Yep. Don't know why. Still do not know exactly why he looks like this. But yeah, he was there. He was doing something. Advertising the good beef for the folks. So... oh God, I'm sorry I even said that. I'm sorry I made that statement. That is not what I meant to say. I'm so sorry, Spider-Man. I respect you. There's a big Spider-Man fandom in Japan. It seems like it, because like that's not the first Spider-Man statue. And they pose him in like really weird ways. Really weird ways in Japan. I'm just like, okay, I see y'all like Spider-Man. Strange you pose him that way, but okay, you got it. You got it. But here's some more of Sensoji. Here's more. And then I think this is when we were like starting to head toward the museum, if I'm not mistaken. No, we were headed towards the shrine. Never mind. So we were going towards the shrine, and we also did happen to pass by oh my God. It didn't show it. Wow, you're delayed. Wow. Wow, that raid alert was so fucking delayed. Good job, Twitch. This is why I don't use your alerts. This is why. Also, Crystal Embrace, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in, Raiders. Hi, if you don't know me, I'm Blaze at Midnight. Your casual dragon queen VTuber here on Twitch. Oh gosh. We're talking about my trip to Japan that I took after debut shenanigans. So welcome in. But how was your stream? And also those coming in from the raid, if you're tired, hungry, need to take care of some other things, please feel free to do so. Your mental and physical health comes first. But yeah, we're just yapping about all things in Tokyo, Japan, my trip, stuff that I saw, shenanigans that I did. We still haven't gotten to the peak shenanigan-ry of my trip, which we're gonna get into. Don't judge me. That's all. Listen, all I have to say is do not judge me. Do not judge me. When we get to the high peak shenaniganery of things that I did in Japan, do not judge me, all right? All right? Right now, I'm showing y'all very tame shit. I'm showing y'all very tame and cultured shit. Do not judge me when we get to the height of it, okay? All right, cool. Glad we have that understanding. Not your judging. Not the immediate judgment. Oh gosh. It was good. Made your bad day so much better. I'm glad, Crystal. I'm so glad. Things are being said. People cried. No, not people cried. Hopefully happy tears, not sad tears. And hopefully the sad tears were dried by happy tears. Or wettened by happy tears, technically. One of the two. Either way, hopefully there was some happiness that was going on there. Happy tears, good. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Good happy tears. Japan is so fucking cool. It really is. Like, I highly recommend, if you have never gone to Japan, please just check it out once in your lifetime. But also understand, there is no seating. You will be walking. You will be climbing stairs. You will be losing a shit ton of weight, even if you eat like a pig. You will. There's literally no stop to the cardio mass nonsense in this country. There's a lot of things that you have to be able to move around and walk about. A lot. Not there's a lot of white people in Japan. You know, there really was, though. There really was. But a lot of them, I'll be honest.
Who goes there?
Move an inch and I'll blast you into next week.
Hi, RJ. A lot of them, I will be honest, not every single white person that we came across was from America. You could tell. You could definitely tell the ones that were. But a lot of them also come from like the UK, like Germany and like London and like other European areas, which was kind of shocking, but also not all that shocking because we ran into a lot of Europeans here. So I was just like, huh, I definitely thought you were from US, but you're definitely from Europe. You're not from here though. You're not from here though. I can tell that, but at the same time, you could tell they were tourists. You could definitely, with a quickness, tell they were tourists. Yeah, you're definitely the largest person whenever you're being American. Mm-hmm. Yup, exactly. That's odd. Who is that in your life? Wait a minute, Blaze. Yes, it's me. I'm back from my trip from Japan. Y'all will be seeing more regular streams from me now that I've debuted and now that I've come from Japan after like another 2-week hiatus. It's like, I'm sorry I keep leaving y'all, but understand I did it so I could take a break from everything and also see some sights. So, and Japan was on my bucket list of one of the places that I really wanted to go, especially the week that we went. Do not judge me for the reason why I made sure that my friends bumped it to the specific week that we went to Japan. Okay, excellent. We'll get to that though. But yeah, this is the Sensoji. So it's like a shrine and also a place for tourists to come through and buy like souvenirs and other, you know, little icons from this area. So very nice. Welcome back. Oh, see you later then. Come back, bro. Come back, but also thank you for the welcome back. No wonder why so many some anime characters eat so much. Yeah, no, honestly, like you can see why a lot of like Japanese people have like the sort of like body build that they have is because they're walking to so many places and climbing so many stairs, because that's literally what we did. Like I basically took like 15k steps, if not 20k steps on average on the daily while I was in this country. My feet hurt like hell. My feet still tingle. My heels are still tingling from just visiting this. And I came back to the States this Wednesday. I came back to the States this Wednesday. And my feet still are tingling. Oh my gosh. So it was a journey. It was a fun journey, but a very painful one too. Time to horrendously break your sleep schedule again just to watch Blaze at midnight streams. Listen, it's the way. Okay, so that's the other thing. So I already killed one of my stream streaks with the 3 streams that I agreed to try and keep while I was in Japan. My one with Bubsia died because ain't no way was I staying awake till like 9 p.m. most nights, especially when I was really tired, just to quickly pop into his stream and then get my stream streak and go, because he streamed pretty much every weekday. And then I almost missed Guilties because the day that I flew to Japan, I'd been on a flight for 14 hours. And so I missed her stream entirely because she streamed the day that I went out. And I had to hop in, or day that I think that we arrived roughly. And so I had to catch her VOD afterwards just to keep my stream streak there. And I managed to keep my stream streak with her. And then I think I kept mine for Lovmura because most of hers, I got away with watching 2 of her VODs back to back. And one that I actually did pop in for stream for. Because I just happened to be awake because I was just like, oh my god. Because it was like, I want to say it was like 1 a.m. in the morning for me. And she was like live and I was like, oh my god. Bree just went live. I'm gonna be dead tired, but I have to keep the streak. So, yeah. But I gave up on Bubsia. I really did. I was just like, nah, I can't do this. I'm so tired. I'm trying to like do stuff for for Japan. I don't really fucking care. Lord. But in any case, so this was Sensoji, and we went through. I want to say, I was trying to see if we could see the parade video, because this was after they started like lighting the area for like the shrine, and you could go up and like pray to it and also get like a stamp here, because there were some places where you could get like stamps in your stream book, not stream book, in your travel book, because you could get like a stamp book to get like, you know, stamps from like all the places that you've been in Japan and get it there. And then here were some street vendors again in Sensoji that you could get. And then this was when we were headed towards the Samurai Museum. But before we get into that, I wanted to see if I could find like the video of like the parade that passed us. Can I see it? Can I see it? Can I see it? It's not gonna show me the parade, is it? It's not gonna show me the parade. It's not gonna show me the parade. It's okay. It's okay. If we come across it, I'll just see if I can get it to play. But this was one of the towns that we like crossed over into while on our way to the Samurai Ninja Museum. And yes, you heard right. It's literally a samurai and ninja museum, which is where I found Hatsuke Miku. Right across the street, right there. You see that? You see that? It says Samurai Ninja. Samurai Ninja. Tokyo Samurai Ninja Museum. Yeah. Yeah. Which they did have. We had a wonderful guide. She was funny as fuck. She was funny as fuck. Like, I loved our guide for this tour. Because, like, it was expensive. Because I think we paid, like, 3,000 yen, I think, to get in. But it was worth it. But yeah, here's Hatsune Miku. Look. Look, you get to see when Hatsune Miku was born in the Samurai Ninja Museum. You get to see her. It's her. It's her. Yes, this poster was in there. I promise you. It was. It was. But yeah, you get to see like some of the gear that they had, some of the blades. They did have some blades in there that were, no lie, legitimately 100+ years old, kept in really good condition, and that's just because like they oil them and like, you know, maintain them really well. But like at the same time, I'm just like, how do you manage to keep a blade for over 100 years old? How do you manage to keep a blade for over 100 years old? And even our tour guide was just like, you know, I could tell you that's 100 years old and you could be like, oh no, I think you're, you know, capping. But you can actually tell because like the thing about like, you know, actual samurai blades, the person who like crafted them, they tend to leave their signature somewhere on the blade. And so if you happen to see that reputable signature on the blade, you know it's like, it's not like a fake blade, like one of the like, you know, man-made, well, obviously man-made, but like, you know, replicas in a sense. It's like one that was actually crafted by that blade artist on the blade. And so it did have their signatures on it, but it's still just like, man, that's That's a very long time to like keep up with a blade from history. So you hope you managed to have your amazing vacation before getting hit with the heat wave. I got hit with the heat wave and the cold and the rain. So this is why I'm sick. This is why I'm sick right now, which is why on occasion I will warn folks, but also try to mute my mic. I will cough on occasion because I got sick while here, and I think it's like either a sinus infection or bronchitis. I could not tell you, but unfortunately I am still congested, and I've been sick since like the beginning of this week, which was Monday. So, but the last of it is trying to get out my system, so we shall see. But yeah, we did come here and learn about, like, you know, samurais, and also like story about ninjas, and like how they are deemed, you know, how you're born into, like, you know, getting the role of like a samurai, which I think is like you're either born as a samurai, like into the family with like samurais, adopted by somebody who is of samurai descent, and there's one other way of how you can be like necessarily a samurai. And the fourth one or third one that I think that she listed was like just by being here. I'm just like, ha, you're funny. You're funny. But there are like actual legitimate ways of like how you are deemed a samurai in Japanese culture. So it was pretty cool. And so like I said, she went through and showed us like the different blades and talked about them, and like also the different gear, and like how expensive like some of the gear was for like different samurais. So pretty neat museum. And they also had like, I'm not gonna spoil it, but like if you happen to go to this museum, there's a haha hee hee hoo hoo funny moment if you get a really good tour guide that shows you the haha hee hee hoo hoo funny moment hidden within this museum, and you're gonna be like, oh my fucking god, no you didn't. No you didn't, why would you fucking do this? So it was great. It was fucking great. Grabby handing at these pictures. These pictures were amazing. Like, I love like a lot of like the gear and like statues that they put on display for this museum. So I took a lot of photos for things. But yeah, we went through like, I want to say like 3 different rooms talking about samurais, and then we finally came to the ninja room, which showed us like, you know, stuff that they use, but also they had a shuriken board. And yes, all those holes that you see on this board were made by previous people throwing shurikens at the board, which guess what? We got to throw shurikens at the board that you see right here on this screen. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. They had a whole room dedicated to where they handed out rubber shurikens that you could throw at the board. So there's mine. There's mine. And they did have like some safety measures because, like, you know, granted, they can't really like, you know, end you, but they did have like pointiness to them because they do stick to the wall when you throw them. But she showed us how to throw them, and then also when we could receive them and when to throw them, so that way nobody, you know, got shurikens thrown at them. So we did follow like those safety precautions, so that way folks didn't get hurt and like retrieve their shurikens when they actually threw them. But this was one of my first, not my very first shot, but this was one of the first shots that landed, because I definitely missed a good like 4 to 5 times when I was trying to like flick it at that fucking foam board. I was like, why isn't it landing? Why isn't it landing? And somehow I hit really close to the target, and this put me in the champions corner, because they did have like a sort of like rating system where it's just like we did several practice rounds, and this was one of the rounds that I did that was like actually real, and I landed it here, and I was like, oh shit. So this landed me in the champions bracket, which I went up against, I think it was 5 folks, which was including myself, I think, which was me. Amanda also hit very close towards the target, because I think maybe in one of these photos I show hers. And then our other friend Patrick, who also hit relatively close. So we were going against one another, and this was the result of my final throw against the champion. So I hit really close again to the bullseye, but the winner wasn't none of my friends or me. It was another tourist who spoke really good Japanese who hit a perfect bullseye, and I was like, I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you, but they did a really good job, and our hostess, which is her right here, which I'll show y'all. Let me move. This was the person who was like guiding us when it came to throwing the shurikens. But yeah, they hit a perfect bullseye, and I forget what they won, but like, yeah, they were deemed the top champion. But you can see, like, out of like the 4 that you can see on here, I think the bullseye one was on the other side of her. We hit our target to a degree, and mine was like, again, this second one that's like right here. So I was proud of myself nonetheless, because throwing that fucking shuriken was hard, because you don't throw it like sideways like you probably seen in like media. You throw it with a flick of, like, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna say it this way, with the flick of the wrist, but like up and down, like you just kind of like boop, like almost like you're shooting a basket, but you just like flick your wrist with the shuriken and you throw it at the dart that way. So that's how we got, you know, our stars to actually stick on the foam board that's behind her. So it was pretty interesting. I liked it. It was fun. And then we get to see the gift shop where you see like 1,001 ninja statues where if you're not looking, it can jump scare you and fucking scare the bejeebus out you. Yes, like throwing a dart. Exactly, Pyro. Exactly. Not like tossing a ring, because tossing a ring is more so sideways. We didn't throw it that way. We threw it more so up and down, like literally just like Pyro said, like throwing a dart, closer towards that with just flicking your wrist. And then here's some blades that you can actually buy. Ain't nobody spending that amount of money on a lot of these blades. At least I wasn't. I'm not trying to bring a sword home. But yeah, you could buy some of these blades that they had on display here. You just had to tell her. But I did buy something here, and my friends who are also equally nerds clowned me on it because I bought an art book. I bought an art book that just showed me the structure of like different structures of like Tokyo, Japan. So I was like, yep, I want this. I want this. I like the different architecture of like the buildings and stuff like that. And I just am drawn to art books. I like seeing like how things are built and structured. Because, I don't know. I'm just a creative person in general when it comes to that kind of stuff. And then we pass some more architecture. Speaking of Tokyo architecture. On our way to the knife shop. So my friend wanted to get some knives. Kitchen knives, not like shank somebody on the street knives. But they wanted some kitchen knives because Japan does a really good job of like, you know, giving you really fine blades for the kitchen. And so this was one of the stops that she wanted to drop by for kitchen knives. It wasn't necessarily on the street, but it was like on the way. Like we passed this on the way to like the actual street. I didn't really take too many pictures there because I was like, I'm kind of checked out and my feet hurt. So get your knives, and I'm just gonna keep moving. I'm just gonna personally keep moving. But we did see like, you know, the Kappa billboard and some other stuff on our way there. Your wife bought a letter opener that looked like a sword that was more our budget when we went there. Oh my gosh. That is great, brass. But yeah, while they were buying knives though, our group sort of like split up for reasons. So we were on our way to what was the next stop. I don't know why this man's head was on this building, but I still took a picture of it because I thought it was cool. Which was the Tokyo Museum, but we passed the Cherry Blossom Festival. So this was part of the Cherry Blossom Festival that we saw there, which again, it was raining. It was raining, yet people were still out and about. So again, you can see how easily I got sick because of the fucking weather over here. It rained one day, and then it became sunny one day, and then rained again, and then it got cold, and it just rained some more. So yeah, I spent a lot of time in the cold, wet, rainy weather, even with a fucking jacket. So yeah, I hated it. But this is the Tokyo Museum right across the way. This place has a lot of, and you can see there's actual seating here. There's actual benches. They had so much seating. Getting here was a nightmare because you had to climb a steep ass slope and take like, I think like several stairs just to get here. But when we got here, I was so thankful and happy to find fucking seating because I was like, oh my God, I can finally sit down and have my feet not die on me. Welcome to Asia. Weather is a suggestion. No shit, RJ. No shit, because the way that this fucking weather attacked my sinuses, I'm just like, I'm reminded of Georgia. I'm reminded. Weather is just purely a suggestion. No one really gives a shit about, like, if it wants to stay rainy or fucking sunny. It just wants to be all over the place and not make up its mind. But I was happy that there was actual seating because, again, Japan is known for not having benches and shit unless you're literally in a park, a museum, on the train, or in a restaurant where you can literally sit down and eat and it's not street food. You will not find seating at a street vendor. You will not find seating at a street vendor. You will find seating at a restaurant. You will not find seating at a street vendor. Just understand that. And they have plenty of street vendor food places. Plenty of them. With no seating. AKA Takashita Street, which has no seating. So, we did come here. And I took a few pictures and like selectively put them on blast. So you can see like different like, you know, statues that they had at the museum from different areas. I didn't post everything here because some areas you could take photos in, others you couldn't. And you just had to, like, again, watch for the signs because not every place and not every museum that you go in, i.e., like when we went to the Ghibli Museum, we could not take any photos. You were literally not permitted to take any videos or any photos. And that's another thing. So, like, some places will permit you to take photos, but not videos. And that's just to kind of, like, preserve the sort of, like, experience for folks who want to, like, come and see that for themselves from a tourist perspective for those countries and so those areas. So gotta huddle over the side in a street like street urchins and not cover any vendors, otherwise you will literally get yelled at by the vendor themselves to be like, hey, don't be arched over here, complain about your feet in front of my banner, you need to go somewhere else. Yeah, the joys of walking and being in Japan sometimes. Lord have mercy. But yeah, some more stuff in the museum. More stuff. More museum stuff. And then the outskirts of, outside of Tokyo Museum again. And then there's the entrance to the Cherry Blossom Festival. I did not go, but I think my friends went, one day for a brief moment. So, it was nice. It was cool. I enjoyed it. And then here's the area where we walked. And then here's us leaving the area that we were in for the Tokyo Museum. Oh, and here's the, this was the parade that was at Sensoji. I told you, these videos, they put them all out of order when I tried to upload these. But let me pause the music. But this was one of the parade things that we saw while we were at the little shrine with the big red lantern, which was really cool. But yeah, very cool. And they marched all the way to the shrine before they stopped playing their drums. It was really cool that we caught that on the day that we went up there to Sensoji. And then I got some Fammy Chicky. So if you don't know what Fammy Chicky is, it's literally the Family Mart chicken that you can get at any Family Mart in Japan if they have, like, you know, fried chicken on hand. And it's very popular, very yummy, very delicious. I love it. I did have some Lawson's, but I had the Lawson's chicken the day that we went to the Ghibli Museum. And then this one I had, obviously, the day that we got back from the Tokyo Museum, and I basically burned holes through my feet because of all the pain walking all the way to the goddamn Tokyo Museum and climbing like fucking 18 flights of stairs. 18 flights of stairs. Oh, and now we're here. Now it's Sunday. Now it's Sunday. Now it's Sunday. So, I will just say, the photo that you see right now is of where a parade occurred on Sunday. So Sunday was a very special day for me. Sunday was the reason why I wanted my friends to move their date for the trip to Japan to this. For this. Because I wanted to make sure I saw this shit in 4K. This is, and I'll explain what it is in a minute. But this was the reason why I wanted to go to Japan. Specifically, this fucking past week. This fucking past Sunday. Because I wanted to see this parade and sort of events that happen during this day. You think you know what this is going to be? Yep. So so just a little bit of lore, a little bit of FYI. So we woke up, I think I told them we could like meet up at like 7:30, which we did. We left the hotel roughly around like 7 and made it over here around like 8:40, 8:50-ish sometime. And so I was happy about that because I was just like, I just want to make sure I'm here on time, because the place that they put originally on our itinerary led to the actual like shrine that this festival was named after. And that's not where this festival was technically held. It's where it ended, but it's not where this festival and this parade route and everything else would have been held. And so we would have missed it if we went all the way out there. So I made sure to put in the correct coordinates and gave my friend the Google Maps direction so that way they have no confusion and we could ride the train over here. And so we made good time because the event for this festival started at 10. And when we got there, this was the line. This was the line. This was the line of the festival that we were at. And you can kind of infer what sort of festival it was without me showing you explicitly what this is. Damn you, Dio! Don't you let that go through. Don't you let that go through, mods. Don't you let that go through. I see what Dio said. I see what Dio said. Yes, I did make it. Yes, I did, Dio. I gotta show you the pictures later on. I gotta show you the pictures later on. So this was the line. This was the line for that. And I didn't take it here, but there's another photo that I cannot show on stream, unfortunately, just because I want to make sure to stay in the good graces of Twitch. But there was a guy who had a sign that said what the name of this festival is. And so I knew we were in the right place. But it was a little bit confusing because when we got here, this line was for the line to get into the vendors area where you could buy merch. And then they had another line for candy. And I was just like, well, fuck the candy. As much as I want to go over there for the candy, I'm going to get into like the merch line, but I didn't know it was for the merch line. I thought it was just for the overall event in general. So I was just like, okay, we'll just hop in this one. And we had to unfortunately wait in the heat because it was hot. You see, it's sunny. It's not raining. It's hot now. It's hot now. So we went from cold weather to hot weather, but we had to wait outside in this line for an hour in the sun. And yeah, that was fun. That was fucking fun. So I don't think I can quote that. Yeah. So yeah. But once 10 o'clock did arrive, we did go inside and see the things. So any case, if you're unfamiliar with this festival, I will spell it out for you, and you do your own homework in terms of what that festival is called. It is, and you do not say it here because the mods will snipe you. Period. Mods, you have my full permission to ban, banish, delete, whatever, because I gave you ample time not to say shit in here. But yeah, we went to that festival. Kanama Salem. Kanamara Matsuri Festival. Oh my god! Hello! Hi, Judas. This is Junes. Hello. Hello. I know who you are. I know who you are. Hello, welcome in. It's good to see you. But yeah, you look that up on your own time, but yeah, it's a annual event, annual festival. And yes, I did go here. Yes, I did go here. Luckily, I was not captured on socials like my friend did, because unfortunately, he's a tall motherfucker, and he definitely got captured on socials. He got captured on socials attending this event, and he was the only one out of our friend group that got captured on fucking camera that he went to this event. And I'm just like, yep, glad it was you and not me. But I will say it was great. When we were in this line, it's not pictured here, but behind that white truck was definitely some statues. Definitely some statues under some shrines. So you saw them. You saw them on the other side in that area that we were going into, and I got several pictures of that shit before they lifted that shit in the air. So oh yeah, it's that type of festival, RJ. This is that type of festival. And I will just say this, I love my friends, and they knew when I told them, like, when I urged them, like, hey, can we bump up, you know, the Japan trip by like a week, because we were supposed to go the week before this past week to Japan. We did not do that because I was just like, hey, can you bump it up to this week for this? And I was trying to play very ignorant until I realized they were trying to add it to the itinerary, so I had to come clean about like what festival I was trying to go to, and they were just like, oh, I see. And they gave me shit about it for months. Including the day of, because they were like, we're taking pictures of everything. When they got to this festival, they ain't take pictures of shit. Some of them did, but I took probably the most photos here because I was just like, yep, this is the reason. Because I'm not gonna lie, if we went the week before and missed this festival entirely, I was just gonna be like, you know what, y'all have fun in Japan, y'all take plenty of pictures, and I'll find a way to get over there at some point in time, because this was the one fucking event that I just really wanted to go to and see, because it only happens once a year. So yeah, evidence would have been too much. But also because like my friends do, like my couple friends do travel a lot, and they share photos with other people. They actually shared their album with me and my other friends today, and I'm just like, yeah, I see why you didn't take photos here. I see that, because they were just like, I'm not putting this in my Google library. I'm like, understandable. I'm putting it in my phone. I'm putting it in my phone, all the memories, because I need people to understand I actually did see the things here. A lot of things. I witnessed a lot of things. But yeah, we got here, opened up at 10. We finally walked in, and you got to see all the merch that they had. I did go to one of the merch stands and buy some things, but by the time I got done with that vendor, everybody and their mamas had filled into that area. And mind you, we are at the front of the line. We were literally like where you see these folks are at. We were there. We were literally right there, just waiting to get in. I don't know what happened to the folks that were in front of us when we got to this, but we were literally sitting right here waiting for the merch area to open up to where we could go inside. So we were right there at the front of the line. But yeah, that shit filled up so fucking quick. There were so many people. I got overwhelmed and I was just like, all right, well, I got like the few pieces of merch that I wanted to after like quickly scoping it out, so we can dip. So I told my friends like, hey, let's go find the parade or like try and get candy. And so we went to the candy area where they were lining up, and that was a long as fuck line. And by the time that we got there, I was just like, I don't want to hop in this line and miss the parade, because that's one of the other things that I really wanted to see. So instead of going into the candy line, we were trying to find where the parade was. And it took a minute because I thought it was like literally like across the street from where this is located at. But when we went over there and looked at the map, it was just like, you get to see them take it out, but not the actual like showcasing of like stuff that they did during the parade there. So, but we did spend some time there, and also one of my black friends got confused for a Jamaican by one of the locals, and I'm just like, oh my god, this precious woman who just assumes every black person must come from Africa or Jamaica just because of their skin tone, because they don't really see black people all that often. I'm just, yeah, Savvy, that happened. That definitely happened, because they kept asking us just like, so you from US but you were born in Jamaica, and he kept saying like, no, I was born and raised in US, but you're from Jamaica. I'm like, no, he just told you he's not from Jamaica. He's not. And mind you, we did have a person in our group that is Jamaican, but the person that she was talking to had no Jamaican descent whatsoever. So yeah, that was an interesting interaction there. But in any case, after we got through that, we finally went down to the route, which, like I said, the parade was down this path where you see all these people. I think these were just like people just like going to their everyday job. Nobody really lined up for this except for us. And then because I have been to Dragon Con multiple times, and I've been to Dragon Con parades multiple times. If you don't know what Dragon Con is, it is a local con in Georgia that is like a fantasy-like con. So it's kind of like Comic-Con, PAX, or whatever you want to call it. Like, it's basically a nerd convention for like folks who are into like fantasy and comics and all that stuff in Georgia. It's one of our largest cons, right alongside like MomoCon, because that one's more so geared towards anime. Dragon Con is more so geared towards like fiction and fantasy type stuff. So Dragon Con tends to have a parade every year around the time that they have their convention, and the only way that you can get a really good seat for the parade is if you go like practically 4 hours before the parade starts. So the parade starts like, I think 10, 11, 12, one of those times. And my first experience when I went to the Dragon Con parade, I got up at 6, drove down to Peachtree, because yes, that's where the fucking parade is. It's like down one of those Peachtree roads in Atlanta. And I had like one of those chairs that you could sit in, because I knew I was going to sit there for a while, and I wanted to be first in line to see the parade, like get a good, seat to where I could see and record things, since it was like my first time going. And folks started lining up as early as like, I want to say 8. Like, it started getting really packed down the parade route for Dragon Con. So I didn't want the same thing to happen here, because like at the end, like when the parade actually started, the Dragon Con parade that I attended and watched was 5 people deep. So there was like 5 rows of people behind me for the parade route that were trying to see the parade. And so I didn't know how chaotic this one was going to be for like the short route that this was on. So I got there early, because I was just like, I don't want it to be like a Dragon Con situation and I get a horrible spot and I don't see jack shit. Because like, I came to this just so I could see the parade, and also so I could get merch. So we did do that. And it turned out to be good. I got to see like the parade. I got to see the 4 phallic things that they raised, and it was really nice. I actually do have a recording, which I will say, those of y'all who may possibly be in the tier you may get to see those photos and videos later on. So if you support me on Ko-Fi and possibly Twitch and also support me some other way, you get to see those later on. You get to see those later on because that's the only way that I can show those, because Twitch will snippety snipe me. YouTube probably won't care because there's plenty of videos out there of the parade on YouTube. But just to play it safe, I ain't trying to get on Twitch's bad side. And they'd be like, oh, what you doing, Blaze? What you doing? Listen, listen. I was sightseeing. I was traveling. I want to show my travel blogs, but y'all won't let me show everything. So yeah. Yeah. But it's relatively tame. I will say that. Like, it's not super bad. So it's not like, oh my God, this is the worst thing ever. There are some that are a little bit probably too much, just because of how they are depicted. But the other ones are like, you know, childish middle school, like, haha, I drew a rocket ship type of thing. So you got merch too? Yes, I got merch. I got a whole bag load of merch, Dio, because I think when we went to the candy line, yeah, so after I watched the parade, I did go to the candy line. It still was long. We got to it relatively fast, and that was my bag. That was my bag. And that's not including the merch that I got in the merch area. This was the candy. this was the candy. This was the candy. So I did get one of everything, and one of, I'll say Elizabeth because that's what it's called. Several of those. So yeah, this is gonna be a VOD for the ages. Oh my God. Yo, for calm, thank you for the 38 months. I appreciate it. Yeah, tier 3. So 4Com gets to see the things if they want to. Oh gosh. But yeah, this was a fun event. It was a great event. I loved it. I loved it. I will say, on our way to the candy line, I had to do a really deep and heavy sigh. And the reason why I had to do a really deep and heavy sigh is because, again, if you did not look up the festival, I need you to look it up so you can understand what that festival is. And they have a lot of, like I said, phallic shapes, including the candy. Tell me why, on my way to the candy line, on the side of the road, in a safe spot, but also people just like on watching, there was an actual child with one of the candies in hand and actually eating the candy in hand. And I'm just like, I understand that, you know, this area has different culture than the US, but at the same time, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not in this house. I will backhand my own child if I caught them with candy like that. Absolutely not. I understand it's just candy, but at the same time, I'm just like, no, you need to take your kid somewhere else. This is not the place. Absolutely not. No. So yeah, I was a little bit greatly bothered by that, but other than that, the festival was great. So yeah, moving on. Any case, so after the festival, two of my friends, while I was waiting in line for candy, went to go to a restaurant and have delicious food. I could not partake because I was just like, well, y'all are already eating and already halfway through, and y'all didn't really wait on us, so I'm just gonna go and eat elsewhere. And so I went with the rest of our friend group over to an Omurai's place. Yippee! It was mainly locals here, so no tourists. So you knew the spot was really good, especially if a lot of locals were hitting this place up. But also, this was where I had the Maui incident that I told y'all about earlier about how an older gentleman touched my hair. Yeah, this is where the older woman saw my blue hair and was just like, oh, this is so nice. Let me put my hands in your hair. No, no, no. You lucky this is another country. You lucky I can't show my black ass out in this country, but do not throw your hands in my hair. Do not put your hands in my hair. You do not touch a black girl's hair. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? You can appreciate the color so, like, from a distance without touching my hair. But yeah, no, they definitely put their hands in my hair, and I was just like, ah. And my friends were just looking like, yep, that just happened. That just happened. So not only did Amanda witness that in Maui, but my other friends witnessed that in Japan. So I'm just like, oh my God, I'm never wearing blue hair again. Swear to God. Oh, but yeah, the omu rice place was good. We did have a little bit of a difficulty because like one of our friends is vegetarian, and most of their omu rices they put like pork in it, like ham, and so we had to try and like translate like, hey, can you provide us with an omu rice without any pork, like just make it just veggies only. So we did get that situated, but after like most people had already eaten. But this was like the omu rice that they gave us, which all of it pretty much looks the same, and this was mine. I think I got like chicken over like some, you know, they stir ketchup in the rice. So like if you're not big on like ketchup in rice or ketchup in eggs, probably not your cup of tea. But yeah, it is one of those things that I enjoyed and I don't mind. But yes, this was omu rice and it was super yummy. It's super yummy. One of the benefits of being bald, honestly, they'd probably be like that no matter what color you had. True, very true, because they probably be drawn in by the texture if none of that, if not that. So yeah, but yeah, this was omu rice after I sliced it open. And yes, I did slice it open, like, you know, top down like it did. That's how we got this sort of texture over it. And it was very yummy. Very delicious. So, but yeah, that was the Kanamara Matsuri Festival, which was a great time. It was a great time. But yeah, I went back to the hotel to rest afterwards. I didn't really go out and do anything else after that. And I think this may have been Monday because this is when I actually did feel really sick. And I was just like, okay. Because, like, Amanda did give me, like, a Tylenol cold and flu pill after I told her, like, you know, I was starting to feel the symptoms roughly around, like, Friday, Sunday, Saturday-ish. And that knocked my ass out, but it didn't fix the problem. So we had to go to the drugstore and find the equivalent, like, cold and flu pills that they had at the drugstore in Japan. And I picked up that as well as some cough drops. And so Monday we just kind of like, you know, roamed and did our own thing. But this was also the day that we didn't have to meet up and do things until like 1 to 2 p.m. I believe. So we just spent the day, and then we also went to get a, okay, before we go to the food. This was also the day that my friend went to get a Honko stamp. And so I had no idea what Honko stamps were until she put me onto them. And we spoke to this lovely older gentleman who walked her through like the process of like, you know, getting hers done. And so after I saw it, I was just like, oh, I want one too. I want one too. So I did pick up a Honko stamp. And so if you don't know what a Honko stamp is, it's one of those, like, I'm pretty sure you've seen it in anime. It's like a little wooden thing that you hold that has like the kanji characters that's on it. And you can stamp it on like a piece of paper. And it's a way of like basically signing your name with that wooden stamp. So we had custom ones made while we were here. And it turned out really nice. I'll show you guys again. I'll show you guys the folks in the tier 3, the pictures of it, as well as like the meaning of it. So yeah, kind of like no, it is a signature stamp. It is. That's exactly what it is. RJ. It's a way of signing your name. So like my friend got hers with her name done, and I got one with Blazette on it. So this is also a nice little announcement. For the next set of merch, including my current posters that I have on Ko-Fi, if you order one, and if you want, especially for the current ones, you can ask to see if I will Hunko stamp the posters, and it will have my name, both in kanji as well as in English. So y'all get that as a nice little keepsake on the poster. So not only my signature, you will have like a Hunko stamp one on there. So there you go. There you go. So I will moving forward, Hunko stamp a lot of the posters that I give you guys, which I do have a couple of ones from my Japan trip that I will be adding to the Ko-Fi shop pretty soon-ish. So if you would like one, just order one and let me know if you want the Hunko stamp or just like my regular cursive signature, and I will stamp it for you. So, but yeah, we did do that. And so after we put in our order, and just waited, because he usually takes like roughly around like 2 to 3 hours to make them. So it wasn't that long, but we did go out and do some other things. So we got some food at like a ramen shop that was down the road. So it's ironic how this fucking plays when I've heard this song so many times on Japan Eat, and I'm talking about fucking food. But yeah, so she got ramen, I got a rice bowl with I believe beef or pork with like a whole bunch of green onions and an egg. And yes, I did crack open the raw egg over this and mix it into the green onions and meat. And this is pretty good. I will say it did have a bit of a sort of texture, and I'm sorry if this grosses other folks out, but it did kind of resemble sort of like taste and smell. Not exactly like chitlins, but very close to it. So it was still yummy, but it's just like, this reminds me of chitlins, and I hate this because it does not necessarily look like it, but it does definitely give me those vibes. So it was good for the most part, though. Yeah, it was something. It was something. I was like, no, not this, but I needed something on my stomach since I was already sick, and because I didn't really want to walk anywhere else, and this was the place that Amanda wanted to go to, I was just like, all right, well, I'll just get like a rice bowl and just call it a day, because I'm not the biggest pork eater. I don't really do pork, but I'll do like chicken and beef, and that's about it. And then we went back to Sensoji because Amanda wanted the money pouch that I happened to pick up like the first day that we went here. So we went back here in search for that, and I forgot it was like the first fucking stall that I saw that at. So we spent like roughly about a good 30 minutes like going up each and every stall asking like, hey, do you sell this? Hey, do you sell this? And finally one vendor was just like, oh yeah, you can get that money pouch over there. I was just like, oh, that's right. This is literally like one of the first things that I bought while here. So that's what that was about and why we came back here. So I took some more photos. And also she got her stamp because she wanted a stamp from this place in her stamp book. And then we headed back to the Hunko stamp place. The only reason why I took a picture of this is because there's a lot of times where we're on the train and you see how there's another train literally behind this window. Yeah, this is while this train is in movement. There's literally another train riding right alongside this train that closely to where like if those doors open and you reached out, you could be able to touch that train. That's how complicated and how close the train stations ride next to each other in Japan. So that was really the only reason why I took this photo, was because I was just like, that's kind of scary and terrifying. Granted, it's almost like, like the trains are racing, but like at the same time, I'm like, oh my God. Like if they were going across the same fucking track, like who's gonna hit the collision first? Like who's gonna die in this battle of trains? But we headed back, got our Hunko stamp, and then we went to the Gundam base. The Gundam base! So yes, we saw a Doraemon and Friends car. This was one of them. And then there's a pink one with a whole bunch of tulips around it. How they maintain all those tulips, I will not know, but there's the Gundam. There it be. There's the Gundam statue at the Gundam base. So yeah, I took a picture of his crotch. Don't ask me why. My friend is a bad influence on me. So yeah. Yep, we got the Unicorn Gundam, and then you got to see the light 'em up stairs on the side. It's such a shame the moving model was temporary. I mean, this one still moves, but it moves like every 30 minutes or so from my understanding. Yes, this moves, not like walking moves, but you'll see like its face like light up and do some other stuff. But yeah, still it's just like, oh my gosh. It's something. I didn't get a chance to see it move, but my friends who were here before we got here did, because we were supposed to do the Fuji television station, which they did before we got here, and then they moved over to the Gundam base while we were getting our Hunko stamps. So we were relatively late coming to this place, but that's just because we got turned around on like the trains and stuff like that. So we didn't make it out here. And then they had a One Piece store in there. So I took some photos of that, as well as some other like nerdy stores there. They had like, you know, Gundams that you could buy, and like, you know, the model Gundams that you could put together upstairs. But because like we already were walking like a good distance, I was just like, I'm tired. I just want to sit down. So I ended up just like sitting down like right here, just looking at like the creamery. But I did see some people walking around with like the candy, almost said candy cane. It's not candy cane. What is this called? What is this called? Cotton candy. Cotton candy pyramids and shit. And I'm just like, I don't know how y'all gonna eat that stuff, because this makes my stomach hurt. I'll get the ice cream, that's about it, but I am not eating that much cotton candy unless it's shared between friends. Like, I can't. I do not like sugar that much. But this was a pretty neat place. And then that's the Gundam lit up. Looks very nice. Looks very nice at the nighttime. So, and then we headed back from like the Gundam station and saw what looked like San Francisco in the background. It's not San Francisco, but it still made for a very nice photo. And then there's the Fuji television station, which they did climb all them stairs. Absolutely not. My feet would have died. I'm glad I wasn't there for that, because my feet would have definitely died. My feet would have died. But afterwards, we then traveled to the Team Labs Borderless Digital Art Museum. So that's where we traveled to next. And again, it was a lot of standing and a lot of moving around, because they have no seating necessarily in this place. So we went through here. You get to see pretty lights, lots of like, you know, atmospheric things, stuff moving on the screen. I didn't take videos of everything because I think it's better for people to actually go to these things. We didn't do the one where you could like take off your shoes and walk through water. We did the ones where it's just like you just walk on hard ass floor and look at a whole bunch of visuals in the place, which they had a lot. They even had like this little hill thing that you could like climb up on and slide down if you wanted to. And then we also took a photo of like the trippy mirror room where you could look up and down and see like kind of like what seems like the Matrix in through all the like mirrors. And then we found like more stuff with like rolling balls that change colors, and they tell you not to touch stuff. Like, you can take all the pictures that you want, but like you cannot touch a lot of the stuff that they have in here. And some swashing waves, a whole bunch of lights that were blinding as fuck, some rabbits hopping on screen, lily pads with like flowers on them. And then we found the secret room of them all, which was the bathroom, and the only fucking place in the entire tour that had seating that was comfortable enough to where your feet wouldn't die. So of course, me and another friend hung out here, because like God, it was dying. But yeah, I liked how this painting went from like spring, and you could see it slowly transition into winter. So like I captured some more screens of it going through like the where it was losing its leaves to like this wintry state. But it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. And then we got to an area where you could see like other people's drawings, and they would put it in the digital tank. So like all the fish that you see here are all things that people drew, and they just imported it into like a digital tank that you could like come through and like see other people drawing. So this was mine. I just did a shark, colored it in, put blaze on it so that way I could distinguish it, and then dropped it in the tank, which you can see right there. I didn't record it moving, but like that was mine. And then we took another photo together. Yippee, it's us. Me and my friends, yay. Oh, and I forgot, when we picked up our Hunko stamps. So this is what I was talking about in terms of Hunko stamp. You see how it has like the name and the characters above it? Yeah, so I have one of those now. I have one of those that has Blazette on it. So the shopkeep for the Hunko stamp, he had us play a mini sumo wrestling game to get some stuff for free. So, and this guy is on IG, so you can literally follow his content there, and you might see some photos of me and my friend. But yeah, we both went through the sumo gauntlet mini game that he had us play, and this is with my friend Amanda playing against him. So here you go.
And this time, bow to your camera. Hi. I try my best just to lose. They will grapple with each other. Excuse me. Upright position will be crucial. Okay. I think this looks perfect. Will this position be comfortable with you? Okay. I think this looks perfect. Okay. So, excuse me. Could you help me by saying "hakkeoi no koto" as a referee? "Hakkeoi no koto" practice. "Hakkeoi no koto nokotta." Nokotta. Once more. "Hakkeoi no koto." Perfect. Okay. Very good.
Hakkeoi nekota.
Just a test match. Okay, now I know
You can hear I'm sick.
I think that your tapping was a bit
Too hard.
Too hard. Yeah.
Too hard. I
Yeah.
have to calm down.
Round two.
Round
Okay.
two.
Let's start from here. Hakkeoi.
Hakkeoi nekota.
That's gross. Oh,いいね。
This was actually harder than it looks too.
Well, we open up at 6 p.m. So we have a lot of time. Please beat me, okay? Okay, round three.
Hakkeoi nekota.
But yeah, so my friend won, and then also it's not filmed here because I still need to get the video from my friend. I did one as well, and I won, I think, in 2 rounds. So, because I was just like, I'm determined to win this. I do not want to lose. But it was interesting. It was my first time playing that, and he's had that sumo mini game for quite some time, and I think he talked about like how not too many people like locals have that game anymore because it's such an older, it's kind of like, the old Hasbro games that a lot of like 90 kids grew up with. You won't see like the original states being marketed anymore. So like it's kind of like one of those like ancient sort of like things that they had in Japan that he's kept on to for so long. So it was pretty neat. And then this was also from Team Labs Borderless. So this was like the little dragon lights showcasing that they had at Team Labs Borderless. Blazetail goes perfectly with this. Oh my gosh. But yeah, they had a lot of like neat visuals and stuff like that at this event. Highly recommend going to one of the Borderless labs. They have multiples of them. Like I said, we didn't do the one where you could like walk through water, because like there's one where you take off your shoes and you walk through, like I think most of it is in water, and see like different like visuals and lights and stuff like that. We just opted to do the one where you just walk through and see like light visuals and stuff. So very, very cool and interactive place. And then, so now we're into the next day after my feet died during the Team Borderless ones, but we're in Tuesday. So this is the last day that we stayed in Japan, for the most part. Technically it was really Wednesday, to be honest, but this was like second to last, where it's just like we didn't really have too much on the itinerary. But my friend went to Osaka. Like I said, she went there for knives, and she got nice set of them. She got a nice set of them. I'm not gonna count her out in terms of like how many that she got, but she did get some nice kitchen knives. And then she also rode the Shinkansen, and so she got the treatment of like, you know, getting an Ekiban, and like that's basically just a meal just to like eat on the train. Like, so like if you've never been on Shinkansen, Shinkansen is basically like taking an airplane just on the ground. It's a train. It's basically just like being in an airplane just in train form on the ground. So, and Osaka's like roughly about like 2 hours out from like Tokyo, which is why I said like, you know, different regions. You can't really do that within a day unless you have like several days and probably like a whole fucking month to like tour most of Japan. But we only had like a little limited time, and we were trying to do like a lot of things. So she did her own thing there. And then my other friends, which originally I was going to go to the tea ceremony, but I didn't want her to go by herself. Even though, you know, Japan is relatively safe. Like you can travel to like most places by yourself and be fine. I still just like follow the buddy system, but because after witnessing how much walking you do in that fucking country, I was like, oh no, I ain't doing all that walking in Osaka. But because I opted out of the tea ceremony, I couldn't get a chance to go. They were already booked by the time that, and my friends had already reserved, you know, their spots for the tea ceremony. So these are photos that they took. I'm not going to take photos of them in their yukatas and kimonos, but they look very nice. They look very nice. Just imagine like, you know, my friends wearing kimonos and yukatas that's what they wore here. And, you know, they sat, you know, Japanese style at like, you know, a table and like had like matcha tea for the most part here. But this was their host. So very nice from that front. This is all you guys, I think, get to see from that event. And then afterwards, once they were done with the tea ceremony, I slept in because, again, I was sick. Tuesday was really my roughest day, so I was just like, yeah, I'm just gonna sleep in and try to knock out like some of this nasty cold, flu, whatever kind of weather for me. So I slept into like roughly about like noontime, and then roughly around then, I told them like I hadn't eaten, and you know, it's probably good that I probably go ahead and eat, but I will eat with them. And so we hit up Koko Ichibanya. So if you don't know Koko Ichibanya and you don't live in Texas and you don't live in South Dakota and you don't live in LA, because those are the locations where you can find Koko Ichibanya and not here, which makes me very mad because I would love a Koko Ichibanya in Georgia. But this is one of the best curry places, best Japanese curry places that you can go to and get some good spices. Yes, you do, Brass. You will love that place. You will love that place. Please, if you go, take pictures, make me jealous. Make me jealous because it's so delicious. This is some of the best Japanese curry that I've ever had. But this was my friend's plate. I think he got like, you know, some prawns and some veggies, a potato croquette. He really just loved those fucking potato croquettes. And some rice and curry. And then this was like the place that you could order. And they also had a place where you could put like, where they put your receipt once you were done ordering. And you can add whatever toppings that you want, which you can see like here, this is my friend's order. They got like, you know, normal spice, regular, and the spice levels, they go from 1 to 15. One of my fucking friends is crazy enough to get 15. And as soon as he took one bite, he was already sweating. And I'm just like, why did you order 15? Why did you order fucking spice level 15? Now Twitch. Twitch. Oh my god. Twitch sucks. Twitch alert sucks. I said it. I don't care. Twitch alert sucks. Hi, Prenny. Hi, Prenny. How are you, Prenny? Welcome in, Prenny. Welcome in, Raiders. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's so fucking delayed. I'm gonna see if I can try and like get that to work with Mix It Up, because I'm over Twitch now. I'm over it. I'm over it. They made me mad. They have made me mad. Oh my gosh. But how was your stream, Prinny? I saw that you were playing with Astro. Some Repo? I think y'all were playing Repo. Were y'all playing Repo? How was it? Did y'all meet quota multiple times and kill all the scary monsters? I hope it went well. It was good. Y'all were playing Repo. Nice, 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 nice. I'm glad that y'all had a wonderful time. We died on 8. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. It gets very serious up until that point. Ugh. It was you, Astro, Bree, Jewel, and Zuby. Nice, nice, nice. I'm glad y'all had a wonderful time. I'm gonna have to watch the VOD and catch that, because I like watching people play Repo. That's one of my guilty pleasures. But also, those coming in from the raid, if you're tired, hungry, need to take care of some other things, please feel free to do so. Your mental and physical health comes first. Do not feel obligated to stick around here. We're actually towards the end of, you know, me telling about my tales in Japan. We're at Koko Ichibanya. I still reminisce about Koko Ichibanya. I want Koko Ichibanya in my state because I want delicious curry every day, all day, every day. But yeah, it was chaotic as heck. Yes. Oh my god, good. Japanese curry is so yummy. Yes. Like, I put all my friends on Koko Ichibanya because, like, most of the places, not, you know, not to say that they picked horrible places, but they were just like, it was mid. It wasn't all that great. And then when I suggested Koko Ichibanya, they were just like, oh no, this is a good place to pick, Blaze. Good job. Good job. I love this place. I'm like, I told y'all. I watched so much of Japan Eats content that I just, I know the spots to go to because of them. I know the spots that to go to because of them, but also because I've been watching them try to raise their spice level tolerance at this place too. I think they're like on level 8 or 9, if I'm not mistaken. But this used to go up to 10 in terms of spice level, and now it's at 15. So I'm just like, oh, okay. You just want death. That's fine. I don't want death. I chose 1 and kept it moving. Because I was just like, I just want something to knock out this flu, cold, or whatever I have. I don't want death on my plate. Please don't give me that. I want to actually taste my food, not become numb to it and writhe in pain. I don't want that. You want delicious curry? I too want delicious curry, Brie. I want Coco Ichibanya! I miss it so much! You looked over and saw a picture of curry and went, God damn, Oh, ignore the corn salad. This was also one of my friend's plates. This was also one of my friend's plates. This was my plate. This was my plate right here. Right here, and I can tell you exactly what went into it. It's a chicken cutlet with eggs, rice, chicken, cheese, veggies, and then like some seafood toppings. So yeah, it was delicious. It was so good. It was so good. I miss Coco Ichibanya. I miss Coco Ichibanya. I want Coco Ichibanya in my state. I really do. If you live in LA, Texas, or South Dakota, I hate you right now. I hate you right now because you're at least in a state with Coco Ichibanya. Oh, I want it to come to my state so bad. I'm just like, as many K-towns and like Asian areas that we have, like, I want them to bring Coco Ichibanya here. I want this delicious Japanese curry. It's so good. You just might have to drive 5 hours of this. It'll be worth it, Forcom, I promise. It'll 100% be worth it. You will enjoy it. You will be like, oh my god, this is the best curry that I've ever had. When do they have it here? Definitely check, Pretty. Definitely check, because I looked at the US locations earlier. I was just like, I wonder where all these places are that Coco Ichibanya is. Because they said that they have like several locations in the US, and I'm like, you listed 3 states. You do know there's like 50 states in America. You listed 3 states. What you mean? Where is the rest in the US? Why isn't it in Georgia? Please. Oh, hey, they have these in California. Yeah, thanks, Second. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for telling me that they're in California. Yeah, I know. They're in LA. I know they're in California. Yeah, No, there's not. There's, what? So they lied to me. How does New York get one, but Atlanta doesn't? I need Atlanta to have it. Why? Someone put Atlanta on that list. Please. Please. Listen, I'm willing to drive like a whole hour, 45 minutes, what have you, just to get some Japanese curry. Oh my. Now auto mod, chill out. Too many black people, silly. You're right. You're certainly right. You're most definitely right. They're not going to bring it here. They said, no, we don't want it where the blacks are. We don't want it where the blacks are. No, thank you. No, thank you. You don't exactly have that place where you're from, but there's a place, in a city over that does good curry. Their pork curry and omu rice. Yeah. And don't get me wrong. I wanted to try, like, some other curry spots, but, like, Coco Ichibanya was like the place that I was just like, I know I'm gonna get good curry because Japan Eat recommends it, and they even said that it's like, you know, king of curry or one of them. So I was just like, okay, well, I have to go here. And I did well because apparently my friends agreed, including like one of my friends who does not like curry was just like, yeah, no, this place was hitting. I'm just like, I told you, Coco Ichibanya is so good. It's so good. Is MOS Burger still around? Maybe? I have no idea. It really does, Prinny. It really does. And I'm very sad that, like, a lot of the areas where they serve, like, a lot of, like, Korean-style food, Japanese-style food, Thai food, Chinese food, in Georgia, because we have a lot. Like, again, we have Sweet Hut, which is an Asian bakery, like, baked goods area. We have H Mart, we have Jinyum, which is several ramen places that you can go to and get really good, like, you know, Japanese, Korean food, various, you know, Asian, like Eastern style food, basically. And it just kind of surprises me that Coco Ishipanya isn't here because of like how cultured we are, in a sense, to where we have so many like Eastern side foods in our state. But this is like one of the ones that's just like, it's completely missed, and I'm like, why? I want Japanese curry. I want Japanese curry. And I think Jinya does like a style of Japanese curry, but like it does not hit anywhere close to this. And I'm just like, why? I want this. I want this so bad. Is also your goal to learn how to make a Japanese curry? Yes. Absolutely, pretty. Absolutely. I want to learn how to do that as well, so that way I can eat good without having to be in Japan. But also, I know I live in the States, and our eggs are gonna be different than Japan, but still, I'm gonna wish upon a star and hope and pray it comes very close to it, so that way I don't miss it as much. So, but yeah, we did curry the morning that I woke up, and I was sick, and I was just like, yeah, we're just gonna do that. And then we went to the Sky Tree, because they asked me like, hey, you want to go to the Sky Tree? Which my couple friends have been here before, because like I said, they went to Japan a few years back before we actually went together as a group. So they were actually rooming very near to the Sky Tree, if I remember correctly. So they knew of the area, and they shopped in this area. It's just they didn't do a lot of like the stuff that they normally do in the Sky Tree when they first met. We on the higher floor. We did too. We did too. So we went through the mall, and I got to see the Kirby Cafe, because this was also one of the things on my bucket list, because I've seen so many people who went to Japan past Kirby Cafe, and I'm just like, I want to go. I want to see the Kirby Cafe. But I had no idea it was in the Sky Tree. So when I saw this, I was like, yay! I get to see Kirby. I love Kirby. I love Kirby. He's my whole heart and soul. I love my baby. And then we also saw another Pokemon Center with like Pikachu and Rayquaza. Yep. Yep. And this is the Sky Tree one. And then we saw some nice artwork over here. I debated about getting some stuff for my friend who was in Osaka at the time when we visited the Sky Tree. But I didn't know what they wanted. And also, again, because, you know, we've been walking for forever. My feet was like, took priority for the most part. The Mondoka collab was cool. Ooh, nice. I think I may have missed that one, but still, very nice. Very nice. We saw the Sanrio shop again. Saw all these vendors out here going towards the Sky Tree entrance, because they didn't do the observation deck when they came here the first time, so we did it this time. And it was nice. We started on the second to highest floor and then went to the highest floor and got to see, you know, what Tokyo looks like from all the way up there. So we saw plenty of people taking photos and everything. Also, they had like glass floor, which I thought it was a bit different. You couldn't really see jack shit. It was kind of like scratched up and dirty as heck, but it is what it is, I guess. So, more Sanrio. And then Marvel, and then there's Spider-Man again doing poses. And then we passed this jump shop again, another jump shop, I should say, and went in there briefly. And then a close-up of Pikachu and Rayquaza. And then just went down the shop and then towards the Ghibli store. We spent a lot of the Sky Tree in the Ghibli store at the Pokemon Center and the Shonen Jump store. Yeah. We mostly window shopped. We went to the Ghibli store, but not for the reason that you would think. It's because I am with nerds and they went here for Pokemon Go reasons. Purely for Pokemon Go reasons. This was the only reason why we came to the Ghibli store, was for Pokemon fucking Go. I'm just like, are you kidding me? You just wanted to do battle here. That's it. You didn't want to shop. You just wanted to do battle here. You nerds. You nerds. You fucking nerds, man. Oh my gosh. But yeah, I did take some pictures for my friend because I know they wanted some pictures of the Ghibli store, and if it was worth coming here. And then we saw the sky tree from the bottom. I got to see that. Also, thank you for the hydrate reminder and stretch reminder. I promise I'm almost done. I knew I was gonna be yapping for like 6 hours. I knew this. And yes, the cat bus. You went with a large budget and said it was spending time. Exactly. That's literally how I felt, Prinny. I was just like, YOLO. And then when I got back, I was just like, I'm gonna take a couple of days before I look at how much I spent, so that way I don't break my heart. Because I already know it's probably not gonna be a price point that I like, but I actually didn't do as bad as I thought necessarily. But it was still enough to be like, I'm just gonna shove that to the side and not look at that anymore. I'm not gonna look at that anymore. I'm gonna pay attention to that in a minute. But yeah, we did get to go to Pet Samoyeds. And again, guess where it was? Hell Street. Taka fucking Shida Street. So after we left the Sky Tree, we left to go do the thing that my friend wanted to do, which her birthday just passed the day before. It was on a Monday. But yeah, they wanted to pet Samoyeds. So we went back to Takashita Street, and luckily we got in because we tried to pet the Shibas, but I guess they were booked up for the times that we tried to get there. And so the next option was like we could get to Samoyeds. And so her husband had reserved our time to come in and pet the Samoyeds. But we had to wait 30 minutes, and of course it was on fucking Takashita Street with no seating, nowhere to sit, just standing and waiting for 30 minutes while my arches were inflamed and on fire, and I was just like, I hate life. But once we got in, we had, a place to sit down and play with the babies, so we did get to pet them, which they are very soft, but my God, they were so mean to each other. Because literally as soon as we got in, they started fighting with each other to the point where you see this trainer, the trainer and the gi right here, they had to jump on top of the dogs that were fighting and be like, hey, you need to behave. Stop this. We're in front of company. You can't be acting out like this. And they got into fights multiple times while we were there. And we're just like, God damn, man. And one of the babies tried to hump the other baby, and it's just like they had to break that up too. I'm just like, Lord have mercy, dogs being dogs. But they were like 1-year-olds. So there was only like 1 2-year-old by the name of Woody in here. But the rest of them were all babies. They were all just like, youngins, just being puppies. But they were super soft and fluffy to touch, like, ugh, so sweet. But they wanted nothing to do with us. They wanted the folks over here. But with us, they were just like, oh, you're black. Get away from me. It really felt that way. Even though we had like one Romanian with us. It was just like, I don't know who you are. You're not locals. Get away from me. Goodbye. Goodbye. And it's like we had to basically get them very close just to fucking pet the dogs. I'm like, God damn it, man. I just want to touch the soft babies. That's it. And then we left the babies to go roam around Takashita Street again, but like head towards, I think, our hotel at the time. But before we did that, we did stop by a crepe place, which was also one of the places that I wanted to visit. And I picked up a crepe. It was very yummy. Very delicious. A nice little treat. And then, oh, that's right. I forgot. We didn't go home yet because we had to go and find his cream puffs. his cream puffs, which took fucking forever. And we had to hop several train stations just to find the cream puffs. And by the time that we found the area that he was supposed to go to get his cream puffs, I was just like, I don't even want cream puffs. I want to go home. I want to go home. I have my crepe. I want nothing else to do with food right now. I want to go home. My feet fucking hurt. Enjoy your cream puffs while I enjoy my break of sitting down because my feet fucking hurt. So, but apparently they were delicious. They're full of like, I guess like a sort of like creamy custard. And you can see that they're kind of big. I didn't get like the big trio that he had, but like still, it was delicious from my understanding. And by the time we got home, my friend was there waiting and we just ended up getting drinks. Our free drink from the hotel that we stayed at. Because we didn't get it the first day, so we were just like, yeah, let's just go ahead and just get a drink. Because it's already been a fucking week of just like walking around. Her back hurt, my fucking feet hurt. And it was just like, before we head back to the States, yeah, we taking something off the edge. We just gonna take something to get this edge of pain off. So, and then we went back to the Kobeni and got some ice cream. Another egg salad sandwich, because I love those things. They're just like nice little quick meals. I got the not Family Dollar, 7-Eleven chicken, and then a curry bun, which I am still daydreaming about this curry bun so much. It's, oh God, I miss it so much. Oh, I miss it so much. It was so good. It was so good. I want it so bad. And I'm mad Sweet Hut will never have a curry bun this good. I'm so mad Sweet Hut will never have a curry bun this good. Like, this has changed my life for the worst, because now I can never go back to Sweet Hut. I can never go back to Sweet Hut because everything at Sweet Hut will just taste dusty. It will just taste dusty to me. I'm so upset. But it was delicious. And then I also had like my chicken with the egg sandwich, cause like, yeah, why not? And there's Tokyo in the sky tree. And then last but not least, before we headed home, this was the day that we left. My friends, I didn't go because again, I was already done. I was like, I don't want to miss my flight home. This was a fun trip, but I'm tired. I want to go back to the States now. As much as I'll miss Japan, I want to go back to the States. I want to go home, lay down in my bed, and get a good night's rest and not be sick as shit. But my friends did go to the Torii Gates and walk that before we left for go back home to Japan. And so I took a picture of our last meal while we were at the hotel. So I ended up getting, this is what we had at our hotel most days, which was like mini pancakes, but you didn't have to get the mini pancakes. You could also get like a croissant or a waffle or something. I just chose to get that. Burnt as shit bacon. So funny story about the bacon. The bacon wasn't supposed to be burnt like this. The bacon started appearing this burnt is because a tour bus of black folks came in, saw that the bacon wasn't crispy enough, and complained to the staff to be like, hey, can you throw that bacon on the pan a lot hotter? Because you know us, and I'm not gonna admit, but I'm also going to admit I like my bacon crispy. I like my bacon crispy. I like my bacon this burnt. I like my bacon this burnt to where it has a crunch to it. I do not like flimsy, rubbery bacon. But yeah, a whole busload of black folks started complaining about it. Who were also touring Japan. And so they started doing that on a daily basis, which me and my friend found fucking hilarious. Because it's just like, Lord. You wanted it still squealing? I did not want it squealing. I did not. But at the same time, because I knew where I was, again, I trust food from Japan, both raw and cooked. I mean that with my whole heart and soul. Because, like I said earlier, the majority of fat that I had on a Wagyu skewer was like the best fucking Wagyu that I've ever had. It tasted fucking amazing. I would go back and do it again. Here, absolutely not. It's going in the trash. I'm eating only the meat. I'm eating only the meat. I'm not eating a crumb of fat here. Absolutely not. Nope. Nope. The sausage actually looks undercooked, though. It's not. That's how they cook it here. I promise you. But I know my friend didn't eat it that way either, and I would have liked it to be cooked more too, but it was cooked how they normally cook it over here. So it is what it is. The tots were good. The eggs, I personally don't like how they prep eggs, but I'm also an egg snob. But it is what it is. And then I also got some udon noodles with some miso soup, and then like curry that did not meet up to Ichiban's banya standard. So, but it was my last meal, so I was just like, I'll take a photo of like the breakfast that we had before we dip out from the hotel. So, like both kinds of bacon. Not gonna lie, I cannot eat it flimsy and still squealing, especially not on U.S. soil. I will be mad. I will be mad and toss that shit in the trash. I do not like flimsy bacon. I want it with a crisp. A crispity crunchita. Your thing with eggs is you don't like crispy eggs. The taste is... yeah, I don't like that either. This was scrambled, but you could tell, like, I don't know if it was just, like, it was burnt on sometimes. Because, like, I'm really picky when it comes to, my eggs. And if I see bits in there that look a little bit burnt, I'm turned off on it completely, because I know how to cook the perfect egg. I know how to cook the perfect scrambled eggs, and I know when I burn them. And with this, it's like they kind of burn them just a little bit. You can't really see it, but it's just like, I don't like that. Like, I need y'all to do better when it comes to like scrambling your eggs. You know the way Waffle House makes scrambled eggs, like that all day and night. You're picky about your eggs. You too like sunny side with toast. And you, if they don't have that, you want scrambled. Yeah, I'm a scramble girly for the most part. And then I'll do eggs Benedict, but typically I don't like runny eggs, but I like fluffy eggs. So like if you can find like a good like in between or like omu rice type of like, you know, egg texture, I am fine. I am perfectly fine. And then this is us getting back on the plane, which again, we had to, luckily we took the accessibility route to get to the airport. And by that, I mean, we didn't take the 5,200 stairs that we took when we first got here, carrying our luggage in the fucking rain. We took, you know, the escalator when we could, the elevator when we could, and just every now and then we had to carry our luggage down the stairs, which, by the way, I did have to... oh, I forgot. I did pick up my luggage. I did pick up my spare luggage for souvenirs. It was that day that we went back to... the same day that I actually, like, you know, ordered my luggage. I forgot. I did go back there. We traveled back there before I went back to the hotel. And I was prepared to give them the paper that I had signed so that way they could know it was me to give my luggage. But the girl who noticed my blue hair and complimented my blue hair was just like, oh, I know her. She's the one that has this luggage. Like, she already knew. She was just like, you're the girl with the pretty hair. Like, I love your hair. Like, you don't need to give us that shit. We're just gonna throw it in the trash. Just take your luggage. Enjoy the rest of Japan. Because she asked me, like, how was Japan? I was just like, it's been great. Like, you know, your culture's beautiful. Your country's beautiful. We just had, like, a whole nice little bonding moment once I picked up my luggage. But, yeah. Carrying it back, I did have to carry, like, the mini suitcase and, like, my luggage with, like, all my clothes back towards the airport. Which, luckily, getting through the airport was relatively easy. We didn't have to go through too much. But our flight did get delayed by 2 hours, which was a pain. And then on top of that, our gate was like literally at the ends of the fucking earth of the airport. So there was that. So like when my friends were just like, hey, you want to go back and get food? You mean travel like 1,500 miles to where the food court is? No, thank you. I will just wait till we get home. Cause like I was already just like, I've checked out of Japan. I love Japan, but I've checked out of Japan. I'm just like, I just want to get on this plane ride for 12 hours and go home. I'm so checked out of everything. I just want to go home. I just want to go home. That's all I want to do. So, but this was our seats. It was shitty. We had plenty of leg room, but we had horrible space for our hips because they decided to put dividers between where people's fucking hips lie. So it cut off circulation to my legs. And I was just like, oh my fucking God, why would you do this? They were the worst seats. The worst fucking seats in Comfort Classic. So, yeah. If you ever get on Comfort Classic, do not pick the first fucking row. Do not pick the first fucking row. You are setting yourself up for failure. You will have plenty of fucking leg space, but you will not have a comfortable time sitting in that chair. I prefer the one where the armrest comes down and it does not cut off circulation to your legs. This one, they put whole ass body dividers. And I'm just like, why would you do this? Why would you do this? I do not want this. And then on top of that, the monitor was a swing arm monitor. So you had to swing the monitor up in order to watch movies and television series and play games and other shit. And what's wild about it is my monitor at first was brickety broke. Like my neighbors in the other row in the same row in the other aisle. Theirs also broke. And I'm just like, what the fuck is this shit? As much of an upcharge that I paid to sit in Comfort Classic, you got some cheap ass shit to where my monitor doesn't work and these fucking armrests are cutting off circulation to my legs. Never again. Never again. Never again. Absolutely not. Never again. It was the most uncomfortable ride for 12 fucking hours straight back to the US. After our flight was delayed, and mind you, we boarded, I think around like 3-4 p.m. We did not take off until 5. We were sitting on the plane around 4. And we were waiting around for like 30 to 45 minutes. We did not take off till 5 p.m. So, one, the pilot was already, you could tell he was already tired. And I could tell because that man was booking it. He was fucking booking it. He was like, it's going to take us 11 hours to get home. And we're going to still make the fucking destination time, which was like, it was scheduled to get there by 3:35 p.m. in the States. So we're traveling in the past. Mind you, we're on a Wednesday. I got back in the States roughly an hour later on a Wednesday. Going back in the past, 12 hours, crossing 14 time zones, because that's what he said. And he was booking it. We felt all the fucking turbulence in the world, but he was booking it, and I was appreciative of it. Like, I was, granted, don't get me wrong, I was anxious as shit, but I was just like, yeah, just get us home. Get us home, because you've delayed this far enough. And on top of that, I want out of these seats. They're uncomfortable. I can't even get a good night's sleep. Like, I got maybe 4 hours on that flight. And in total, maybe 6, just like waking up and going to sleep, waking up and going to sleep. But yeah, no, it was so much, man. I was ready to go fucking home. I'm so tired. And I didn't get the best of picture on this because, like I said, I was already checked out and I was already uncomfortable. But I had teriyaki chicken with rice and I think they had veggies. I think I remember green beans on this. I can't remember. But yeah, it was teriyaki chicken. It was good, but that teriyaki chicken could have been cooked longer. That teriyaki chicken could have been cooked longer. Most definitely. US Airlines fucking suck with seating. We didn't have that bad of a problem coming to. The most grueling thing going from US to Japan was the 14-hour flight. But our seats in Comfort Classic, because we were a few rows behind Premium, They were actually comfortable. So I did manage to get like sleep there. But in the first fucking row of that section, absolutely not. That is the most uncomfortable seating, most broken ass seating ever. Ever. Did first class have beds? I'm trying to think because my friend, I think he was in first class or the one behind it. I don't think so though. I don't think so. Not on this flight. But they had a lot more space than us. I will say that. Because we saw what was happening in premium. They had plenty of space. And they were dining on like premium food too. So it was something. Funny enough, your worst seating situation was on a British Airways flight on a A380. There was a weird box under the seat in front of me that forced you to sit side. Oh! Oh! I would have been upset. I would have been upset. I really would have. Because I tried twisting and turning in my seat just to try and, like, get some rest. And I kept waking up my friend who was, like, you know, getting somewhat of a good night's rest and, like, 5 hours of sleep. And I'm just like, I can't even do that. So, yeah, it was just rough. Can confirm British Airways suck ass. Good to know. Good to know. But yeah, I just had like teriyaki chicken rice, ginger ale. We had some coleslaw too. With not coleslaw, potato salad as like the side dish for that teriyaki chicken. And then this was the cocoa brownie that we had. That cocoa brownie was too chocolatey. Again, I'm not the biggest fan of sweets. And that bread was dry as shit. The bread that we got going to Japan was better than this shit. That was dry as shit. It was cold and dry. How that works, I don't know. Oh, and then we're at the end because we're back. We're back at to where my friend is in the shower. So those who missed it, this was our room. And yeah, that window is literally right there in the area where you shower. So you can see all the assets. All the assets to the shower. But yeah, we made it home. I got plenty of pictures. Like I said, I'll share them in the Discord of like stuff that I collected. All my souvenirs, and then also the extra stuff that I could not show on Twitch because they will get me. I will share that in the special section that I have for like tier 3 subs and more. So yeah, put it this way, I went to the Connemara Matsuri festival. You're just gonna have to look that up. I'm not gonna say what it is, and don't say it in here because the mods will snipe you. The mods will snipe you. But yeah, I did go to that festival. It was a great time. It was a great time, and one of the main reasons why I tried to get my friends to bump up the date. So, oh, Bento, we're gonna have a good talk. We're gonna have a good talk. I may not have seen Risley, but I definitely saw things that resembled Risley. Yes, indeed. Oh gosh, Risley or Raihan or one of the likes. So yeah, it was a great time. But yeah, that was my Japan trip. That was my Japan trip. I miss it so much. I want to go back. I want to go back for the food and everything else, cause, it was such a treat. It was truly just a treat to finally get to go to a place that I've been wanting to go to since I was a youngin'. And I finally got the chance to. And I can't wait to go back. But it's gonna be some years because that 14-hour flight was killer. Ooh, that was so much. That was so much. I really don't want to be on a plane for 14 hours. That's so fucking long. Like, I'm gonna have to sit in like the most comfortable seat ever to be able to sit on a flight that long, so that way I can go to sleep through most of it. But in any case, that is the end of stream and my yapping. Y'all can finally tell me to shut up. No, please don't do that. That's so mean. That's so mean. But I appreciate it if you lasted this long, because this is the end of stream. I will be back. Oh my god, when will I be back? When will I be back? Wednesday! Wednesday! We'll be playing Pokepedia. I keep saying that. That's not what that game is called. Pokopia! Pokopia! We will be playing Pokopia, so that way y'all can see how far I got. I did not get that far, so you'll just miss the beginning portions of it, because I did play a bit of that on the plane just to see if it would calm my nerves. It did not distract me at all. I spent most of my time just watching Abbott Elementary on the plane ride. So, but yeah, that was my Japan trip. I hope y'all enjoyed me yapping for as long as I did. So, but I will see y'all Wednesday. But in the meantime, let's see if we can find someone who we can raid. Nope, that's not where I was trying to go. That's not where I was trying to go. Oh. Doom 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 doom. Oh, it's been a minute since I've raided, folks. Do I even remember how to raid out? I do. I do. It's just, it's been a long ass time since I've done anything, because it's been so long. It's been so long since I've streamed. It's been so long. Okay. I think I know who I want to raid out to. But I'm still looking. I'm still perusing. I'm still perusing. I will send y'all here. I will send y'all here. We're gonna go raid Selena Soul. They are playing some dot hack. So, some retro gaming, it seems like. Or one of the dot hack games. I don't know. I haven't played the games. I only know the anime series. That's about it. But yeah, we're gonna go show some love to them. Like I said, I will see y'all Wednesday for some Pokopia. So we can just have a nice chill time. And I think I may use like my chill overlays for that, because it's probably just gonna be a comfy cozy time. But once we do that, I think Friday is Genshin Impact, so I can play through the main story quest type stuff. And y'all will see. I'll post my schedule. I'll post my schedule tomorrow. So there's a lot of fun stuff that's coming up this coming week. But thank you guys for joining me to hear me yap about my Japan trip. I hope to see you later on in the week. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye. Bye for now. Bye. Bye. Take care. I'll see you later.